Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll 20 seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Let's start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'ma ball till I fall, I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog, and my back against the wall. I accept every challenge, had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace, treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind, great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option, they can never ever stop it. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it, can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it, can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy, cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
You guys have waited long enough. It's time for us to finally get into playoffs. WCS MYSG starts now. Omo, you look like you just woke up. You excited for this?
Well,
and I'm particularly excited. I'm gonna give you a second, but I'm particularly excited for one piece of information. LFO, after shilling themselves out dozens of times at this point, have finally found themselves a banner to represent and work under. That team is going to be Resurgence, but for today,
they're RSG now, Brandon. No Resurgence. RSG now.
RSG, you know what? You're right. It's RSG now, but for today, we actually have our first matches in the playoffs, the upper bracket quarterfinals, with Upcar, Esports, SEM9 playing off first, and then Watermelon and PathSeeker playing after.
Okay, so let's take this one by one, all right? We'll address each of your individual questions. I think firstly, I did just wake up, so you did get something right today, but I am extremely excited for the matchup that we have coming up. Before we go a little bit more in depth about that, let's take a look at the social call-outs. Make sure you follow us on all our relevant socials to keep up to date with what's going on in the WCS.
I'm on a good streak, you know. I've been right for the most part throughout
You've been a
the group stage.
now, huh?
I feel like it's not too bad. I'm not doing too bad right now. I've been right so far, you know, about you just waking up. So I want to keep this energy going. I want to keep this momentum going. I want to be right about all my calls later on as well.
Okay.
You know, and if I'm right enough, maybe RSG will pick me up too, and you know the team will say like, yeah, Granite would be a great shot caller for the team. You know, with my slow hands.
You could be the coach, you could be the manager. There's a lot of roles out there for people with slow hands. The players that don't have slow hands will be playing later on today, though. But there we go, on the bottom of your screen, at Wild Rift Esports MYSG.
Alright, feel free to join into the conversation with us. We've been seeing a bunch of the stuff that you guys have been making is looking pretty good, as we are also starting to get ready to move into the regional finals. So the WCS finals coming up pretty shortly after the WCS MYSG Playoffs. Only one team will get to go play in the finals. But that being said, you know, there could be, you know, we could be bringing more teams in the future if they perform well. So let's take a look at a format video to kind of give us a bit more insight into how things are going to go. Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports. And the ball really only keeps rolling from here on out. You know, we think about so much it's going to have to happen from now until the Icons Global Championship. Well, first things first, winning the regular season, getting into WCS Finals, and then winning that one. That starts with what we have outstanding here today, with SEM9 and RSG taking the lead, meaning they get that buy round. So it's down to Watermelon, Upcar, Esports, SEM9, and PathSeeker to fight it out to get to play against SEM9 and Resurgence and RSG again to drop to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's your reward, right? If you win here today, tomorrow I believe you play against one of these top seeded teams. I like the new logo here for RSG. I just want to throw it out there, but I'm sad now that we no longer have the dinosaur from LFO. With that, let's head on to the brackets. Let's take a look at how things are going to shake up.
Because the first thing that catches our attention really is the fact that we never got into the tiebreakers, right? We're expecting potential tiebreakers, the chance that for PathSeeker to really pull ahead. You know, they started having a really good streak towards the end of the group stage, started beating a lot of their opponents. Now, they're up against maybe some of their toughest competition from the get-go. Watermelon and PSK playing against each other later today. And Upcar Esports and SEM9 will face off first.
Yeah, I want to touch on the Watermelon PathSeeker matchup a little bit because we won't be here for it, unfortunately. But I think that's going to be a very hotly contested one. Keep in mind, the last time these two teams faced off, PSK actually came out on top, something that we weren't really expecting. And it was the start of one of their upswings yet again. So maybe if they find some momentum, they can really get rolling through the bracket, really. I mean, RSG, they haven't been looking too strong either. They've been looking shaky at times. Now, Watermelon against PathSeeker, that will be coming up later today. But Upcar against Phantom 6. This is going to be a banger of first match to start playoffs with.
I mean, Swift literally said Watermelon is their only competition.
Yeah.
Like, they don't view the rest of the teams as competition. They feel like they should be beating Upcar Esports and Phantom 6. And they're going to lose to SEM9 RSG anyway. So Watermelon's the only real team for them to compete against. I could see where that argument comes from, but PSK has something to prove. They finished 6th going into playoffs. You know, they had a pretty slow start to begin the group stage, and we're starting to pick up some momentum again towards the end. But wasn't enough for them to start leapfrogging over the other teams, which means directly facing off Watermelon right away. Now let's talk about the matter at hand today, because we have Upcar Esports and Phantom 6, two teams that are quite tightly locked in the middle of the pack, 4th seed and 5th seed respectively. And we're looking at the 4th seed getting side selection as a added bonus for placing higher.
Yeah, I mean, I think side selection is going to matter, but I don't think it's going to be the biggest thing. I don't think there's any super broken champions that you must first play on blue side. I think there's a good diversity in the meta right now, and I think it's going to be great to see which approaches these teams will take going into the playoffs.
See, I would go as far as to say that I don't think the blue side is the issue. I think it's actually red side, because you can give away first pick because there isn't something that is a must pick first pick, but there's so many good first and second picks that thereafter for the red side. So I'm really looking forward to see if teams are going to prioritize that red side focus and really try to build a composition around that.
Okay, look at this guy. Been a color caster for a couple of weeks now, coming for my job. Good point there, Grandin. Gotta give that one to you.
Thank you very much. You set me up for it. And one of the best things that we've also seen is that Upcar Esports have been able to take games off the strongest teams in the competition. You know, having taken games off RSG and SEM9 show us that they are actually able to play differently. The issue that I think a lot of teams are starting to realize now with Upcar Esports is they're kind of one-dimensional. You know, they start to feel like they only offer a certain type of play style, and because of that, we haven't seen that variation. But then again, it's all been a group stage. That's all conjecture. Now we go into playoffs. Things could change for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, this is where things get serious. This is where the big boys come to play. You show what strats you have prepared. And I think for Upcar Esports, I think they do have other strategies. They're just not as good at it. I think the main thing is people always talk about they want to see Coffee pop off. They want to see Coffee, you know, play Vayne. I think his best champion so far for me has been the Lucian. That's something I want to look out for. Whether it's Zephyroth playing or Beyond playing, I want to see them be aggressive in the bot lane. And as we head into the lineup video, I want to pay attention to their mid jungle as well. I feel like these two guys have been instrumental in setting the tempo for the team.
Well, you've called for it. So let's bring... And take a look at Upcar Esports. You mentioned you want to take a look towards that mid-jungle synergy. You have Raven, Sarashi, because we've already talked a ton about Coffee and Beyond. What do you have in store for us here, Omo?
Yeah, I mean, I like that we're seeing Beyond on roster. I think Zephyroth was definitely no sort of slouch when he did play. But Beyond, I do like what he provides in tandem with Arashi and Ravens. They like to roam as a trio. Their jungle support are extremely proactive on the map. And I think if they want to take a win here today, it will be off the backs of these three players setting the tempo.
And we're also looking to see now with Coffee's kind of role in the team and where that's going to end up being, because like you've mentioned, we wanted to see him pop off on stuff like the Vayne before. You talked about how much you like his Lucian. I really quite enjoy watching him just play stuff like Orianna and just having that utility for his team. And let's take a look at the opponents for today's match. It's going to be their opponents today, Phantom 6. Oh wait. Upcar Esports. We actually had a bunch of clips for their highlights in the group stages to see where they want to see what's kind of been going on with that there.
I mean, this team as a whole, right, their team fighting is definitely strong because they play a lot of engages. That's a big thing to look out for. If you look at how Beyond's playing this right now, he's just constantly zoning. He's constantly checking them. Great performance, honestly.
Yeah, it's really been quite an important thing, because I think going into this matchup, I think Phantom 6 have actually been able to pick up I think they've won most of their head-to-heads against Upcar Esports.
I'm not sure. I'll have to fact check you on that one. Give me a quick second to do that.
Okay, sure. Well, while that's happening, I can take a quick look back at this one because I think with Upcar Esports, they've had some pretty impressive matches. I feel like Coffee has done incredibly well on a lot of the mage bot laners, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like his Ziggs, stuff like his Orianna, he's been able to have that impact there, being able to have that wave there. I feel like having him on a direct carry hasn't been working out so well for Upcar Esports. You know, it feels very one-dimensional. They just need to take him out, and after that, there's just no secondary threat for the side of Upcar Esports. They start to falter a little bit there. Harashi being that secondary damage source while Coffee is playing for something that scales, a mage in the bot side or something like the Senna, just looks like a much better feel for Upcar.
Yeah, and I think Upcar as a whole, right, even though he looked good with Coffee playing a hyper carry, look at this clip on the screen. Look at how the rest of the players can just pop off if Coffee's playing a utility role. They are definitely not a one-threat team, and I agree with what you said. Yet again, this is twice in a day. It's getting a bit much here, but I agree with what you said. I think this is a team where if they diversify how they play, their other players can pop off, can perform as well.
So we're looking to see how that ends up playing for them. Okay, so I'm trying to take a look at this now. I think it is Phantom 6 that has won their matchups against Upcar Esports 1-2 and 2-0 in the past.
Wait, no,
and
Upcar won the
most of their
last
matches,
head-to-head.
it's
2-1.
2-1.
That's
Okay,
right,
so
yeah.
Upcar Esports won the last head-to-head, right? So 2-1. Phantom 6 beat them at the start group stages on day 3.
That's right.
And so Upcar Esports have been able to pick up momentum towards the end of things, and it feels like Phantom 6 have been falling behind a little bit. They haven't really been able to build that kind of momentum going forward. Let's take a look at this roster that we're playing with us today. It's Phantom 6. And Phantom 6 have been quite interesting for us because they've come in as a team with quite a bit of experience. They've won the regional competition before, but that was only when it was the Malaysian region. Now that we've combined forces and the competition has increased, the difficulty has increased, Phantom 6 are finding it difficult to keep up, especially with some of the new additions who have been pretty hit or miss sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like Phantom 6 as a whole, for me especially, when you look at the roster and you ask me who's the real standout player here, I would be hard-pressed to find you an answer. With that said though, I think overall, this is a solid team. They're good as a whole, they work together as a unit, and that's where their strength lies.
And Phantom 6 have had a bunch of good moments though. I don't want to discredit them because you see some incredible moments from them where Haki is able to roam down, where Yoshi and Iggy are performing so well together in an isolated side of the map, and they're able to get those steals off. And you see the way they're able to coordinate their engages. It just looks like such a well-coordinated team. But when it comes to some other moments, somehow they tend to falter as well. So it's such a big disparity, and I think that has been our most concerning part when talking about Phantom 6. What happens to this team when they don't get the ideal situations, when they don't get the ideal outcomes? How well do they recover from there?
Well, that clip was basically just the Bane show, right, with the rest of the team coming in to clean up. I think if you look at how they play, Momo is an instrumental part of that. He is one of the AD carries, or rather one of the Dragon laners that has been favoring AD carries. I'll be interested to see how that plays out here today. With the people have been talking about Storm Razor buffs being big. I haven't seen it for myself, so maybe this would be a chance for them to show it up.
I mean, we're starting to see some pretty interesting changes, especially with the inclusion of new champions. I'm not sure how well that actually impacts these teams here. I feel like Phantom 6 as well as Upcar Esports have already found most of their identity in the game. You know, it doesn't really involve the introduction of these new champions. But at the same time, I feel like they are so prominent and are so easily viable in a lot of compositions that we might see them played anyway.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at a lot of these clips, it really is the Yoshi show. He's been popping off in many of these clips. His set is something to look out for. His Akali is something to look out for. I remember him playing a pretty decent Darius, a pretty mean Darius as well. And we're looking head-to-head between both of these AD carries, both of these Dragon laners. I say AD carries because they're one of the few, or rather two of the few Dragon laners here that do favor these ADCs.
You know, it is quite interesting because we only have like a handful of them. I mean, it's going to come down to guys like Raven, Coffee, Momo, and Swift. I feel like are the main users for that. Sagi to some extent as well, but Sagi is so flexible. Like, he's really just looking to play whatever is necessary for his team. Whereas you have guys like Coffee, Momo, Swift, and Raven who are quite literally trying to carry the game off the backs of the champions that they have, trying to really actively make that impact. Coffee, Momo both coming into this. We take a look at some of the stats here. I'm not a big fan of looking at this alone because it doesn't give the full story. I feel like there's so much more that needs to be explored, because not only is Coffee a big hyper carry, but he's also been forced onto these mage AP roles and trying to allow his team to carry as well.
Yeah, both of these guys can carry, can let their teams carry. That's a good sign of a non-one-dimensional team, multifaceted team, I think the word I'm looking for is. But I like that their DPMs are high, right? Regardless of if you're playing mages, regardless of if you're playing marksmiths, be able to output the damage, and that's something which both of these guys do.
Maybe mages actually have an easier time.
Well,
getting
Ziggs
a
does,
DPM
right?
up.
But not most.
Ziggs does.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But like Ziggs is the de facto. I feel like only Coffee really plays Orianna bot, right? And then maybe it's like Senna. Like that's pretty much the only other alternative, I think, in most of these situations. We actually have the predictions for our matches today, and for our first series, let's pull them up and let's take a look at this one. Omo, where do you think this is going to go?
I think we got a split desk here, Grandad. It's mostly Upcar favored, but well, I'll let you justify this. Why have you gone for P6 here?
Oh, so me first?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Phantom
It's
6,
3
I
against
feel
1,
like...
Grand.
Okay, so all of you guys can see Upcar Esports, I do feel like have been on a pretty good trend. You know, they've been looking strong, but I feel like Phantom 6 haven't quite been showing us what their true intentions are. They've been holding back. That's my impression of it, because when you see these moments and flashes of brilliance, it really does feel like a team that knows what they're trying to do, but are trying to intentionally hold back a little bit. They don't want to show too much just yet. I don't know what their upper bound is, but I feel like it's just barely enough to win a close series against Upcar Esports.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't hear a word you said. It just went in and out,
fair
just
enough.
like that. Because Upcar are gonna take it. They're gonna take it decisively. I think they're gonna drop one game to P6, and I think the Upcar, they're gonna 3-1 this series. Why? Because I said so.
Upcar. So here's my thing with Upcar though. Here's my thing with Upcar, right? Like we see Upcar have these amazing moments where they are able to punish opponents. Like we saw in their matches against LFO, they managed to punish Raven when he overstepped. Yeah. They managed to win the game off that. We saw in the games against SEM9 where they were able to really effectively take them down as well. You know, it seems like they're really able to punish the mistakes of their opponents, but we haven't been seeing teams really try to execute a very clean game. I feel like Phantom 6 do have the opportunity there, especially with Haki being able to rotate around the map. He is the main reason why I feel like Phantom 6 have the chance to win this. Because the guy's going to run around. He's going to run laps around the map. He's going to run top side, bot side. He's going to run everywhere. And he's going to make sure his presence is felt at all times.
But Grandin, that's when I say that UC also do the same thing. That's how Ravens plays. That's how Beyond plays. That's how Arashi plays. They love to roam. And this is the thing that I will keep bringing up. That roaming gang squad. That 3-man unit. Are we going to dive top? Are we going to dive bot? We'll do it together. We'll do it in tandem. And what can one guy really do against this onslaught? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. And it's going to be hard, right? I think working cohesively as a unit, that's where UCE will shine.
So here's the thing. I need to see then Momo, or not Momo, but rather Haki win lane outright. He needs to constantly apply pressure against Ravens, right? If Ravens is allowed free ability to roam around the map, like you mentioned, we could very well see Upcar Esports go around with that gang squad and really find a lot of impact done, especially because we know how Upcar Esports like to play out these early games. So Phantom 6, I really need to see them have strong lane pressure, have these strong head-to-head matchups, and just win them outright. Because otherwise, if we're relying on jungle interference, I feel like actually Upcar Esports jungle mid synergy, it's a little bit better than what we see on the side of Phantom 6.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to springboard that into success. But individually as well, I think one of the big lanes, one of the big matchups we got to be looking out for. One of the guys that we didn't really mention as well, Zisune, here going up against Yoshi in the Baron lane. I think that's going to be decisive. I think that's going to be important for the outcome of the series.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Yoshi is one of the big carries for his team, which is why what Zisune can do to shut him down is going to be also important. And I have criticized Zisune's champion pool as well. I think the champions that he looks good on is really just Akshan and Fiora. He struggles on tanks, he struggles on other carries like Camille. So I feel like, what can he play? What can he pull out here to try to shut down Yoshi? And if he doesn't have a good answer to many of these picks, then that might be Phantom 6 way into the game, into the series.
That's interesting, because I was thinking the exact same thing, but I was thinking that because of this, it's actually not an important factor anymore, because it just means that Yoshi just gets to walk in the lane. Because Yoshi's champion pool is so different from what we've seen from the champion pool on Zisune, right? Zisune, like you mentioned, he likes to play the Fiora especially, and we see like the Camille come a bunch. bunch, you know, and this opens up a lot for Phantom 6 because they get to play stuff like the Camille Galio, they get to play stuff like Camille Set, you know, just really having this continuous engage option, being able to apply pressure to the opponents. I felt like it was just going to be an open and shut case. You know, you walk in the lane, you farm up to level 5, start roaming around, fight for the objectives, boom, that's it, then you're done. Maybe Zitsune starts roaming around, starts trying to split push, you know, but then that requires Upcar Esports to invest into him to make that a successful endeavor.
Yeah, and something that I like that you brought up as well is the split pushing. That's something that Zitsune does like to do. With the advent now of Howlbreaker, where we maybe see a Howlbreaker Akshan, where we maybe see a Howlbreaker Fiora here, where we finally see that item start to get some love. So far, it's been all about that Divine Sundra. I want to see some Howlbreakers picked up this game, and in a matchup where both Baron laners, I think, need to really step up, Howlbreaker should be the thing. It should be the big play here.
Isn't that how RTP won their match with God, with the Howlbreaker, split pushing as Ukong? You know, he got the MVP for that series, and yeah, I mean,
I think it's under a loved item right now. It's very situational, but there's definitely a time and place for it.
Yeah, we're looking to see if all the new items are going to come into play, the new champions coming into play, because we're starting to move into like the playoffs. A lot of these things have been enabled, so we've been playing on the new patch, but they haven't had all these options enabled, so get to come in with different interesting champions, right? I believe Yuumi is not out of play right now,
so
but Master E is
thing.
still allowed, because Yuumi has actually been a very critical part of a lot of these compositions, especially these hyper carry compositions where they need to have an enchanter try and boost that up. Generally, it's been that Yuumi and Lulu as the two options. Now that the Yuumi is gone, a little bit restrictive.
Yeah, the Yuumi is not even gonna need to be banned anymore because it's just global ban, which is, it definitely hurts some teams more than others, right? I think that UCE is a team which didn't actually favor that Yuumi. I don't believe Zitsune or Beyond have ever played a game of Yuumi in their lives, so this is something which is actually gonna help them. Nor should they. Good for you. This is how the gates of heaven will open up for you because you're not a Yuumi player. The moment you do, you're coming straight down with me.
Look, if you're playing Yuumi topside in the jungle, well, I mean, you know, so be it, right? It's time for you to head off. And as we jump into the picks and bans, you know, there are a couple of things that will catch our attention. I think it's the fact that with P6 finishing in a higher, well, with Upcar Esports finishing in a higher position, I believe. Upcar Esports get to have side selection. They've gone for the blue side first and have banned away the Galio set. Phantom 6 have taken away Zitsune's Fiora.
Yeah, the set's a great ban. We saw in the highlight clips there what Yoshi can do with the set. I think now set with Sunderer is an even greater threat than he was before, so that's something we want to be looking out for as this series progresses. Now the Camille, that's one of Arashi's favorite champions as well, gonna get removed. What is the first pick? I think if you want a bruiser, Camille's banned, Fiora's banned, Irelia might be an option. I feel like she's really strong right now, maybe in the jungle as well, maybe in solos as well. We have seen Ravens play her. That's a possible comp here for UCE, but are you willing to first pick that? That's the question. What's your first pick option?
Yeah, if like first pick Irelia, I feel like there's still a number of options you could try and play for. Stuff like the Ribbon to play as a potential counter, and still being able to be flexible enough to match wherever the Irelia ends up going. Phantom 6 get rid of the Zigzir. Don't want to give that first pick option over the Upcar Esports. I respect that. But we've also been seeing a lot of stuff like the Gragas, like the Olaf, that has been rising popularity as a potential pickup against a lot of compositions that rely a lot of crowd control and trying to zone out.
Yeah, that's a safe first pick as well, right? I think this pick is great because he shuts down many things while not having many weaknesses of his own. He's also a very viable flex. While I don't think we'll see Arashi play him, it's entirely possible we see Ravens and Beyonds pick him up.
There we go.
There we go, Grendon. What is there to say? Karma is here to play.
Right out the gates. I love this, by the way. I've been hoping that Karma would come out. You know, here's the thing. I don't even play Karma.
Yeah.
Right? I don't particularly play Karma, but I feel like I'm just so excited to see Karma come to play because I think it offers such a different degree in the game. Like, you get to go into the late game scaling continuously. Like you can pick Lee Sin, and your Lee Sin is now a late game character. Think about that. Now Lee Sin is a late game character because of Karma.
I wouldn't go that
amazing.
far. Maybe something like an Olaf I could agree with, but there we go. You want to talk about
Lee
late
Sin's
game?
now a late game character.
You want to talk about late game? We'll talk about late game. Arashi picking up the Master E for himself. What are you going to buff this with? Is it going to be a Lulu? You can match the Lulu lane into the Karma lane. There we go. I don't know. This is late game. That's late game right there.
Well, Late game versus late game. Upcar Esports, Phantom 6. They both love to play for that hyper carry style. But now it's going to be down to Phantom 6 to find alternative options, especially with that polymorph. I feel like it shuts down your carry so well, which is why Lulu has been such a big priority, despite the fact that Yumi is also still up. Now we need to see if Phantom 6 have anything to try and stall that. We're going into the second ban phase. They go for this Garen first, which means they want to try and give themselves some leeway. Could go into the Baron, into the Baron lane, could go into the Dragon lane as the support role. Still some degree of flexibility there, but some of our interesting ones, we haven't seen Coffee go for anything just yet. Momo as well, we don't get to see what his options are going to be.
And I do like the Garen pickup as well. It gives you a tank. It makes life easier. I always talk about ease of execution. Tanks always land to that. The problem here is when you're playing a Garen into a Master E Lulu, he's not going to be a tank. He's going to cut through you like butter. It's not very effective. You can't tank him for very long. The Shen getting banned away I really like as well. You don't want to see a Master E running into you, speed boosted by Lulu, running a Mech 10 with a Shen ultimate Stand United coming in on top of his head. And of course you ban away Coffee's Bane as well. It's a good ban.
I mean, but you ban away all towards the end.
Yeah.
It does take away the option of a secondary carry in the event that the Master E does not manage to find tempo, right? So you get to have a little flexibility there. But I mean, you have to commit to all the bans throughout. Because now we still have stuff like the Draven that could potentially be an option. I don't know if Coffee has been looking to try and play that or try to get that into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll see that here. I feel like when you have a Master E, you want to funnel everything in him. That doesn't mean you don't have a secondary carry option, but you don't pick something that's so gold reliant, so attention heavy, like a Draven, like a Vayne. So to some extent, I kind of feel like the Vayne was unnecessary as a ban as well, right? What's a great pickup here for UCE? Maybe you want a Senna angle. I think that would be great. Maybe an Ashe, maybe a Varus. Now that we see this Ezreal, I think Divine Sunderer Ezreal is going to be a great change for him. I think that's actually going to bring him back into the meta a little bit. Now that you see the matchup, you have a lot of options here. I think Senna, yeah, Varus Ashe should both be fine. Ezreal Karma can be a very oppressive lane, so you need to pick something with a longer range here.
I think that's deceptively, like Ezreal does a deceptively high amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like you don't really feel it necessarily, but then as you start looking at the damage that Ezreal does, like you just generally start losing a lot of health quickly. I do like this from Upcar Esports. We've done this before multiple times. This also opens up the flexibility with where the Gragas could end up going. So if it does look like it's going to be Ravens with the mid Lulu, so that you can have a Rashi go over to the mid side, pick up that farm, and so we should be looking towards this Baron lane pickup now, and see what Zisune wants to try and get done there. It's gonna be Dan Akshan, one of the two champions that you're talking about. I mean, Omo, you look like you're bored of this. You're like, man, Upcar Esports, that's too easy to predict. I know exactly what they're gonna play. It's the Fiora, it's the Yakshan. You ban away the Fiora. Guess what? Akshan comes in.
What can I tell you, right? Literally called every pick in this draft except the Master E, right? But it's just that obvious. This is a one-dimensional team. Doesn't mean they don't do that one dimension well. And I think there's more than enough picks to fit that one dimension as well. So I think they're good to go here. I feel like that Vayne ban should have been swapped for an Akshan ban. That's a pick which Garen has a very hard time playing into. Having played this matchup firsthand, I can tell you for a fact that you are never leaving the comfort of your turret. The warm embrace of your turret. You cannot walk away from it because he will just chunk you out the moment you do.
The moment you start walking out, you're like Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie, right, where he's like walking into the horse. It's like trying to get into the heat, trying to get back into safety. You don't know what I'm talking about,
I
right?
don't know the one you're talking about. Which one?
The one that he won the award for.
Oh,
like,
the Wolves one. Is that the Wolves one?
Yeah, the Wolves one.
He's
Yeah,
lost
that's
in the
the one.
wilderness.
Yes,
Did he
exactly.
win? Did he finally win?
He won because of that scene. Like he ate the actual like the raw horse liver just to act in that scene, like to have the maximum impact possible. Like he was desperate at that point. Man was really looking forward to
The
that.
Revenant, that's the one. It was a good one.
The
too.
Revenant, yes.
Well, we'll see who's the
forget.
bear this time around and who's the Leonardo DiCaprio in this game matchup. I want to point out the last pick here. I know that was a bit of a stretch, it's a bit of a reach, but the last pick there.
I'll take it.
We take those. The Ahri Lee Sin coming in for Phantom 6. They have to win mid lane. They have to win mid jungle. It's huge here. If you blow up the early game, if you kill the Master E, if you kill the Lulu a couple of times, maybe you get things going in your favor. Because if you don't, they're going to snowball out of control. You're going to get outscaled.
Yeah, exactly right. Like you need to make sure that that Haki is going to have his impact in lane. Like, and this is one of the few champions that I feel like he really does have that impact. He has been looking quite good in the mid lane in general, but that's also been because we've seen that the overall competition in WCS MYSG hasn't been so mid lane focused, mid lane centric. Even to the extent that we see now from Upcar Esports, they're wanting to sack away the mid lane, have the Lulu mid side, just so that they're able to have their jungler pop off more. And so we start to see a little bit of that happening. I do feel like as we look at this setup coming through, Phantom 6, they gave their more comfortable picks over to their respective players. But it doesn't feel like it's particularly conducive. It just feels like a composition that has been that works theoretically, but I'm not sure like what the actual intention of it is supposed to be.
Yeah, intentionality is a big point here. What I can tell you is I do like the idea of their draft. It's going to be a bit difficult once we get to team fights, right? Because the champs kind of want to do different things. But overall, in the laning phase, I think they have a clear identity. So for that early 5 minutes, Garen's going to do his thing. He's going to be under tower. Akshan, he's going to have a field day. But mid jungle, bot lane, these are lanes which should be pushing for Phantom 6. These are lanes where you should have priority. Maybe give Iggy an opportunity to invade. I want to talk about how Ezreal, Karma, Lee Sin have such a strong level 1 as well. If you want to go for a late invade, that's a very possible angle here for Phantom 6 too. I think you need to do everything in your power to try to shut down this Master E, because basically all of UCE's eggs are in that basket.
And I suppose the good part about this as well is that if you get very good at dealing with the mastery composition, if you ever have to play against Team Watermelon, you're basically set, right?
Yeah.
It's basically the same concept, just maybe even with different champions. The idea of having this hyper carry jungler going on is something that we've been seeing as a big trend as we get ready to jump into our first game. Playoffs, let's get into it. Game number 1, let's go. Upcar Esports and Phantom 6 in our very first game of the playoffs. We're a little bit late to this, Omo. The rest of the regions already got this underway. They already started. They already finished their first series, I think.
Is that
Upcar
true?
Esports and Phantom 6. Yeah, I
Are
think
we
the Filipino
behind?
region has already finished one. Yeah, we're behind. We need to make up for lost time. Upcar
Let's
Esports,
go.
Phantom 6. We gotta win this fast.
We gotta win this fast. We gotta get through this game. And Zisune, they're trying to shut him down from the get-go. This lane swap for Phantom 6, it's a great idea. Sure, you do win the 2v2, but shutting down the Akshan, making him be forced to lane swap, that's also a big win here for you. And now UCE, they seem all out of whack. Where are you rotating your lanes to? They seem a bit lost here. Who's going where? Why is your Funnel Senna alone?
Well, I guess the Senna is just trying to make use of a range or something against a lane that doesn't have much kill pressure, but you just see them zoned out, and I'm not sure like what the impact of that is going to be. Now Beyond is starting to roam back up. I want to take a quick look at the early wards that have come through, because Phantom 6 have invested heavily in starting out with some strong vision, right? They've got that ward by the blue buff, and also these two wards to make sure they have information on where Arashi starts to tap towards the top end, as well as by the brush in the river on the top side.
Now, look at this mid lane. This is the action we talked about. It's huge.
Here we go, Ravens. Iggy, he goes in, he gets the kills, he takes down the 2 people that needed to stay alive.
Yep.
Phantom 6 will get the start they were looking for. Zisune is looking to try and equalize, perhaps. And all we see is Upcar with Phantom 6 running away with the start of the game.
Yeah, and Phantom 6, they are just playing 4D chess on the map right now. They are predicting the lane source of UCE, and they are one step ahead. They are denying this Akshan to have really any avenue into the game, and they're doing a great job of reading the map movements. They know you're gonna come push mid. Well, we're gonna come fight you when you push mid. We know you're gonna lane swap. We're gonna lane swap ahead of you. And now Zisune, Akshan, he can't do anything, and that's not a position that you want to see Akshan in.
I love you praising Phantom 6 because I feel like I'm being praised now, because remind me
Well,
what
they haven't won just
voted
yet.
for again.
It's still early.
I'm gonna make that call. Eggy's out here in the dive towards the bot side. They're looking to kick down Coffee, but they see Eggy almost drop down. Coffee flashes forward for the auto attack. Zisune, he's dashed up against the wall again. Haki's waiting by the brush, but guess what? It's water. They know you're there, buddy.
Yeah, they just get completely shut down on that play. The exhaust was huge there from Zisune. I don't know if they were aware that he had that. That just completely shut down the damage coming in from Iggy. And the swap from UCE, they read the play this time. They're ahead of the play this time. They well shut down the play. Who gets the kill? That's the big question here. I think the kill went over the Coffee, so it's not the best, but it's okay. We take those.
Well, either way, he's going to end up scaling throughout the game, right?
Sure,
So
yeah.
he's going to be that late game damage source. He's going to have a little extra healing. Guess what? That's what Arashi needs. He needs sustain and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, some extra
be-
gold into the pockets of your Dragon Laner is never really bad. So we take those indeed. I mean, the main thing I want to look out for right now, the map state, the gold. Zisune is behind in gold to Yoshi's Garen. And now it's an Akshan. You're extremely gold reliant. You're extremely item reliant. It's not a great spot to be in. Resets come in. We're going to see the jostle here for mid prio into objective spawn real soon.
Curious which of these objectives teams are going to try and play for, because I do believe that with the changes towards the Dragons, we've already seen some of the slight decreases towards the stats they offer, meaning there's a little bit less incentive to play for the Dragons early on, whereas Riptide has been quite heavily prioritized by Phantom 6 before in the past. Upcar Esports, I'm not sure if this is them looking to try and contest for this in a situation where they could potentially lose a fight and see Arashi fall even further behind.
Yeah, the big thing that I want to look out for is I think that UCE are the team which needs to be trading objectives. Don't try to contest exactly like you said, Grandin. Don't risk falling even further behind. You need gold now. And if you have to give up an objective to do it, then just give up an objective, try to trade an objective. That's your goal right now.
Phantom 6 are trying to take control in the mid lane, but Upcar Esports doing a great job of making sure this wave never touches their turret. They're also going to start to position around both sides of the river. Haki got some vision outside the Dragon Pit for now. With Phantom 6 having a difficult time trying to find his initial pickoff. Zisune off in the side lane by himself. Yoshi looking to match.
Sorry, some technical issues with my headset, but we're back in action here. We do see both teams try to contest this Rift Herald like you predicted. It's the objective of choice, but I don't think UCE can contest, Brandon.
This eye brush is watered. They have some information there. Haki misses out on the charm, which means it's the engage coming through. Upcar Esports pull the trigger. Try and jump in. The Transcendent Embrace. The new spell from Karma is here to play. They're making this one count. Yoshi gets his first pick off. They've jumped back in over the Zisune. One more auto attack will finish him up. And you have Momo off in the sideline, still outputting damage. Watch out for this Ezreal coming in clutch.
A heartbreak of a team fight there for UCE. Blinking red health bars on the side of P6, but it doesn't matter because if you don't convert, that means nothing. UCE, they went a bit too deep to try to pick up those kills. They weren't able to do so, and now P6, their eyes back on the Rift Herald.
Okay, they start this one up. Arashi's running over and he's had a full item. I don't know if this is the time to do it. Phantom 6, things are getting a little bit risky. It's getting hot in the kitchen, and I can't stand it. I don't know how Phantom 6 can. Momo's gonna have to essence shift out. The Reptile's already been leashed down to 4,000. Phantom 6 have to give this one up here. Smite away by Arashi, and they're looking to try and contest this one, but I think it's too little too late. One last chomp, flash body slap. They get a catch on the Momo. Mix might go down. Zizune's gone in for the pursuit. Jumps right on in, says, you cannot play games with me. I am here to finish you off. A double onto Momo.
I thought that Zisune messed up, but turns out he just knows the limits of his champions too well. He's this Akshan main. That's gonna be mid turret. That's gonna be a bunch of kills going over to the scaling comp. That's Zisune back in the game. That's a 1,000 gold lead for Master E. That's Mountain Dragon. That's mid turret. UCE. Just like that, things are looking up for them.
Oh my goodness. That was stressful. Well, I was watching that from Phantom 6 side, and I felt stressed. Like, they were looking at that Reptile like, guys, we can't give this one up for free, right? We can't give this one up for free. They didn't go for the reset. They stayed and waited for it. They get this initial charm onto Arashi, but I don't think they can actually finish this kill off. It's just going to try and jump in, lacking a little bit of damage. I have to ask Omo, now looking back in retrospect, did Phantom 6 go for the right decision with this Lee Sin if they were going to go for the RE anyway?
Wait, what was the question?
Do you feel like Lee Sin is good if they were going to go for Ari anyway? If they already had to pick off, do they still need the Lee Sin?
I think it's a good combo. It's a good mid-jungle combo. That's exactly why they were able to get the early kills in the mid lane. This is a great combo. Think about LeBlanc Lee Sin in League of Legends PC. This combo basically functions the same way since there's no LeBlanc. You hit one spell, and you do that.
Alright, they get the kill back onto Beyond.
Greta, do you remember back in the day when I was asking you, what does Lee Sin
No,
do?
I refuse to answer this question.
Well, granted, what does Lee Sin Ari do?
No.
It's the same idea. We hit one spell, we go.
But it's not point and click anymore.
True, it isn't. But if you just need to hit one, that's the idea, right? If I fish a charm, if I fish a Lee Sin Q, we just need one thing to land. The moment one thing lands, the follow-up comes in, I kick you into the Ari charm, the Ari charms into the Lee Sin kick, whatever it is, and you just pick up the kills, just like that.
One of the things that does catch my attention right now is the itemization from Yoshi. Right? He's gone for the Black Cleaver and also for the Bramble Vest. Like you mentioned, he's trying to sustain himself up against Zisune and Arashi.
Yeah.
Well, we already start to see the ability to Rune King out from the Master E. Arashi is just going to shred through him.
Yes.
So do we still see Yoshi try to engage in these team fights, or is he just going to go off in the silent and try and match Zitsune as much as he can?
So that's the thing, right? That's the thing when you play Garen in comps like this. There comes a point in the game where you need to just be perma grouping with your team. You need to just be the front line. And if that's the case, then you need to find an angle. I think most likely the best play here is you use Iggy to side lane occasionally to push waves, because you need the Ahri with you. Your whole comp now relies on poke. It's good to have this frontliner in front of you while you do that. So the Garen has played with his team. I like the fact he went for the redemption. They go on Momo, but I don't know why.
The death squad's here, but he's trying to run away. Arashi jumps in. The flash a little bit too late. Arashi, he's going to start looking on to get onto Iggy. Now next is isolated over on the other side. The flash over the wall. Arashi falls through the kill. Gets to reset off the Alpha Strike to finish that one off. Haki needs to start dashing away, but he's followed all the way down by Arashi. Auto attack after auto attack. Guess what? He's got the meta tank. Ravens is here. He's clutch. He's keeping him alive. Upcar Esports steal away those kills.
Like a true support there. Ravens tanks the turret. And now Zitsune, he's saying, you might have dodged the laning phase, but let me get a piece of that. And overall, that team fight as a whole, it was a bit of an overforce, I feel, from UCE. They dived in too deep. And did you see, Nick, did you see that Karma power 3-man ultimate into 3-man root before having the flash over the wall, because there was just no follow-up? The problem is, P6, they opted back in. They took a scattered fight, and that's exactly where Master E Lulu shines. Look at the last fight. Look at how desperate Haki was. He spirit rushed.
Watch out,
Coffee,
you gotta be careful about that, buddy.
Rip. Sorry, I'm just too caught up in Master E hate that I didn't notice Coffee's positioning, but that's gonna be big, because that's Harold gone.
Yeah, Harold is going to be uncontestable for Upcar Esports here, 4 versus 5, just not worthwhile. Not worth the trade here, but it's gonna be that dragon coming up. A little bit difficult for Phantom 6 to start rotating over to try and get control again. Coffee is gonna be alive by then. Kama went into the hyperbolic time chamber, came out with a brand new ultimate, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this out I think is frankly broken, especially when you see what Nick did there, comboing it with the empowered W. You just have such efficiency.
It also gives her passive again, like her
Does
old
it actually?
ultimate.
So you get the passive
recharges,
twice?
so you can use, you can use it
Oh my
twice.
god, I actually didn't know that. That's so strong. The fact that you can force passive is really strong, right? It's not like Seraphine where you have to wait, okay, I have to wait until I get 2 charges. You can force the passive to come when you need it, and that's a really good thing.
Exactly, and so we actually see this power from Nyx right now. Look at this, he's held onto his charges, so now he gets to use his inner flame first, and now they get to start setting up, because he knows if he needs his ultimate again for the Inspire or something, or for the Root, they can always charge that back up. Now we're looking to see Eggy actually tank up a bunch of the shots from the ultimate from Zitsune, looking for this engage here. They get Yoshi for a moment, Redemption comes in, makes it difficult for Upcar Esports to pursue. Phantom 6 have a difficult time with the re-engage as well. Momo! Oh no, he stepped too far forward, gets caught out, almost goes down there. Arashi off by the side, looking to take out Yoshi, just shreds through him so quickly. A little bit more damage from the Ignite won't be enough. Eggy tries to step forward, now Haki misses the use of the charm, has to start dashing away. A little more from Zitsune, one more auto attack, doesn't follow through, lands onto Eggy instead, and Phantom 6 get away, but it's dragging over to Upcar Esports.
Yet again, blinking red health pass for P6. Upcar, they can't convert, but look at the items, look at the champions, look at the scaling. Eventually, there will be a big brick point where they just convert on these kills, and then it's all over. Yet another dragon to the scaling comp, a minor goalie for the scaling comp, and everything looks like it's going UC's way.
But you know it's fine, right, Omo? Because now they have Karma, so Lee Sin is a late game champion.
Well, yeah, but would you rather have a late game Lee Sin, or would you rather have a late game Master E? I know which one I'm taking.
No, but it doesn't matter because it's late game Lee Sin.
Well, to be fair, right, you do have a late game Ezreal. That is one of the possible upsides here for P6, right? And it looked good. Like, look at how they set up for the dragon. They control the choke points, they poke you, but they will force to back away eventually because, well, UC is just too scary right now. One thing that I don't like, itemization-wise from Yoshi, he's buying Guardian's Angel or he's buying Starrick's Gage. I feel like you should just go full tank. Just go full tank. You have one job here. You don't need to do damage. You don't need any of these items.
I mean, but what kind of CC do they have for Arashi here? They don't really have much. They have Iggy, they have Haki, but apart from that, you know, there's just really nothing they have for them, going for them to be able to take down this Master E. All you have is Yoshi's damage, and you have to pray that he gets enough damage down to Master E that you can one-shot him right after. And in that last fight, they couldn't. Yeah, the Ignite wasn't enough. He didn't burn down. Zitsune lives, Arashi lives, and Zitsune just gets to run back in. Now they're standing on top of the ward, giving vision. Zitsune pops his ultimate, so now they know absolutely 100% Did he have vision?
Oh, this is
As
great.
Izune
He can
starts
cut the
running
wave.
away. This is it.
This is actually really good, right? He sees all 4 members. He's gonna recall. I think he should. Okay, there's no point in trying to cut the wave because there's 2 cannon minions here. This is a great trade here from P6.
Yeah, they're gonna get a lot of value out of all of this, but the recalls
Wow.
coming through from Upcar Esports will prevent any more. But even then, that's a lot to be gained for P6.
Yeah, this is huge, right? The fact that it was a double cannon wave just gave them so much time to be able to push this in. And they break the base just like that. You see, they trade. They get a turret, they get hockey, but this is definitely worth it for P6.
We need to start looking towards this Baron now. Bottom side of the map is open, so Upcar Esports constantly have to be aware of this pressure coming into the bottom end. And so Baron side pressure is going to start becoming increasingly more dangerous for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, look at this. Beyond, he can't just face check. He doesn't care.
Wait, Yoshi, you're not as tanky as you think you are. Look at how much damage he's taken right away. He has to flash on the wall. Where's the rest of the team? Body block for your buddy. And he's not going to get there. Phantom 6 start running away. Arashi, he gets the full extent that he's looking for, but he's taken out by Momo, who's popped both his summoner spells. And now he's starting to dash back in. He's going in aggressively. Haki ends up soaking damage out from beyond. But Phantom 6 will live to fight another day.
The problem there is Arashi dived too deep. Look at his build. Look at how tanky he is. Now keep in mind that he did that entire team fight. He tanked all of that damage without support from Ravens, without support from Coffee, because he is just too deep. You can't follow him through that. That's something you gotta look out for. You gotta be careful if you're Arashi to not overdive when your team can't follow up. Now his build is extremely tanky, but that's gonna come at the cost of damage. He's gonna be doing a little bit less damage, but I think he doesn't mind, right? He just needs to know, as long as I don't get one shot, I am good to go.
That was cute. They showed us this line of vision that Phantom 6
Thank you,
has.
observers.
That's new. And it's actually going to mean a little bit, I think, for Phantom 6 to get a little bit more information. I don't think it's going to be game-changing in any regard.
So there is
now
a
they need
world,
to start...
if the draft was slightly different, in an angle like this, when they have those kind of wards, they could try to threaten TP to use to threaten the base. But the problem is, given the nature of their team comp, it's going to be extremely hard.
Okay, watch what happens here. Like we've already mentioned before, because this bot side inhibitor has been broken open, Phantom 6 have the super minions coming in. Zizune is off in the dragon side trying to deal with that wave, and because of that, Phantom 6 get to either play for the Baron or start playing for this turret.
Oh man, look at this. They're trading sides yet again. P6, they're doing such a good job at just trading sides of the map and running UCE around.
Okay, but Phantom 6 is starting to get corralled in. Upcar Esports looking for this clap. They initially get this chomp back over on the Ravens. Finish off the Lulu so quickly. Arashi needs to be killed off now as well. Arashi gets the first kill. He gets the second kill. He's going for the reset. That's a triple. That's a quadra kill. Where's the Penta? He doesn't find it, but either way, Upcar Esports, they're running it through. They decided that the mid lane is all they need. No Baron necessary. Let's finish this one here.
I think that is it. I think that is going to be game. You have Arashi, you have Zizune, you have Coffee. Effectively 3 marksmen to come and shred through your base. I'm sorry, Brandon, I just can't share the excitement when Master E kills you like that. It was a great setup for P6, but it wasn't enough.
Look, that's Upcar Esports playing it out to the extreme. They bring in the mastery. I have to say, Upcar Esports pick up this first game in a very Upcar Esports-like fashion.
One team fight, that's all they need. That's exactly what we said as well, Brandon. Eventually, there will be a fight where they convert on their kills and they close it out. That's all it's gonna take. And that's all it took at the end of the day for Upcar. It was as good a team fight setup as it could get. They one-shot Ravens from the get-go. It was a 4v5. Not a single buff came out onto Master E. But it doesn't matter because he's Master E. Their champion, ban it away, please. I do not want to see it anymore. It's a dirty champion.
If you're a Yumi player and you go into like the lower depths, right? What happens if you're a Master E player? Like, do Master
I think
E
Hell
players
rejects you. I think they stop you at the door and you tell them you're a Master E player. They just say there's no space for the likes of you here.
Right, so you just go into like this void
It's
space.
purgatory forever. Kind of depressing.
You know, for a region that talks so much about for balance, like Ionian champions talk about balance and stuff, we sure have a bunch of Yasuo, Master E, Karma, Lee Sin. Like, are we on the same page here about what balance means?
Master E is the only problematic one of the lot.
All right, well, we'll have this discussion again afterwards. We're going to go into a quick low break. When we come back, part 2 of Is the Entire Ionian Region Busted? As well as the WCS MYSG. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
three. I'm ready, 'cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Four, three, two, one. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Phantom 6 were chugging along on the WCS quarterfinals. You know, the upper bracket quarterfinals just go chugging along. The Upcar Esports come out of nowhere, slam in onto them, take them out. Game number 1, Upcar Esports with the Master E in one team fight, I would say. You know, Phantom 6 were in such a good momentum up until that point. One team fight, and then Upcar Esports just win the game.
That's what we said, right? That's all it takes when you play a Master E comp, when you play a Lulu comp. To no one's surprise, except you, Grandin. Upcar Esports took that game 1. They looked good doing it. But I gotta say, a lot of props needs to be given to P6 as well as their planning coming into this. I don't know if it's the players, I don't know if it's Coach Glaciox, but the lane swaps, the macro, that was really good to watch. And I feel like if they were against any other team that didn't have a Master E, any team comp that had no Master E in it, they had a chance to win the game there.
Even a different hyper carry
Yeah,
could have
just Master E is
still
the
seen
worst
them
of
win.
lot.
Just Master E specifically, because he has that invulnerability, right?
Yeah.
Like, just the inability to target him just makes it so difficult, especially for spells like the Charm, like the Silence with the Garrett. I mean, you just cannot play against that. And so a little bit of an issue for them there. I think they just want to get that banned away.
100%.
But then again, Upcar Esports now showing us they can play for that hyper carry jungle strategy, you know, so moving a little bit away from having Zisune in that silent split push, moving a little bit away from Coffee as that hyper carry. You know, we get to see a little bit of variety from them, and that's a very strong start going into our very first game of the playoffs.
Let's take a look at the post-game screen here. The thing I really want to look out for is the damage numbers. I feel like it's basically all Arashi and to some extent Zisune as well, right? I think P6, they had a good start. They had a good attempt to shut down Zisune with the lane swaps. But at the end of the day, it's not really enough. Look at his items. Look at his gold share. I feel like his damage was pretty significant in that game as well. Him and Arashi just shredding through Phantom 6.
Phantom 6 had a difficult time, especially once they drafted the Garen. I think that third pick in that first rotation, right? Because Garen generally would have been a very strong pickup. You know, it can be very tanky, can also do a lot of damage, especially against what we've seen from them up until that point. But as we started going deeper and deeper into the draft, Upcar Esports just felt like they knew what needed to be done. They had so many good options against them. And so they did the Garen overall quality kind of fell off, didn't have that same kind of impact, and they wanted a tank to come into play. So maybe, you know, Karma, not really first pick quality worthy, still looking for something else here, you know, still trying to find a little bit of where that's going to be. Beyond actually does a lot of damage here, Omo.
Yeah, Beyond does a lot of damage here, and that's kind of the thing, right? He has a lot of poke damage with the Gragas. He built AP as well, able to just chug out those barrels. He hit some very key, impactful ones. I want to point out Momo as well on this Ezreal. Poke champions always do a lot of damage. It's something we talk about, but Momo had a good showing. His outs were good, sweeping through the team of UCE. It's just not enough at the end of the day, right? And I think this comes back to the point that you raised as well about the team comp kind of not being cohesive. Ari Lee Sin want to do one thing, they want to dive in, they want to pick off players. Ezreal Karma, they want to do another thing, they want to poke, they want to kite. So you need to find a way to sync these things. Maybe you pick up Ezreal, Karma, Olaf team comp instead. I think that will work a lot better.
Yeah, having that hyper boost, having that option in the jungle. You know, I just felt like the Lee Sin, while he definitely could have had that, just didn't seem like it was able to pair that well. Maybe it might have been the mastery, maybe it might have been something else. Either way, let's take a look at our line trivia going to playoffs. The questions have been getting better. We've been getting more difficult ones up until this point. So let's see what we have in store for us here.
I think as the split goes on, it gets more difficult.
Who is the former wielder of one of Kale's swords?
No clue. Morgana, maybe, I would say. That's probably the best bet, right? What's your take?
Okay. So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
This is former, right? And so Kale is supposed to be like this angelic being, like the light versus darkness that in Kale and Morgana.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't feel like any of these characters, Garen, Master of Fiora, would have lived long enough to reach that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think by process of elimination, I kind of have to agree with you here. But we'll let you guys decide for yourselves. Find out. You know, maybe you guys can go and check online and research a little bit. Maybe we need a cinematic about the lore behind Kale's swords. Maybe
I've been very vocal about this, right? But the lore and cinematics in video games, in competitive video games, it's the same thing as those recipes where they have the stories in front. It's the same thing. You just skip all over.
Okay, have you watched Arcane?
I hecking love Arcane, granted.
Okay, so what's your deal, bro?
I mean, yeah, but it's different. That's a TV show. That's an animated.
So what's the difference? It's the backstory behind your favorite characters in the game. What's the difference?
But it's a separate thing. It's a show, right? Like it's a separate show. It doesn't even concern most of the stuff here. I'm just grasping at straws, but I can tell you,
you're telling me the cinematics have a lot to deal with the context of these shows,
Brendan,
of these games.
Bad chest. All I can say is bad chest.
All right, there you go. We're done. You know, we've established dominance, established control, and I feel like that's what needs to be done in the next game as well. You know, I felt like going into Phantom 6, with Phantom 6 going into this one, you know, there were a couple of important things that needed to be done. They went into it, had set up for some decent vision, but it was Upcar Esports that actually took the initiative to set up, especially against where it was Phantom 6 especially that set up against where Arashi was likely to try and move towards. They won that early fight, but then not having the momentum to keep things going from there. Let's see if this changes in game number 2.
Let's see indeed. And the one thing I want to see from P6 right now, drop that Master E ban, get rid of it, take it off the cards here.
Yeah, first ban, get rid of the Master E. Apparently still sticking to the Fiora. Okay. Feels like Fiora is the thing that I'm more concerned about, which is a little bit surprising, right? They want to try and get rid of this as opposed to the Master E. It might also be a matter of if they feel like they can get rid of something like the Lulu. Maybe the Master E isn't as viable and they have options to deal with that themselves. Banning away to Camille, a little bit surprising as well. Zisune has played a couple of those games, but it feels like Yoshi is much more professional at that champ.
This is something that I think is actually a little bit interesting in the draft phase. Maybe P6 want to go for the Master E pickup themselves. 1-2 angle. It's very doable. If you go for a Gragas 1 again here on the side of UCE, P6 could say it's our turn to play Master E.
Might very well be the case, but Upcar Esports, well, I mean, they went for the Gragas last game. Are they going to try and go for it again? If Phantom 6 want to try and directly contest that, I'm trying to think what else could be a suitable option. Maybe something like the Olaf, you know, Upcar Esports say, yeah, you can play that. We're just going to go for the alternative. Maybe take away one of the tools that makes Master E strong and enchant the support like Lulu. Phantom 6, maybe pick up the Karma Master E.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to pick up the Master E, I think, here. You know what they're going for. They've shown their cards. You need to have an answer to it. I don't feel like you have an answer to it, actually. Let me rephrase that. I feel like there's no answer to a Master E comp. Once you reach a certain point in the game, you have to shut him down early on, and that's extremely hard to do. P6, are you going to pick it here yourselves? Because if not, UCE, they're going to run it back.
They go for the Gragas, which is interesting. I think Upcar Esports will want to go for the Master E again. Maybe actually wait until the second half of the ban phase. I'm not quite sure. I feel like if you go to the second half of the ban phase, Phantom 6 will definitely ban it out.
Well, Master E is going to get picked up right now, 100%.
Alright, let's see.
I believe it's going to get picked up here, 100%.
Ravens, we're hovering over you.
Please.
You gotta figure out what you want to try and go for. Alistar's already been picked up.
Yep.
Get that at this bot side. Means they're probably not going to end up playing for the Senna again.
That's right.
Now they don't have that up.
Like, why would you not, right? Like, why would you not pick it up?
Why would Phantom 6 not? Why would Phantom 6 go for Karma Gragas?
I don't know. I feel like Gragas is a good pickup for sure, but do you have an answer to the Master E? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. If you want to do this, sure, you must have an answer to the Master E. What is it going to be?
Alright, let's see them demonstrate the answer to the Master E. Phantom 6 go for the Jax instead.
Okay.
Counter-Strike blocks the auto attacks. Yep. I suppose, you know what? Sure, I'll take it.
So basically right now what they're saying is we're going to fight fire with fire then.
I will... What's the show? What's the guy? I will allow it.
I have no idea.
Community?
Yes, I know Community, but what context are we talking about here?
You know the scene with the guy with like the...
Which guy?
With like Jung,
yeah.
I think is his name, and he's like with the sombrero, and he's like, I will allow it.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's
Ken
the
Jeong,
gift. It's
right?
a super popular gift.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I will allow it. I think that's fair. This Jax pickup, buffed by the Karma, is going to function pretty well here into the Master E. You can fight fire with fire. But at the end of the day, I still think Master E comes out on top.
Master E should be able to also run off into the side lane a little bit easier, I think.
Yeah.
I think the Master E will be able to deal with these side lane pushes a little bit better. So I'm not quite sure. Phantom 6 do a good job, I think, of getting rid of this action. Was a big issue for them last game. As far as this Kai'Sa Ahri ban, removing that option away from Haki, felt like his Ahri was still quite impactful, but definitely not on the degree that they were hoping for anyway. This is a best of 5 series, so a lot of opportunities still to try and pick this one, to try and reverse the series.
Okay, you get the Shen yourself, so this is gonna be a pretty terrifying Jax. Gonna get buffed by the Karma speed boost. You're gonna have the Shen coming in on top of him. And I think what's good about the Shen pickup as well is now not only do you have the counter strike, you have an AoE counter strike where Master E cannot auto attack.
That's true. That is going to make a big difference here. Upcar Esports pick up another champion that Haki has played a couple of times off. It's the Morgana.
Yeah, this is a really good pickup here because you have so much crowd control this time. What was the problem that we had last game, Brandon? You said that there's no hard crowd control for the Master E. This time around, there is hard crowd control. You have the counter strike, you have the body slam, you have the Karma root, you have the Shen taunt. Well, all of that's not going to matter into a black shield. And what is this pickup here I see for Zitsune?
Zitsune wants to go for Tryndamere. They're done playing around. No more messing around. It's time for the Tryndamere to come into play. They also grabbed the Lucian on Phantom 6 side, which is a little bit interesting. Looking for a little bit of damage to supplement the Jax, so it's not just going to be Iggy trying to run in alone. And maybe even not Iggy, right? Could be flexible. I'm not quite sure where they want to end up bringing this Jax. But the Tryndamere is quite interesting. We've seen how this one has gone before. I think Tipper has tried to pilot that into an auction matchup and had a difficult time. Wasn't aware of how that lane matchup was supposed to go. Could try to bring the Lucian into the Baron side to try and punish the Tryndamere. Yeah,
that would be a good option here as well. The problem, I think, is you don't really have a suitable Dragon laner if you do that. Maybe you have a Karma Dragon lane, but I'm not sure if that's something we're going to see. I don't think Karma's the best Dragon laner. Let's see how it goes, right? I think the most likely scenario is we see a Lucian Gragas bot lane. Actually, we might honestly see a Lucian Shen. This could be an angle for that because you have the Gragas into Tryndamere. That's a good matchup as well. You belly bop him every time he tries to tap you. We'll see. There's a lot of good flex potential.
Could very well be. And Phantom 6, I think, have so much flexibility that it would be a little bit surprising to see them not be able to get to that point. And they've also been able to execute quite well towards that macro game. So let's talk a little bit about that, right? Because Phantom 6 have gone off into the side lanes, traded sides of the map. They actually got the inhibitor in the bottom side quite early on, even faster than Upcar Esports could have. So what are we looking for when it comes to this mid to late game? How does Phantom 6 play this one out?
I'm hard pressed to tell you because I need to see where the champs go first, because I think the game plan deviates based on how you assign your lanes. Given that it's most likely that we see Lucian Dragon lane and we'll see Shen or Gragas Baron lane, I think what you want to see is... Honestly, I really don't like this Tryndamere last pick because you see both the Gragas and both the Shen. They function relatively well into Tryndamere. These are tanks which can deal with a Tryndamere. You have the taunt from the Shen to punish you if you ever try to hit turret. You have the AoE damage protection field. This is an interesting draft, so it won't be a karma mid. And what this says to me is that you get more proactivity because you now have a Gragas Jax mid, and now the ball is in your court. You're not just playing to scale, right? You can't see the repeat of last game where we get 2v2 mid action.
I mean, just control all around from Baron lane, from mid lane, right? You have the taunt, you have the body slam. Like, it's just so much control for this Jax. Like, the Jax is really looking for tempo. Unless, I mean, Phantom 6 could play passively as well, just have Yoshi and Haki prevent the invades coming in. But that's kind of a loss for them, right? Yeah. And we saw how they played it out in the last game, Upcar Esports, when they tried to get Arashi and Ravens in the mid lane, funneling up Arashi. Eggy and Haki were there to try and punish. But now this pressure is on Eggy. And Eggy has not really been, in my mind, the big hyper carry. He's had some good performances before, but I've always felt like it was also largely in part due to the impact of the rest of his team, how well they were able to perform in their own individual lanes that enabled him. Now it's really on him to find tempo. From the start of the game, it's going to be on this Jax to make things happen. It's
going to be on the Jax and the Gragas. Yet again, these two guys, they need to make it work.
All right, game number 2 coming your way. It's Upcar Esports versus Phantom 6, looking to pick up a quick win in the upper bracket quarterfinals and then face off against the toughest opponent in the competition, perhaps SEM9, waiting for them in the upper bracket semis. And as we start this one off, pretty similar. Phantom 6 will get the initial line of wards down, which I do quite appreciate. This is something they've been able to do last game as well. Some early initiative from Phantom 6 to try and get some pressure down the bottom side. Maybe looking to try and pick up a little bit more damage. Try and take some HP off of Upcar Esports.
I'm surprised by how little damage level 1 Karma does. I feel like she does a lot more in PC, and that's something I need to get used to seeing.
It might also be because I couldn't recall if he actually had his passive.
Yeah, he did.
Right,
actually.
so he did. So he had a passive in a flame, and it was still that little.
Yeah, right. It's a little bit sad here. Look at Arashi just taking all this mid farm. I think you do get gold penalty at this stage. There you go. You see the -10 next to the 40, -22. Oh. Not songs right now, but Arashi. I mean, he's happy with it.
Yeah, you're doing whatever you have to do.
Yeah.
Ravens is the one that's losing out the most at the end of it all.
Exactly, and he still just builds like an ardent sensor and he's good to go. Yeah, look how little damage that does.
Might also be because it is going to be beyond that's quite tanky.
Well, he hit coffee with it just now too.
Might also be that coffee is quite tanky.
Might be indeed. Maybe the black shield.
I just need to tell myself something to keep this going, Omo. Like,
you gotta have the hopium.
I gotta have a little bit of hopium. Like, my predictions are on the line here.
Yeah.
My predictions in group stage were actually not that bad. Apart from, like, the second last day, where I think it went absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, well, in the first round robin, I lost count of how many times I voted for RTP, so that screwed my predictions a little bit.
Yeah, and after that, you know, you kind of recovered a little bit. But mine was pretty decent throughout. And so I don't want my first prediction of playoffs to go awry.
Well, then you should have gone for UCE because it's looking good for them right now. Look at how he's controlling this lane. Wait, he's diving this?
Wait, he's diving this. He has his ultimate, so he won't be able to live a little longer. Flash away from Yoshi. He's trying to build space, and he has found it.
Yeah.
Now it's Arashi running over, trying to execute Yoshi, take this kill down. But you have the shield. Can buy a little bit of time. He's got the shield again. It's first blood, but won't be the execute.
Oh no, I saw Haki walking up, but he turned around. He thought Yoshi was safe. No, he was not. And I think that was a bit of a misplay there from Arashi as well. He needs to walk up, start with an auto attack, force Shen to use his W, and when that happens, you Alpha Strike to drop turret aggro.
But what happens if Yoshi hits him with a taunt while he's using his auto attack to bait?
Well, then you need to be fast, then you need to use your alpha to
Oh
dodge
my
that.
goodness. You're just a mechanical player. You're skill
You have
checking
to.
him.
The Master E, you gotta use your alpha right. That it all comes down to that. I think he's still getting gold tax right now, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's still losing gold here. I think that penalty only runs off
I don't
at
think
4
they
minutes
care.
if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I don't think they care either. But it's a bit sad for Ravens actually.
Well, Ravens he's used to it.
Yeah.
Last game, same effect, same extent.
Yeah, you win the game
we
at the end
saw
of the
what
day.
happened.
So.
They still won, yeah. And we saw what happened as we started going into the first Dragons and first Rift Heralds of the game. Now it's time to see that same thing happen now. Curious what the intention of these teams are going to be. Phantom 6 had a pretty disastrous second attempt at the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
He gave Upcar Esports the Rift Herald as well as a few of their lives.
Yeah, I mean, the trades are going pretty well here for Zisune, and it shouldn't be going this well, I feel. I feel like Yoshi's messing up somewhere, because Shen's early trading, his early laning phase is actually extremely strong. We do see Dragon get started off, so it's likely just going to be a trade here.
You want to try and give this one up. Rift Herald for Dragon. Phantom 6 looking for the scaling opportunity. Beyond's going to be nearby. A little bit difficult for them to take this one down.
Good Bramble Vest pickup here for Yoshi. I feel like he should not have gone for the Balmy Cinder. I think it's a Bramble Vest Ninja Tabi's angle, and I think that's what gives you the best trading potential. And then you also need a Warden Smith.
I think he's trying to get a little bit in the jungle, try and trade a little bit here. I think they're trying to have to go on to Coffee. Need to force that one away. Inner Flame doesn't go out in time.
Look at that recall! I love it from Coffee.
Establishing dominance. That's a turret trade for sure here. Upcar Esports get first turret. Phantom 6 looking to try and pick up something of their own on their own. Coffee going to be having a difficult time stopping this one.
Yeah, the tower will go down. It will be a trade, but still UCE, it favors them. They get the tempo lead. There's no dragon on the map for a follow-up objective, so now it's back to farming, I believe, for both of these teams.
Which should be fine for both Rashi and Iggy,
Oh,
but
well.
actually Upcar Esports have decided to go for the dive instead. Haki doesn't have enough mana to play this one out, runs right into Beyond. The shield comes out from Yoshi. She joins into the bottom side of the map, but Eggy's already been taken out. Mobile rushing over as quickly as he can, but he's rushed into Arashi. The Ektos flashback on the turret. Nyx runs over, tries to go for the top, tries to stun everyone on the turret, but guess what's happened? Upcar Esports, they've got clean haste. 5.5 minutes into the game.
5.5 minutes in, 5-4-0. You see a Tryndamere rotate into your lane, you see a Master E rotate into your lane, and somehow they make it work. This early turret aggro from Zisune, that's great. He uses his out, he dashes out, very good usage of turret juggling there, and then look at this, look at how they juggle the aggro here. First it was Master E, he drops it with Alpha. Then it's on Ravens, he drops it. And then, I don't even know who it's on at this point, but it doesn't matter because P6, they're funneling in one by one, and UCE, they just clean it up. This game is over, Grandin. I don't know what to tell you.
This game might very well be over. Upcar Esports is 6-0, 5,000 goal lead. I mean, whew.
Yeah, you have the
What's
scaling
stressing?
from the Jax, but one Jax, it's not enough. You have a black shielded Lulu buff, Master E Tryndamere running you down. They have to ban it away next game if they want to try to make some sort of comeback.
I feel like Phantom 6 severely underestimated the impact of that, but at the same time, you know, what does it really matter? They're winning this one, going up against SEM9. Probably gonna end up having a tough time anyway. You know, no issue, no harm going to the low brackets first.
Yeah, no harm going to the lower bracket. I mean, that's a little bit of copium, but sure. I mean, it's more practice, more games at the end of the day.
Sure, I'll take that.
I do believe
More
they're not out,
practice?
right? They will hit down into the lower bracket, right, if you lose this match.
Yes.
Okay, so P6, they still have a lifeline, they still have a second chance.
No, I mean it's just about the pressure, right? When you play on the nice edge, you play better, right? That's what I've been told.
It's either that or you completely tilt and you don't perform at all. Who really knows?
Well, we'll have to see for Phantom 6 what happens as we continue through this game. They were looking for the kill on Zisune, but Zisune absolutely does not care. Calls their bluff. He
He
doesn't
still
use
has
his
Undying
ultimate.
Rage, he's good to go.
He didn't use his ultimate. He didn't use his ghost. Just stood there, said, okay. Well, what do you have in store for us? Well, Eggy is going to try and jump up to the top side. Zisune pops his ultimate now. Culling comes through. Raven soaks up the damage for his Tryndamere. Undying Rage will keep them alive and going.
Yeah, they're good to go for now. All attempts on P6, they haven't found anything that's worked for them yet. I don't think they're quite gonna jump Hockey. Yeah, nothing has really been working for P6, right? Unlike last game, where at least they had an early mid jungle lead. This game, nothing at all working for them.
But they played for some tempo in the early game, right? By having the Lee Sin, by having the Yari, you know, they had that early tempo going. This time around, they've decided to go and play into Upcar Esports draft, trying to go for the Jax instead. Gonna scale up against them. Here we go. Phantom 6 start up to this dragon. Iggy needs to be careful about this. Starts to walk back, gets the shield. So it doesn't really matter here, does it? Because now they've got the taunt on the Hockey. That's the Hourglass Beyond just soaking up so much damage. Inner Embrace gets the taunt onto 2. Arashi starts dashing in. Iggy pops the counter strike but starts walking away. Hockey! You're in the Tormented Shadow, my friend.
Yeah, the Tormented Soul. Hockey does live thanks to his genre.
Shadow.
Flash. Is it really?
We're living in the 21st century. It's a Tormented Shadow now.
Why though? That makes no sense. It's such a bad thing.
Tormented Soil was good though.
Tormented
I really
Soil was
don't
good.
understand.
It is a Tormented Soil. Like, why is it a Tormented Shadow? That's not a shadow.
Or
Coffee?
I mean, it makes sense. It's kind of a
You
shadow.
see? Coffee.
They finished off Coffee. I mean, Coffee's upset. She's
Yeah.
just as upset as we are.
Oh.
Tormented Soul, Tormented Shadow. Arashi dives on the turret, but it's taken out. Now this is the comeback for Phantom 6. They flash in 3-man top, but the 3-man stop. The counter strikes. Zizune starts to run. Ignite on the Yoshi, and that's the Rift Herald. No Baron or more tempo for Phantom 6 there, perhaps.
Well then, I don't know what to tell you. They just decided to run it down. Firstly, Coffee, I get it, bro. In solidarity with us, it's Tormented Soil, not Tormented Shadow. But the rest of the team, I don't know why they ran it down as well. And now P6 feels like they're back in the game.
They did get the bevel. They were like,
yeah,
Coffee heard us, and he knew what needed to be done, right? Had to make a stand to say Tormented Shadow is not the play. And well, yeah, Upcar Esports finally lucifying this game. That's Phantom 6, 3 kills on the board.
Finally on the board, you get mid turret. That's huge as well, right? UCE, I feel like they will struggle to take down this mid lane turret just because you don't have a marksmith. You don't have anyone who can siege. Your only turret killers, well, that's gonna be Zizune Tryndamere and Arashi's Master E, and they struggle. They have a hard time hitting the mid turret into like 2 members. Good catch here.
Okay, but the counter strike is going to make a difference. Looks like it. They get to jump onto Zizune now. Again, we start to see that Undying Rage come into full play.
So
look at that
broken.
crit! 2 strikes, it's almost taken out. Next, half HP. Hockey comes back into Equalize. Down the bottom side now, looking for a play. Arashi jumps in onto Momo. They've taken out the Lucian so very quickly, in fact. Yoshi's just underneath turret right now. He's a little bit tanky. You're gonna have a tough time. He starts to try and dash away. Flash will not save him though. Hockey starts coming in. That's the catch. Oh no, Beyond lives. He walks up. He didn't expect him to go that direction. Arashi starts looking for these hits. That's the Alpha Strike on the turret, just taking and whittling the HP away. Phantom 6.
I don't know how they're doing
exchange
this.
to them.
All
No. We
dives.
don't zoom in on Arashi. He's a Master E player. He doesn't deserve this.
It looks good because he's playing Master E, alright? He's doing a good job of doing the mechanics, you know, he's dodging turret aggro with Alpha Strike, he's blocking turret shots with Meditation, but at the end of the day, this champion, it's just not fair right now. And UCE, they get bot lane tier 2, they get top lane tier 2, but mid lane tier 1, it's still standing for P6.
Best ban away his champion.
Yeah, ban it
honestly,
away, for sure.
Right? Like, just get rid of that. Like, no point contesting that a third time coming, but we have talked to a couple of teams at this point, and a lot of them have mentioned, hey, you know, going into playoffs, best of 5, we get more opportunity to try different things, and leaving open the Master E 2 games in a row. I feel like if they can't deal with the Master E from Arashi, they're definitely not going to be able to deal with the Master E from Vendetta.
Yeah.
And so this is a really good opportunity for them to kind of like test the limits of what can and cannot be done.
Yeah, and of course, you gotta keep in mind, everyone's been playing Master E. We've seen Vaki play it too. If even SEM9 pull it out, then how are you gonna deal with that, right? Look at Zizune, man just does not care.
He's just in there between 3 people.
Man is just literally too angry to die. Look at this, dive again.
Aki's taken out.
Wow,
by the way, Arashi's just there, just soaking up damage. He's on the turret, but he's just making it look so easy. It almost looks like he's healing up off these spikes. Eggy's gone on the turret. Flash away. Ravens soaks up the turret damage for Arashi, making sure that his Master E does not lose in that exchange. Copy. Well, I don't think you're getting away from this one, buddy.
He gets a bit greedy there. He tries to flash show Soul Shackles, I think, but it was barely out of range. and he didn't manage to hit the Q. The Dark Binding, is it still called? And that means that Momo will pick up the kill there. I mean, still...
Have to double check now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which spell names they've changed. Like, have they only changed one spell, Tormented Soil?
Yes, only Tormented Soil.
Do you know which one makes me mad as well? Well, it's not in the game, right? There's no Twitch in Wild Rift, but when they changed Spray and Pray to what? Rat-a-tat-tat? That was one of the worst name changes.
Really?
Spray and Pray was great. It was
Spray and Pray
perfect.
it was a good name, but like now it's Rat-a-tat-tat.
I know the joke they're trying to make. It's just not a good joke. It's not funny.
No, I think it's a fine joke. Like, I personally still prefer that, but if I was a new player coming into it, like, I would have felt it was quite witty. You know, it's like quite thematic.
Yeah, but Spray and Pray was so good.
Spray and Pray was fine.
Spray and Pray was perfect, Crandon.
It was fine.
You literally could not come up with a better name than Spray and Pray. You're on play-by-play. Do you feel happy saying Rat-a-tat-tat? Don't you feel a little bit foolish?
No, I mean, I think it's absolutely fine.
Alright then.
I will make whatever sounds I'm being told to make.
Well, you're not gonna get to make those sounds because it's not in the game, so it doesn't matter.
They could make a spell that's just like, you know, expletives, and I would have to say that,
I definitely would as well, but they would not.
Yeah, they would not.
Oh, there we go. Fight starting, maybe? I don't know.
Well, in the jungle of Phantom 6 right now, but Phantom 6 have been pushed back into their own lane. Redemption comes across. Arashi really looking to go for these kills. He's dived in up against 4, but it just doesn't seem like he cares, especially when he has a Guardian Angel. Just gets absolutely reckless. Phantom 6 will take down Beyond in this time. Arashi has baited in his support. And off in the side lanes, Tsune's lost out against Yoshi, so no more free lane to keep split pushing on.
No more free lane to keep split pushing on. Tsune, he's gonna take this. He's gonna win this. Why did you taunt in?
Well, I mean, you have the Undying Rage, so it could still try and buy some time here, but Eggy's gonna be able to come into play, maybe try and get this kill onto Tsune. Flash save for the all time, but it's a little bit too early. Smite? Or was it just a burn? Either way, Eggy will get them that kill. As for how much value they're able to find out of this, still up for contention.
Man, I don't know. I think Tsune, he's having a bit of a fun time right now. He knows even if he dies on the map, nothing's happened. They lose no objectives. And overall, you see, they might lose some kills here or there, but it doesn't really amount to anything.
Phantom 6 are trying to establish some control around the Baron, but Upcar Esports are unconcerned. I mean, they have vision of it. So you know, Baron is not set up. So Phantom 6, you need to be a little bit on top of your vision game here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, can vision really save you? Is vision really enough? I think no.
At the very least, you need to make the Baron threat convincing. Otherwise, you're just wasting time by standing around the Baron pit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could rush Baron. I feel like Master E, he's one of the few champions that can solo Baron. So if you...
I meant Phantom 6 side. Like, Phantom 6 need to make the Baron... Like, they were standing around the Baron pit. They need to make the Baron threat convincing. Otherwise, why are you standing around the Baron pit? Just stop.
I couldn't tell you, Brendan. I have no answer to that question.
Right.
Good itemization from Yoshi, though, I gotta point out. He's buying the right items. Randy wins Omen, 100% the way to go. I think you follow that one up with a Frozen Heart. No Caparino, I think it's a Frozen Heart angle here.
I mean, it could seem to work well. You can't slow Master E, but you can slow his attack speed, I believe.
Yeah, and of course, the only thing you care about in this game is Master E and Shen. So why not just slow their attack speed? Even if they're not hitting you,
Master E and Tryndamere?
Oh, sorry, Master E and Tryndamere. Yeah, my mind's a bit all
like,
over
you got
the place.
that, you got the whatever's in front of you kind of brain, right?
Yeah.
Like, whatever you see in front of you is just like the thing that you
You know I'm a monkey brain. You know I have a monkey brain.
No, I
This
feel the
is not
same way.
me.
I do the exact same thing, too.
Just do it. Honestly, I think at this point, just do it. And if Shen stands united, he comes into the team fight, Tryndamere ends the game. There's literally...
No, it's literally uncontestable, no?
Yeah.
Upcar Esports just feel like they're so far
It is
ahead.
completely
8,000 gold here.
uncontestable. I think you just start the Baron off. But 15 seconds to Elder, they want to pick that one up first.
It could very well be the case, and they do have a lot more vision control towards this bomb, and knowing that Phantom 6 really have no way of contesting this one.
Yeah, no way to contest this. You can't even walk into the river, and Arashi's
Arashi's
gonna one-shot this.
He's gonna start it up. He did not pick up the boost from Ravens initially, but he's got it now. And I wish you could see the dragon because you see how fast it's going down here.
Instantly, I think.
It's gone.
Yeah. And all that it cost them, a drop of blood beyond ultimate. That's all they needed to do. You see in full control of the game at this point. And that's the point where I have to ask you the serious question, Glendon. What did you have for lunch? I think we move on from this game. It's a wash. Look at this. It's a wash.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, Phantom 6 went into this one with the idea that, you know what, we're gonna get rid of the most played champions in the group stage, under the impression that Upcar Esports had exhausted all their potential options. But Upcar Esports say, well, not really. We just haven't played the stuff that we intended to play. They want to give themselves a second option, a second run, you know, not drop into the lower brackets, making sure that they keep this train going. They've taken out SEM9 before, you know, who's to say they cannot do it again in a best of 5?
Well, we talk about the first time these people faced up. Hold on, nice vision toggle there. I didn't even notice this bush camp. Yet again, Coffee gets caught in midway.
We'll have to see how much this actually means for them, though, because they're trying to boost up Arashi. That's the initial engage. They jump over onto Nace, looking to take out the Karma. Karma will go down, the first to fall of many. Phantom 6. Arashi hasn't got an angel. One strike, two strike, three strike, four. It's Upcar Esports giving Arashi the entry he needed.
What do I say here, Brandon? What do I say here? Amazing play from Master E. Great setup. I have nothing to say. This is just a Master E game, Brandon. Dirty champion. Banner next
Master E game. Alright, we'll see what they have in store for us. What Phantom 6 are going to do the incredibly difficult move called ban away the Master E.
Yeah. Click ban on Master E in the drop phase. And Coffee, look at him. Rapid fire cannon picked up. He wasn't even in the last fight. He's just having the time of his life right now.
And Upcar Esports get their second win in this series against Phantom 6. One step closer to getting that revenge match against SEM9.
One step closer to get that revenge match against SEM9, but some say the last step can be the hardest one to take here. We don't know if they're going to be able to close it out. It's going to be a game tree. They've won the first 2 games because of this Master E Lulu combo. Maybe ban it away the next game and let's see what happens.
That's very well said, Obo. Did you read that from a book?
Very poetic.
Did you read that? Did you read that expression from a book?
Which expression? The last step is the hardest one to take?
Yes.
No, I've just gotten reverse swept too many times myself.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
You've had personal first-hand experience with all that, so you understand how that goes. So what happens here? How do you feel like these teams need to close it out? Is Upcar Esports just looking better, or is this Master E really the difference maker between these sets?
I really think it's all about that Master E. I think you ban it away and maybe we see a completely different game. The question now is it too late? Is your mental too far gone? That's what we have to ask when we come back.
All right, Phantom 6, they're going to take a quick breather. They're going to jump back into this one. We're going for a quick little break as well. When we come back in, Phantom 6, do or die, the first step back in their comeback, perhaps.
Get your hands up.
WCS MYSG has been shaping up well. We started off things in the playoffs here with Upcar Esports Fam6. I'm granted this is Omo. I feel like we haven't mentioned this yet up until this point. We've gone in 3 games. Yeah. We've gone 2 games. We're going into the 3rd game, and only now we're mentioning this.
I
just
feel
goes
like
to
the
show.
viewers should know
I don't feel important about this. I think the games are more important. I think
Okay,
the players are more
Brandon.
important. I'm selfless. I don't particularly care here.
We're just a vehicle here to ensure that you guys enjoy the games. That's the main thing.
Exactly. The story continues, you know, whether or not we're here, whether or not it's going to be like, who's later on today? I believe it's going to be like Contra and Hound or something, you know,
It's Husky and Hound, I believe.
Husky and Hound. Well, either way, you know, we get to have the story keep going, you know, that's what's most important. We get to see these matches continue. Let's take a look at the answer to a question that we asked you guys earlier. Who was the previous owner of the sword that Kill has? I actually went to go and do some research about this, right? So, Kale, when she ascends, she gets 2 swords. Kale, when she ascends, she gets 2 swords, right? And one of the those 2 swords are actually fused into one in her unascended state. And one of those swords belongs to Morgana. And when they had that big fight, Kale took one of the swords, and that's why the former wielder of one of Kale's swords is Morgana.
So you're telling me that Kale's a thief?
No, because it's like if your little brother, you have little brother, right? If your little brother, right, forgets to bring something home, like forgets to bring an umbrella home, you're gonna hold on to the umbrella for him, right?
But that's not the case at all. She snatched it from Morgana when they fought.
No, she didn't like rob her from it. Like Morgana just gave up the sword apparently.
Okay, to fit the team that Morgana doesn't have a sword and only cast spells, right? That's the whole reason she gave up the sword, right? This is why law in competitive games, it's just not a thing. Do you remember when they killed Gangplank?
When they killed Gangplank?
Do you remember when they killed Gangplank in the game and in the law?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Law was a mistake. There was a point in time where Gangplank, a champion in League of Legends BC, they killed him off in the law, and because they killed him off in the law, Gangplank couldn't be picked in normal games. He was gone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Law was a mistake.
Well, there we go. I feel like we have like a bunch of interesting things happening, right? Like, and we haven't had those things just quite yet. You know, once we start to see more introductions of more champions, like Bilge Water champions now are kind of in short supply. We only have like a couple stuff like Misfortune.
Yeah.
Well, Ilawi's not in the
Ilawi's,
even involved, right?
yeah, she's not in the game. I didn't think about that. Good point. Yeah.
And Coffee, great build by the way. 10 out of 10, top notch.
Yeah. This is exactly what happens when you're the only one dead and your whole team is rushing the Nexus. You just sell your items and have a bit of fun.
You're like,
here.
alright, I don't have anything else I'd rather do. I'm just gonna do some shopping.
I do have to
My
point
one looks
out,
good here.
his kill participation was extremely low this game. Coffee basically didn't have to do anything. His team did the heavy lifting for him, and this is exactly what I love to see, right? I think a good UCE, a UCE that's informed, is a UCE that doesn't need Coffee to do anything. That's when the rest of the members are stepping up, and that's what we're seeing here today.
But look at what's happened here. Coffee has oftentimes been 2 of his 3 deaths have been him being picked off and sacrificed, while the rest of his teams found value elsewhere.
Yeah,
and Upcar Esports have understood how to do that so well, because even not just with Coffee, even when we look at Beyond when he's off in the mid lane and he's zoning them out, Arashi was able to solo off the Elder Ocean Drake. This is exactly what Upcar Esports have been able to do so well. Fam6 haven't been able to get that vision in, and they've been underestimating the power of the Master E. So we just see Upcar Esports run away with the game after that point.
I think if you look at the damage, that also tells a whole nother story here, because P6, look at the damage shots. They just couldn't do anything. They couldn't find anywhere to attack.
It is a bit of an issue, because when they thought they could take down Arashi or Zisune, like they really realistically couldn't, because they needed more time alone with them. But the problem with that is, if you want to kill Tryndamere, you need more time Tryndamere. But then the Master E comes in. If you want to kill the Master E and you want to try and burst him quickly, then the Tryndamere comes into play. And so you have this like duality where you're never really able to take down like either of the 2 options. Fam6 just felt like they were drafted into a hole, and they had a difficult time trying to get past it.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, and I think the first adaptation you make, the first change you make, get rid of the Master E or get rid of the Lulu, get rid of one of these 2 champions. I think you immediately have an easier time, and that's when you start to pivot your draft around.
So let's think a little bit about what we want to see happen going into this set, right? Because first things first, I want to see the Master E banned away. But where does that come in? What does that replace? Because we saw the Fiora, Camille, Ziggs being banned away before by Phantom 6. Does this mean that one of these three options needs to be allowed through to ban away Master E?
Well, I think you definitely let go of one of these options because just based on the fact that even though these are good picks for the side of I keep forgetting the team name, Upcar, you still want to ban away the Master E. You're happy giving up really anything just because Master E makes it so hard to play against. The counterplay is low. That's the problem here. And because of that, I think you're happy giving up Fiora, you're happy giving up Camille. Just let them play things which are more execution reliant. Master E takes no execution. It's just too easy to play and it's just too damn good.
What does that look like for you? Does it look like it's you say you could give away anything?
Yeah.
But it feels like Zizune has been doing. Give up Camille, because it looks like Zizune has been doing well in the Baron, like even without the Fiora. Like his Akshan's been looking good, his Trinity has been looking good. Like why, like the Fiora doesn't feel that important for me. So I feel like I would even just give away the Fiora, because Fiora, like you could just give the Fiora away. Either way, he's gonna have a strong Baron laner. Might as well just use that on the Master E ban instead.
Yeah, that's definitely another possible option here. You could definitely ban, leave up the Fiora. What was the last ban? Do you remember? Fiora, Camille, and then what was
we had a Ziggs ban in the second game.
Right.
In the first game, I can't quite remember.
Alternatively, here's what you could do, okay? You could pick blue side because you just lost, and I'm pretty sure loser gets side selection. So you pick
No,
blue side.
if you're higher seed, you get side selection the entire game.
Every
series.
game? Really?
If my understanding is correct, if you
That
are
sounds
higher
pretty
seed,
broken.
you get side selection every single game in the upper bracket.
Surely it's enough of a lead to just get one.
We'll always have side selection, and if you go to the lower bracket, the team that drops later. So if the team that
drops later.
Yeah, the drops later will always have side selection.
That just sounds a little bit broken to me. It's a huge advantage, honestly.
Yeah, exactly, and which is why going into playoffs, like it is interesting that this has happened this way, because now there's so much value of being a higher seed.
Yeah.
And think about where these two teams were. They were marginally apart, one placing apart between 4th and 5th.
And it makes all the difference in the world. So you can never pick blue side, which means I think you keep banning the Ziggs. But you have to give up Camille, Fiora. It's up to you. Which one do you want to give up? Pick your poison here.
I feel like the Fiora just seems like an easier option to give up. Zizune already has a bunch of good picks. Like, what does it matter if he has the Fiora? Like, he already has the Archan, already has the Trinity. Just give the guy Fiora. You know, it doesn't really seem to matter at this point. I feel like the Karma is a little bit overrated by Phantom 6 right now. You know, it has been having some good moments, but frankly, not as good as I thought it was going to be. Even with the passive kind of like the passive now being refreshed by the ultimate, just doesn't seem as strong as it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we really need to think about going to the draft, but the main thing I want to look out for... Oh wait, actually, hang on a second here. They did swap sides, so the Upcar pick red side.
Might be the case.
Yeah.
Might be that after like 3 times, they're like, Phantom 6 are definitely gonna ban Master E this time, right? So like, we're gonna switch to red.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, well, let's see how this one pans out. Olaf being banned away, Phantom 6 already changing their drafting strategy here. This signals to me that maybe they're going for the Master E pick themselves, or maybe they're going to go for a Lulu first pick themselves.
I feel like Gragas has also been really high up on the cards for both these two teams.
100%.
So might also be looking for that as a potential option. Interesting that Phantom 6 banned away the Jax. Kind of strange to me. Maybe trying to go for the Master E themselves here and trying to make Upcar Esports commit to that ban.
Very interesting. I don't know why they're banning these champions. Olaf and Jax were both not played by UCE. Why are you banning? This is really throwing a wrench in my game plan here. I don't really know what the rationale and the idea behind this is. I
feel like there is an argument to be made with the Olaf in general. It has been quite a strong champion, and maybe there's some information towards the back.
But why
end
not
about
ban
what
Master
Upcar
E?
Esports want to do. But then, yeah, why not ban Master E? Unless you're gonna play it yourself like first pick. But I suppose taking away the Lulu is enough indication for them to say, hey, maybe Master E just is not viable if you don't have Lulu Yumi. We take the Yumi is like global ban. Lulu is what region is now banned in this game, banned specifically.
Are they gonna first pick the Master E here? Really? Is this what that is? Are they really gonna let Master E through again? Because you can still play Master E, Karma, Morgana. That's still an option. Okay,
there we go. Phantom 6 will finally go for the Master E this time around. They go and pick this one up for themselves. But now Upcar Esports, I don't feel like this is something that they cannot deal with. even if you go back to the play style that they've been showing in group stage,
Yeah.
it does pretty decently against these single hyper carry comps.
It does indeed, and I think that UCE, it seems to me like they already have the right idea right off the bat. Galio first pick, that's gonna be a lot of CC coming in, and that's the point you raised as well, right, Grandin? What counters Master E? You need crowd control. This is exactly it.
And we've seen Upcar Esports play a composition like this similar before, because I'm like looking at this right now. I think, there we go. That's your Morgana that you're talking about, right? You need to take that away from the Master. You cannot give that option up. But I think Karma should go through. Upcar Esports had played something similar against Watermelon before, and in that game they had gone for the Caitlyn as the carry instead of the Morgana as potential option, and they also went for the Lee Sin Jace. I'm curious what this is going to be replaced with now, but it's not something they haven't gone against with before. I feel like they have some inclination on what needs to be done.
Yeah, they know how to counter the Master E because they play it themselves. They know what they don't want to be playing into. I'm just thinking about what the next pickup here would be. Karma is a good one. You get the AoE shielding, you get a speed boost, but I don't think there's really any other enchanters you could pick up here on the side of P6. Maybe you just go for a tank, maybe you just go for a frontliner or some sort of engage. There we go, Rakan is the engage that you need. It's also a semi-enchanter. You've got shields, you've got heals. Maybe this is it for P6.
Can I just say as well, Bo? Like, I'm looking at this right now, and I have to say, I feel a little bit concerned here as Upcar Esports continue to draft in for the Morgana and the Galio. A lot of the things that had previously worked for them before, I feel like if they default back to that, we just go back to the exact same thing that we've been talking about with Upcar Esports, right? That they seem very one-dimensional, that they haven't been able to move away from things too much. Even with those past two games, I'm not sure how much I attribute that to them knowing how to play for that funnel comp, and how much of it is just Master E being so effective.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of it really comes down to the fact that Master E is just a no counterplay champion. When he gets enough items, he doesn't care. There's no counterplay. Black Shield him, he runs in, he 1v9s. Now, this is odd to me yet again. Why are you banning the Akshan when the Fiora 90% is going up to Zisune? That's one of his best champions. It's one of his most proficient champions. I doubt Arashi takes it away from him. I can understand wanting to ban Akshan just because he's annoying and you don't know how to play against him, but you have Master E. I'm pretty sure he just runs down the Akshan.
They do get rid of the Kai'Sa and Lucian, two kind of hyper carry options that Momo has been known to favor.
Yeah.
And the fact that they went for the Rakan is also interesting because generally what we've seen is that with P6, they were willing to flex the Karma into the bomb side anyway. But now this kind of like gives a bit more information on where this is going to go. It's going to go into the mid side with Haki and really just try and snowball Iggy up as quickly as he can.
Okay, so now the question is, what is Arashi's pick? That's the big one for me, because if he plays the Fiora, I don't think Fiora scales well enough and doesn't have enough of a good early game to shut down this Master E. So the question really is, what champions do you have available to you that can either snowball the early game or match him in scaling? I like this, okay, because I've been thinking for a while now that Irelia just seems really broken with the Divine Sandra build. Add on to the fact that she got some nice little buffs, it's nothing significant, but I think Jungle Irelia might be an option here. I think she scales
actually does look
well.
really good. Yeah, I really do quite enjoy seeing this Irelia right now. I feel like the Irelia does actually have quite a lot of impact here, especially once you go for the Red Smart, you're just able to deal with a lot of the damage that the Master E has. I mean, it's not going to be a lot of reduction, but it's something. And I feel like it's one of those few champions that can actually out-damage that.
This is
Garen
bad.
picked up for P6.
You see, that's why they banned the Akshan, right? It's a terrible matchup to play, and P6, they acknowledge that. They get rid of the Akshan. But now you just put the Fiora into the Garen. I think they're probably thinking it's an Irelia solo lane. That's why they want the Garen. But Fiora into Garen, and then Irelia goes jungle, and you're good to go. You're set.
I mean, it just doesn't feel like the Garen pickup here at this point seems that great.
Yeah,
it just seems like they've defaulted back to the same ideas they've been going for a while now. Even that first game, right, really trying to make the Garen work as much as they can. I do like the Ziggs though, I have to say. Gives them a little bit more damage. They have a lot of long range wave clear, and then this can help them prolong the state of the game so they're able to win this one out. And now,
okay then.
Esports,
Well then.
okay, throwing in a bit of a curveball. Tryndamere as a last pick.
Okay, so what are we seeing here? How is this gonna shake up? It's definitely gonna be a Morgana Galio bottom lane duo. Once again, Beyond is gonna have Roam, Beyond is gonna have Engage, and Beyond's gonna have a global. So that's even more pressure on the side lanes. Add on here to the fact that I think it's gonna be Zisune or Tryndamere. That's 90% set. The question now is it a Fiora jungle or an Irelia jungle? And then how do you want to attack the game from that point on out, right? It's very clear what
I think
P6
I prefer
want to do.
Irelia jungle.
Yeah, I hope it's Irelia jungle too. I think it would be great to watch. Now, P6, they have a very clear win condition. Just wait for Master Yi to scale up. You have all the wave clear in the world. It's a good, cohesive comp. It does what it does well. How are you going to attack the game here on the side of Upcar Esports? I think what they need to do is they need to pressure Silence. They need to get their bruisers ahead, and then they'll have a lot of options.
If they are able to get their side ahead though, but we've seen what's happened. A lot of pressure has been put in the mid side to make things happen and try to be aggressive with this. Though I want to say that I feel like there's quite a bit of lacking magic damage on the side of Phantom 6. A lot of their carry damage is going to be all physical, which could be a slight factor compared to what we saw in the first game, right? Where there was enough mixed damage that it was difficult for the Garen to itemize against effectively. Now it being all physical damage, slightly more one-dimensional could make a difference. I'm not quite sure right now how that's going to go. All right, well, I can't hear you, Omo, but I can see your lips moving.
There we go. I think we're back now. Some technical issues. The thing about 480 comms and Wild Rift is I think it actually kind of works, especially with Divine Sundra being added to the game, especially with Irelia and Fiora being your AD champions as well, because I wouldn't really count those champions as 480 champs, just based on the fact that, you know, they do true damage, they do percentage health, and I think considering that Garen's your only tank, you're gonna be very happy with these champions playing into Garen in the side lane later on. He's gonna buy Bramble Vest, he's gonna buy Tom Mill, he's gonna buy Randy Wins, but you don't really care because you can just ignore him and hit towers as well at a certain point in the game. So UCE, the only thing they're afraid of is this Master E. It's gonna be a Fiora jungle in answer to that. We'll see how it works, right? I think Irelia has a great matchup in the Karma, and he can maybe turbo that lane. And if that's the case, then you have a really good avenue to shut down the Master E tree.
I mean, it really just feels like you walk into the Master Yi and you walk in on Iggy and say, yeah, let's fight. And then you fight one, and then you're like, all right, Zisune is out of the picture. Then Arashki goes in to fight Iggy, and then Ravens goes in to fight Iggy. And at one point, one of the three of them should kill the Master Yi, right? Like,
exactly.
I feel like that's the mindset going into
no
this
cap,
one at this
that
point.
is the mindset here, right? Like, eventually, one of the users will win.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, very nice to see from Upcar Esports here, and they're looking to try and close this one out quickly. If they do, they get to go back up against SEM9 again as we jump into our third match in the best of 5 game series. Match point here for Upcar Esports. Looking forward to seeing here is this vision control from both sides, because Phantom 6 have been doing an amazing job of setting up the vision line to understand where their opponents are starting to move towards right from the get-go. This time around, not going to be any different.
This is a little cheesy, but I think this is good. You want to shut down the Trinity any way you can.
Oh, there we have it. They actually get the silence off, dashing away, spins out into safety. Under the turret, Zisune is going to have to recall, but Arashi, look what's happened. They forced off Eggy off this red buff. He's trying to dash back in. Why?
No.
Why would you do that?
This is exactly what you need to do if you are UCE. Sure, Zisune dies here, but shutting down the Master E is that much more important. And this is something that I called for in Game 1 as well. I said P6 was the comp that they had in Game 1. They needed to invade. They weren't able to do so, and now UCE showing them how it's done. Also correctly identifying Nyx is not here. We don't have to worry about a Rakan support. We can just play this fight out. And I don't know why Zisune didn't just back, honestly.
I think he was looking to recall initially, but I think maybe he was trying to look for a
big
free kill on the turret, hoping that could have made it kind of worthwhile.
Yeah, it was definitely
could have potentially, right?
Alright, now look at the mid lane. They're just doing everything to shut down this team. It's great.
Well, there we go. Iggy might just get taken out. No, instead, Phantom 6, Iggy. Assisted by the turret, Haki.
Yeah, Arashi messed up.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Yeah. Trying to make a play here once again.
Oh!
Zisune is running in now. They have this meditate. Iggy does not have his flash, however. They try to flash in the Frost Duet. Does not manage to connect here. The taunt does come into play.
I really
That will be the Blaze Search for the first kill. The second kill, the knockup onto Yoshi. He starts to run. Beyond, can they make this one a worthwhile trade? Arashi flashes forward for the lunge.
Yet again, blinking red health bars for P6, but UCE, they can't convert, they can't close out on the kills. They weren't able to have the pop off, unfortunately. It looked very close to killing Iggy in the first place. If that happened, Arashi would be in a great spot. Now 0-1 and 0, he's trying to get himself some scuttle crabs. We might see some more action.
Omo, I really don't know how to talk about all this.
There's a lot of action.
They are, but the kills are not extending.
Yeah.
It's just such a close exchange on both sides.
It is. It's extremely close right now. The gold, look at it, 200 gold apart. Everyone just trading kills. But I think if you were UCE, you are happy with that series of events because the kills went to Ravens. Irelia has the kills. Now she has constant kill pressure. She just needs to crash this wave. Base, I think she gets a block already. And she's good to go. She's extremely strong right now.
Easy start to the game for Upcar Esports then.
For Ravens, especially, he's happy. 3,000 gold in his pocket at 3 minutes.
Significantly ahead of Haki here. But for Upcar Esports finding this lead in the early game, I'm still curious how this is going to play out towards these dragons, towards these first objective spawns. Because one of the things that has been catching our attention is the first game, they fought for it, didn't work out. Second game, they traded. Third game, what happens now?
We'll see, right? I mean, UCE, it seems like they are aware of what they need to do to shut down this Master Yi. Now it's a question of can they keep it up consistently throughout this game. I think the draft strategy from UCE has been good as well. They've been constantly...
Made again, almost.
Oh yeah, this is great.
They've gone in again. They're jumping in onto Eggy. They get the root off, but no taunt. They do get this Justice Punch. Flash over the wall. Eggy starts to run under turret. He needs that safety there, but he's gone back to base. He's recalled while this dragon is 8 seconds away from spawning.
Yeah, he will be able to get back here in time, and this is a good spot for P6 to be in. Exhaust was used, Soul Shackles was used from Coffee. Now it's gonna be just a trade. You won't see them contest most likely. That's gonna be Herald for Dragon, and I think P6, they are happy with that trade.
Look to see what Zisune is trying to do here.
Oh,
he is trying to contest for this a little bit. Raven's going to be nearby as well, trying to cut off Nyx's entry. The Ignite comes through. Raven's flashing red health bars, like you mentioned before. They're trying to make this trade expensive in any case.
Yeah, they're trying to make it expensive, but it
6.
won't really be anything, right? It'll just be a Dragon for a Herald. Then now the question is, where do you use the Herald? And Herald with Ziggs comps, I think that's always more effective because you get to just one-shot a turret, 100 to 0, with the Satchel Charge and the return.
I'm actually going to go on against the grain here and say you Herald with Ziggs comps are kind of pointless because you already break apart the turret.
But you got to get the turret low first, that's the thing.
Sure, but like you could, with good macro, like you could have that same impact.
I think it's extremely hard to hit the turret without a marksman, right? That's one of the things.
I feel like...
Go ahead.
What could happen here, like what has been like the thing that's reassured me the most with this is that when you go for Dragon in these exchanges, and then your enemy team goes for like the Rift Herald and the side lane, they go for the Rift Herald, and then you guys switch side lanes. So you push the lane that's with you push the Dragon lane, they push the Baron lane, and then you try and get like the turret there with the... Oh my goodness, they're actually looking for an engage here. They've jumped in onto Ravens. That's a flash shoot coming through. Tanker's Edge misses, and he's off by the back. They get the taunt in back onto the Master Eagle. Watch out as he's taken out. Nyx narrowly dodges away from the Dark Binding. Coffee comes into play, but guess what? For Upcar Esports, they are watching out for you.
Such a good play here from UCE. They want to dive again.
They've gone for the dive. The Transcendent Embrace, she pulls them in. Look at how much damage has been done so quickly. Arashi joins into the fight, but his health bar is looking low. A dangerous endeavor for Upcar Esports. They start to dash away. Nyx is chasing after with his auto that flashes in for the Ignite. Style points all the way for NYX.
Flashing in, igniting, and dashing back out. Yet again, a botch dive attempt from UCE. They get a little bit too greedy. They want more. They smell blood and they try to run with it. It's not going to work out this time around, though. Zisune
will be happy off in the side lane, though does not have as substantial of a lead as he was perhaps hoping for. But it is a lead nonetheless, and let's see if Eggy is actually going to be able to use this roof tower effectively. Upcar Esports have already sent Beyond up to the top side to try and match this. I have to say, macro from Upcar Esports has been looking pretty good despite some of these dives not going in their favor. The fact that they are in position to make these things happen has been a very good look for them.
Yeah, it's been a great look for them indeed. Now, gold is even, and when we talked about this the last couple of games, we know what happens when gold is even and you have a Master E on your side. He gets to just turbo the game once he scales up. Now, conversely, that's also kind of true for Ravens. Arashi, he's not been having the best game, 0-2-0 right now. He needs to start finding some avenues to attack as well. But while all this is going on, Zisune and Ravens, they've been scaling up quietly.
Just giving them the opportunity to pick up gold and EXP here. So what we see here from Zisune now is, like you mentioned, this scaled up Trinity has been losing so much gold, losing so much time to farm up in lane. He's been rotate most of the time. Phantom 6 have just been finding themselves moving between the different lanes in the map. It's just a sad state of affairs for Phantom 6.
It is indeed, and the only consolation prize right now for Phantom 6 is that they have the Master E, so they're always going to have the insurance. Now dive attempt it yet again.
Well, I don't think this is an attempt. This is just an absolute dive. This is a kill. Undying Rage.
I hate that champion.
Just hold him there.
I hate that champion, Grandin.
You hate all the champions.
True, I do.
That's first turn over the Phantom 6 though. They use the Swift Terror, confirm it onto the bottom side. Upcar Esports now need to rotate over to defend 3 on this front. They want this turret down quickly.
They want this turret down. They're going to get 2. They might get Arashi as well.
Yeah, weren't able to find this knockout with Beyond though. Arashi needed to dash in and use his repulse while Beyond channels his ultimate, but it is enough of a deterrent. Phantom 6 start to back off as Zisune trades for their own turret off in the top side.
Man, this is just a good play, a good series of events for Phantom 6. They get 2 turrets, they get a gold lead from it, and with that in mind, Phantom 6, Iggy, they're starting to run away with the game. I feel like, what can you really do on the side of UCE? I pointed to Ravens as one of the points of attack, one of the points where they should be playing around. But Ravens has just been getting shut down, he's been getting camped.
And it's been easy to take down this Irelia specifically because the Irelia has been focused on trying to find a bit of a lead organically by himself, while the rest of the team has been off in the side lane. They've been split up playing for that. I guess it's a 1-3-1 realistically, you know, and just having like a different way, different approach to how they've been playing these other matches. Here we have Rift Herald getting them a second turret.
Rift Herald, not quite enough. Okay, there we go. The Cannon Minion MVP there, 60 HP
Come on.
left.
I know what happens here. The Cannon Minion's clutch.
Cannon Minion always coming in clutch right there. And honestly, P6, I feel like we might be going to a game 4 here, granted. It's not it's not blowing up the game by any means. They're not winning it yet, but they're on the right track. And they outscale.
But here's the thing for me, right? Is that Phantom 6 have been showing us really good macro this phase of the game.
Yeah.
And in a match where I look and see it looking very close, Phantom 6 having that macro advantage does feel like they should be able to win this one out.
I feel like they have both the macro advantage and the Master E advantage, right? Scaling wise, it's pretty even. Irelia scales, Trinity scales, Biora scales, but they're very reliant on split pushing, whereas Master E, he just face rolls, he 1v5s, and it's that simple.
So that's a new tenet of winning games. It's like you have like, okay, so you have wave management, macro, and then Master E.
Yeah, Master E is a win condition in himself. Dive comes in.
Alright, let's see this win condition actually matters. Eggy's been chased down on the turret. He's been put down on the grand challenge. They trade back for one, but it's just gonna be Arashi. Zisune pops the Undying Rage. Nyx looks for this engage Beyond, buying some time for the rest of his team. Nyx tries to jump in, gets the 8-9 down to Zisune, who's ticking down low, but he's still alive. What are you talking about? The man does not die.
One more auto from Nyx would have sealed the deal, but I think he thought, like I did, that the Ignite was enough. I think the Tryndamere Q came up just in time. The first spell healing him that little bit to survive the last take. Iggy gets killed, 1-3-1. He's not having the best game himself, but honestly, UCE as well, right? Like, they're having some wins, small wins here and there, but unlike the last couple of games, I can't say that they outscaled for sure. You still have to consider Master E. Once he gets tankier, your bruisers are gonna have a much harder time killing him.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this, right? Wits End completed on the side of Iggy. How does this look for him? I'm not sure Wits End is that effective considering what we've seen from Upcar Esports has been primarily physical damage in most of their carries. Might still be for Coffee and Beyond, but should you be relying on that?
Should you be relying on what?
On the Wits End. Should you be going for Wits End and hoping that Coffee and Beyond become the main threats compared to the three that we see from Upcar Esports, which is Zisune, Arashi, and Ravens?
You're 100% right. I think that the defensive stats from it is not great. They're going for a dive again.
Well, I mean, they are going for the dive and they're looking to try and close this one out quickly. Repulse comes into play. He's trying to teleport away or teleport in. It's Eggy who's joined in. That's Duck Binding used.
That's so annoying, right? You pop the Master E out, one Duck Binding to the face, and it's all gone. Kisune gets caught though.
Starts looking to try and run down on Phantom 6. I wouldn't call this quite getting
Hang
caught.
on.
I mean, just to run around.
Just going for a bit of a sprint there. Yeah, back to the point about the wit's end, right? The magic resistance, that is not going to be super helpful for him. But the on-hit is always nice. And that's one of the reasons why it's so you're so incentivized to buy wit's end. Just for the extra on-hit damage, it's really nice with your kit. Now I think he's going for a Death's Dance as well. That will deal with Arashi, Ravens, and Zizou. Once that comes true, he's going to be a lot happier with running into these team fights. He'll be a lot tankier.
Well, I believe it does come into play with his Alpha Strike, so I think the value is there.
Yeah, it does work with his Alpha Strike as well. I think that does proc the on hit, and of course, you know, he hits at like he has like 2.5 attack speed when he really gets going, so he's gonna
But
be
I think
happy.
we'll have to see how this this game is gonna, as the end of the game comes in, when we get like the post game stats, like how tanky he was able to become.
Yeah, damage taken, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be Dragon started out already. We're gonna see a big fight here. This could be it.
Are they actually trying to push for this?
Dragon
is watered information over Phantom 6. Upcar Esports are gonna try and prevent this. Vanguard's Edge comes in, but he's been taunted. Ray's taken out, even with the flash. Nick survives still. Arashi tries to take down Eggy, but it's reset. He's gone. Super Saiyan, he's massive. He's taking them all out.
This is gonna be Baron here for P6. It's just a Master E thing. If you don't kill him, if you don't one-shot him, if you don't put everything on him, he's just gonna do that and clean up the fight.
I mean, what can we say about this, honestly?
Ban that champion. It really is
Esports willing
Wait, hold
to
on.
give that changeover. No, I don't think this is. I don't think
a little bit scary.
we're at risk
for a moment.
Sure, I'll give it to you. A bit of a lead now with Phantom 6. First time that we've seen them actually build a substantial enough advantage.
Yeah, look at this team fight, right? It's a good engage here coming in from Ravens, but he gets CC'd up, he gets popped, he gets one shot. So much magic damage from Momo. The Ziggs was enough, I think, to basically just one-shot him, and Iggy, once that's done, he can just clean up the fight.
I'm wondering if Upcar Esports now can still hope to make a stand.
Yeah, Arashi has been having a really rough game.
Kisune needs to try and trade back here, but he's been collapsed in on by 3. That should spell his end.
Yeah.
And it's looking like with this Baron buff, Upcar Esports no longer have the chance to try and defend this, trying to prolong this game. And like you mentioned before,
we could dive this.
We don't see this clear late game scaling opportunity from Upcar Esports.
Yeah, I think next game, just ban away Master E to both of these teams, right? If you're on red side, ban away E, guy comes into one yet.
Alright, here we go. Upcar Esports trying to make a final stand on the turret. Coffee buying a little bit of time. Goes Golden, trying to hold on to the game if they can. But even with all of that being said and done, Phantom 6 will escort the Baron and Power Minions into the base. Iggy gets pulled in. Arashi will live a moment longer. But there we have it. Phantom 6 pulling back with the next game.
And that was just an Exodia team comp, honestly, if you ask me, from the side of Phantom 6. You have the Ziggs, the best mage in the game. You have Master E, the best champion in the game right now. You have a great tank in Garen. You have a great support in Rakan. And they just ran away with their game. And honestly, a lot of that, Arashi was having a rough game as well. His Fiora was not working out. And I feel like they really need to go back to the drawing board. They had a good idea of how they wanted to shut down the Master E. But I think just don't leave it up. Just fight fire with fire. Just play normal team compositions. No Master E allowed. I think that's what we need to have going into the next game.
Yeah, I don't think any of us want to see this Mastery come into play anymore. And it's such a surprise that Upcar Esports went for the red side here, right? Why would they want to go for the red side when blue side's been working so well for them? And now it seems like it is going to hurt them a little bit. And like you said before, that final step, that last step, the hardest one to cross. Upcar Esports, a little bit of a difficult time there. Let's see what else they have in store for us and what the decisions are going to be as we go into our 4th game. Still match point here for Upcar Esports.
Here we go now.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away.
Here we go now.
Do we see Upcar Esports end it all here, or will Phantom 6 bring us to game number 5? I mean, look at Omo's face and you know which one he's hoping for. I'm Grannon, with me is Omo. This best of 5 game series is the start of the WCS MYSG Playoffs. One team, the winners of the WCS MYSG, will go into the next stage competition, WCS Finals, playing against all the best teams in the region. And we even have some surprise guests, I believe. We get like the Oceanic regions. I think we get 1 seed coming into play as well, Omo.
Yeah, like most good, like any good guest, they won't be staying with us for long, though.
If I'm not mistaken, you went on to do like a podcast to go and talk a little bit about the state of the other regions. Want to give us a little bit of a glimpse to how that went?
Of course, let's start off with the WCS regions first of all, right? I think without fail, Vietnam is gonna be the strongest. They're the best region for sure. We'll take a look at the post game first, then we'll get that over with, and we'll come back to the regional discussion. I think that's always fun to see. Yeah, like you can see, right? Arashi didn't have a great game. Zisune didn't have a great game, and honestly, Egi didn't pop off either, but it was enough. I think the bot lane, Momo and Nyx, they were the standouts, quietly carrying the game.
Yeah, I mean, just felt like having that Ziggs as an option just seems so good for them. Phantom 6 were able to use enough of that momentum down to the bot side. This could have been very different if Momo was playing for a hyper carry, you know, was pulling resources away from Iggy, perhaps could not even have reached this point. If Upcar Esports now, you know, we saw in the previous game, some of the bans, quite interesting. I wasn't quite a big fan of them, you know. You look at what happened here, you let the Master E through, you let the Ziggs through. In exchange, you got rid of some stuff that I'm not quite convinced that they would have tried to play for anyway.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like once Master E gets removed, we're gonna see the game change yet again. So we've seen one significant shift in this best of 5, this series meta so far. That was when the E swapped hands. Now, when that E is removed, I think we're gonna see a new form of the meta, and then that's gonna determine who's actually the best team, right? That's probably gonna be shown in this game. We'll see who picks what side yet again, but I feel like no way we see Master E yet again in this game.
And I feel like, you know, a big part of that was also Upcar Esports' opinion of the Master E, right? When you saw them on red side, they left the Master E, I believe it was, they left, well, no, when you saw it on blue side, Phantom 6 left the Master E up on red, right? They didn't pick for the Master E first, and so Upcar Esports got it again. They were under the impression that Phantom 6 were not going to play the Master E. The reality could not be any further from the truth, and so yeah, just Master E has to be banned away. So with all that been put out the way, let's go back to the discussion at hand, the topic at hand. Where do you think the regions are going to be at?
Well, okay, so Vietnam is gonna be the best, without a doubt. They will at least send one team to Icons.
In WCS?
In the WCS. Well, I have made the argument that I think that Vietnam is the second best region in the world. Let's not think about SBTC last year. Let's not think about their collapse last year. They are gone for a reason. I think whoever Vietnam sends this year will be a significant
What about
threat.
Rose to White? Like, I'm liking Rose to White right now.
You're just biased. You're just a fanboy.
They went like undefeated.
Yeah, but every team in Korea is bad. That's why they went undefeated. Well, I think Roster Y might be the second best team in the world outside of China, but I don't think that makes Korea the second best region in the world.
Okay, fair enough. If you put it that way, my feelings are not hurt. We'll let that one slide.
Well, on the regional tier list, right? I think it's gonna be Vietnam, and then Thailand and the Philippines are pretty even, and then you come to Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore. I think our representatives are gonna be the third, fourth best region, and honestly, with that in mind, it's gonna be hard to contest for a slot into Icons because we only send 4 teams.
But where does it send 4 teams? But it's 4 teams, you know, and it's not a
But
it's
Vietnam
not a bad
sends 2
showing.
teams to regionals.
It's not bad showing
and
in
Thailand
any
send
case.
2 teams.
Sure, but then you look at where the WCS MYSG region starts. We start from playoffs.
Sure.
You know, we only need to get into the semifinals, and we've basically locked ourselves a slot.
So the way that this was told to us was you only need to win 2 best of 5s to make it to Icons, right? Because you start from playoffs. But think about the teams that you're going to be playing in those best of 5s. You're either going to be playing against a top 2 Vietnamese team, you're either going to be playing against a top 2 Filipino team, you're either going to be playing against a top 2 Thai team, or you're going to be playing against Flash Wolves. Pick your poison.
Look, I mean, you have to have a certain level of ability anyway if you want to get to that point, right? So, like, that's just all there is to be said for me. I feel like they just really have to be able to go in there and pick up those wins anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you do, realistically?
Well, I'll say that we're better than NA at least, so there's that.
Okay, well, now give me the rundown now. We've talked about the WCS. WCS has been discussed in at length in your podcast. If you guys want to go check that one out, please feel free to go and search up Almost Snuff, and you can get and see for yourself. What about the rest of the regions? Where do these guys fall?
Well, the crazy thing to me, okay, I'm not going to comment on Brazil because I don't know much about their region. I've only watched some games from EU, and I've watched a couple of NA games, especially the playoff ones. But it looks like to me, NA is honestly better than EU this year. So it's crazy, but we might for once see NA actually over EU in League of Legends.
So, it's like League of Legends Wild Rift.
Wild
like,
Rift,
as long as the tag at the front is still correct.
Well, we have
people can
Team
feel pride
Liquid
about
from League of Legends PC this year. They might actually beat EU, so we'll see.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. They get a buff for Rift Rivals only. Well, there we go. P6, they banned away Master E. That's all you need to do.
It was not hard, guys. It's not hard. You click the ban on the Master E, you are good to go.
It's one button. No, I'll tell
One
you what.
button.
I'll
Two
tell you what.
buttons,
You know,
actually. Two buttons,
the,
granted.
the guy's dyslexia was like triggering and triggering, right? So he was like, I can't type the master. He's like, how do I type master? And the name just like kept going wrong, and then you just could never find the champion. Like that was the barrier of I was holding them back this entire time.
Well, now they figured it out. They've clicked the 2 buttons necessary to get rid of E. And you know what, P6, they say for good measure as well. Let's also get rid of Lulu. We do not want to play against that champ. It worked great last game when we banned Lulu away. We're going to get rid of both these champions. UCE, their bans staying much the same. I think these bans are good. Let's see what the first pick is. I think it's very likely going to be a Gragas angle then if it's not banned here.
Now, I would like to see from Phantom 6 side the Ziggs picked up if that does manage to go through. They will ban away the Vayne. Upcar Esports have a number of options. I think Gragas could be really nice because that also does open them up for that center angle. On Phantom 6 side, could go for something like the Ziggs again.
Ziggs is going to be a good pickup here. I think that Coffee, he's had a ban away from him every single game. Wait, this is so odd to me. Why did P6 start ban Vayne? What? Why? What's the rationale here? Do you think that UCE are desperate and they'll play Vayne because of that? But they've shown their willingness to first pick Ziggs, to first pick Gragas. You give them these picks, they will take it away. They're not as reliant on Coffee's Vayne anymore. They are no longer a one-horse team. Why are you banning this? Why not ban away the Ziggs? This is a bit odd to me.
Well, there we have it. You know, I have to say, I was talking about this for quite a while. It is interesting to see you finally catch up.
Yeah.
Fan 6 go for the Galio Olaf. Now, you look so serious, Obo. Like, you're so upset. You're actually genuinely upset about this.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. This Vayne ban just makes no sense to me. And especially considering you give over 2 of the strongest champions in this series that are not called Master. You give over the Ziggs, you give over the Gragas. It's a bit odd, right? Sure, your 1-2 is good. Olaf, Galio, it's a great pickup. But look at what UCE have. I think they're very happy with playing this one out.
And they're going back for something that we've seen from them before, beyond likely to go on the Gragas again, as well as giving the Senna over to Coffee, trying to find some value here. Fam 6 side, Haki has had some success on this RE. It was banned away by Upcar Esports in the second game, so he wasn't able to pilot that one again. But he's also been looking good in this Morgana, so perhaps want to try and go for something like that. I think they do actually want to have to go for Karma again so they can boost up Iggy. I think just the Olaf alone would not be able to have the impact they're looking for.
Yeah, now you have the Olaf, you have the Kai'Sa. It's a very clear identity that P6 are going for. They're saying one thing: we're gonna dive in, we're gonna dive your backline, we're gonna dive your Ziggs, we're gonna dive your Senna, and we're gonna try to kill them early on in the team fight. Now UCE, with this Senna being picked up, I think it's very likely that we see Ravens piloting the Ziggs here. That should go over to him. With that in mind, their team comp does one thing: we want to kite back, we want to poke.
Akshan banned away from Phantom 6, so they don't want to give that option to Zizune, but it's also shown he's not afraid to play stuff like the Tryndamere. Perhaps in the last game wasn't able to have the impact they were looking for. Maybe has boasted some of the confidence from Phantom 6, you know, especially on the side of Yoshi. Okay, there we go. Actually bans them both away. That's surprising. Instead of banning away the Fiora, which is something he's played a lot of as well. So I'm just a little bit confused right now, Omo.
It is a little bit odd, right? I think they are saying that the Tryndamere is a big problem. It changes the way the game plays out, and you only have that many bans, right? So you have to pick your poison. They've decided that Tryndamere is worse than Fiora. I am inclined to agree with them. Let's see if UC will actually go for the Fiora, though. Look, this team comes from P6. It's comfort, it's heavy dive, and they're just gonna go all in.
And it's done well for them. And they're not be concerned about their ability to execute on these champions, but then when you think about it in overall sense of the composition, like it just feels like they aren't directly clashing with what Upcar Esports want. They're not trying to contest for what Upcar Esports want. They're just simply playing for what feels most comfortable to them. Upcar Esports go for a bit of a surprise with the Kazakhs here. Say, well, you know what, we also have this as potential
That's really
option.
good. Yeah, that's really good. I think that's a great matchup into the Olaf, and it's a good pick into dive comps as well, right? They dive into you, your Kazakhs has the ability to navigate the backline and use the chaos of the dive comp to really just try to find picks. What I do like here is look at what Zizune is playing, a Lucian pickup for him. Gonna stay on these marksmen, gonna stay on these oddball picks, but Yoshi, he's gotten the counter pick, he's gotten the Akali into Lucian. Sure, your early laning phase is gonna be rough, but once you get some items, you're gonna be very scary, and I love the fact that we finally see Yoshi back on a carry. I think he's one of the strongest individual players, and I think he has the tools to carry here for P6.
One of the things that has been interesting with the Akali especially is that the introduction of Divine Thunderer has opened up some new build paths with the Akali as well, right? So now we get to see some interesting itemization depending on the situation. I think with what we have right now, knowing that there aren't really that many tanks that you have to shred through. Well, let me actually try and recalibrate this, because there's the Gragas that you have to kind of get through, but he's playing for the Raw of Ages. It's Kha'Zix. Yeah, not really that tanky, right? So you can realistically get through it to some extent. Divine Sundra could actually be quite valuable. Otherwise, just flat damage could also be quite good for the Akali.
Yeah, so you could go full AP, but I think just because of how good Divine Sundra is and how well it synergizes with Akali right now, something which I noticed when I've been watching Divine Sundra Akalis is just how tanky they get. 400 plus health on that Divine Sundra. You think about it this way, okay? Roa, after it's fully stacked, I believe it gives you 450 health. A Divine Sundra, straight from the get-go, gives you 400 health. So you're basically with a fully stacked ROA from the moment you complete the item. It makes you extremely tanky. Spellblade proc is so good on you, especially in the lane situation, in the side lanes. And once that's done, you just go full AP and you one-shot people regardless. So I think this new build path really gives Akali a lot more power, a lot more strength, and I would love to see them play it out.
A lot of value out here for the Akali. We'll have to see if they're able to actually pilot this one. Upcar Esports just really need that one more win to confirm their position going into this next match. But then again, I'm trying to think, you know, if there's any additional value. Because if you lose here, right? Yeah. Whichever team you go up against, you'll be playing for the coin flip. Yeah, you have to do a coin flip to get side selection. Right. But if you win this match and then lose your next match against SEM9, you get side selection in your lower bracket match.
Yes, that should be true, right? So you want to go as far as you can go. And of course, most of these teams, they should be expecting to lose to SEM9. They are the strongest team here, I think it's safe to say, right? They look the best.
Save your
so go as
strats
far as
for
you
the
can
grand
win this
finals.
Match. Sorry?
Play all the way down the lower bracket. Save all your strats up to the very end.
Lower bracket run, the miracle run.
Yeah, that's it. Lucian versus Akali. Lucian versus Akali, not too bad for this one, I think. I think the Lucian here does have a little bit of power. I feel like we've seen a bunch of potential builds out from Lucian already. Stuff like the Serrato's Grudge, especially when it was the most impactful. I'm not sure if the new item introduction actually makes any difference to top side Lucian. I don't think so here. I think only Akali gets a bit of an increase with the item introduction.
Yeah, I mean, think of the Lucian Akali matchup the way you would think about Jace Akali, right? Jace can poke you out early, but Akali has good tools to survive the matchup, can farm with the Q, can threaten kill potential on you once she hits 5. Pretty similar thing here for Lucian, except that he bullies you a little bit harder, but you can survive.
Alright, the wait is no longer. Game number 4 between Upcar Esports and Phantom 6 coming your way. And Upcar Esports, well, just have to close this one out, but the final step's so difficult. They're having a difficult time.
Yeah, it's a hard step to take, and honestly, P6, they seem like they've woken up a little bit. They are drafting aggressive, they are drafting comps which can bully you, and I like to see the space of them a little bit more.
They're on a Stairmaster, and it's just a massively, overwhelmingly high step.
It is a very high step indeed, but I think it's one that they can take. This is easy enough to execute team comp, and I think this is something familiar enough for the side of UCE. Yeah, P6, it's pretty interesting rotations here from them. They're really just trying to remove the isolation of the lane phase as much as possible. Help your Akali push out the wave. Akali shares EXP with you, you share EXP with her, you reduce as much of the lane phase as possible. That's something which P6 also did in game 2. A very good job identifying the strengths of UCE's comp and trying their best to minimize it.
Just trading a little bit across the map right now. Upcar Esports also do get a little bit of vision towards the river, so should be aware when Eggy tries to rotate over. They have some information, Phantom 6 that is, have some information of Arashi as he starts up his blue buff, who's actually not going to start the blue buff, just going to run right past it. Yeah, maybe even walking towards the top side. Yeah, what's happening here?
Trying to go for a bit of a cheesy gang on Yoshi. You're trying to shut him down. I think it's not going to work. I'm pretty sure that ward on the blue buff did spot him, but he will be able to trade Scuttle Crabs here, and that's going to be nice. You see every lane pushing for them basically at this point.
Yeah, but they
how aggressive they're being. They stopped this. Great.
They can't take the Rift out. They can't take the Scuttle Crab.
This is huge here, right? You look at this, you have to move 4 members to take 1 Scuttle.
Alright, flash in, double man, knock off, that's the taunt, that's the stun, enough crowd control, flashing forward, Haki gets the charm, and Coffee finished off just in the nick of time. But on the other side, Arashi has had enough time to walk down and pick up his own kill.
Walk down, pick up his own kill, pick up the Scuttle Crab as well, what they were all fighting for, and Iggy dropping. That is going to be also big. Think about this, how Kha'Zix Olaf matchup and how it plays out. Nice aggression.
Flashing forward, Culling.
Oh, he messed up.
on the wrong side, but Yoshi had to flash over it.
Oh, he messed
Using
up.
light, he's jumped in, he's lost his life on the turret. Yoshi with the solo kill.
There's nothing to say except that Yoshi completely bamboozled him, completely outplayed Zisune. It was a nice idea from Zisune, right? I saw what he was going for. E flash into out while he tries to run away, but Yoshi had barrier. Yoshi had flash, and flashing in the back to his turret, something that Zisune clearly did not expect. He got bamboozled, he was thrown off.
That's a little fuse bad, man. Now
It is very fuse bad.
He's taking the walk of shame back to the top side.
Walk of Shame back to the top side, and we talked about this Akali Lucian matchup, right? Akali can threaten solo kills on you once he gets his out. Zisune, he was trying to pressure the matchup, but now he has to be so careful. Look at the items on Yoshi. He can just kill you when he wants to at this point. If you mess up a single time, if you use your dash, he can punish you.
I feel like I channel my inner TJ a little bit now. It is.
Go for it.
He's off on a walk of shame. You see everyone looking at him as he walks back out of base. Yeah, a little rough for Zisune for sure, and especially because he went for the ignite. He wants that kill potential. He wants to have that kill threat there at all times. But like you mentioned, now it's really down to Yoshi, who also has his ultimate now, right? So you start to see some of that impact.
Was that supposed to be like a TJ impression, by the way? I think you needed to add a little bit more.
That was before. That was with the.
Okay.
That was
you
the
need the
walk of shame.
monotonous, you know.
Monotonous.
Can
tone.
we do a bit of a game? Can we do our TJ's impression right now? Like, can we see who does it better?
I can't. D-God had such an amazing one.
It was amazing.
Now
Yeah.
that's the only thing stuck in my head. Whenever I think about a TJ impression, I just think of D-Gon's. I can't do it.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it as well because I'm very bad at doing impressions. But what? Look at the screens right now. Both teams are trying to contest for the objective. They're
Look,
trying
I'll
to
tell you
go
what
to rush.
though. Yoshi doing his best job of making
Oh,
a Master
boy.
E impression because he's trying to jump in against all odds.
Oh boy.
Smite confirms the Infernal Dragon over the Upcar Esports. It's time to run towards the Rip now here, perhaps.
Yeah,
That's
but
not
Yoshi
too
did
big.
such a good job at causing chaos and burning spells here. They look like they want to go for the dive.
That's
They look
four
like they want to push
ultimates.
this wave in.
4 ultimates on the side of Upcar
Yeah.
Esports. Only 1 on the side of Yoshi.
I don't think they have Twin Shadows, so Yoshi could outplay this with Shroud. Why did you stay, Zisune? This is so obvious.
He was under turret. Thought he had some safety there, but with Agi running him down, with Haki running him down, this Rift turret will get them first turret. You cannot trade in the bot side. Nyx has the Galio. It's a little bit too difficult for them to try and block this one.
Oh, there we go. Twin Shadows does finally get caught for coffee, so that's gonna be very nice. That will allow them to play more aggressive to Yoshi. Now, Zisune, this Lucian pickup, right? It's reminiscent now of the Akshan game. Not having the best early game, kind of getting shut down. But he's confident on these champions. If you give him an avenue back into the game, he can still take it. But given the current game state, this Lucian is gonna have a very hard time into the Akali on the side lanes, even into the Ahri.
Nyx standing directly on top of ward there. Doesn't have knowledge that Upcar Esports knew where he was going. I think Zisune needs to be a little bit careful now. Starts to walk away as Phantom 6 look for this dive. Targeting this Lucian and just does not have the same degree of mobility as what we saw from the Akshan prior. So it's not going to be as easy to get out of these difficult situations.
Yeah, Lucian's a pick which needs a lot of attention, which needs a lot of love from your team. You need the TLC. Unfortunately, the only TLC he's been getting is from P6. That's not a situation that you want to be in. Of course, the misplay from Zisune put him even further behind as well. But given the team comp of UCE, I think they're happy with just playing this game out because they can scale. They can wave clear. They're in no real danger. They got the first dragon. They're not worried of getting run down.
Yeah, very different situation from what we saw in the third game. Now there is that clear scaling potential. Flashed away from the charm. Agi starts to run them down on the turret. The shield comes across. Dawning Shadow out from Coffee. Agi has stepped too far forward. Picked off in exchange. It's a 1-for-1. Not too bad for Upcar Esports as they continue to shut down this Olaf threat.
But Zisune dies again, and not only that, he uses his flash as well. That means that next attempt to make a play on him, it's gonna be so much easier knowing he has no flash. It's a very dangerous situation to be in. They try to go for Haki. Spirit Rush, he's good to go.
I don't think there's value there. Wow, that's so much damage out of Raven's actually.
Ziggs hurts, man. It's Ziggs, dude.
Just
It's so
one
broken.
item.
Yeah, it's a broken champion.
I feel like you say that a lot. Are there, okay, look at the 10 champions on our screen right
Okay.
now. Which one of them
Lucian's
is
not broken.
Lucian's
Kha'Zix is not broken.
Okay.
Senna's not broken. Gragas is not broken. You see, it's really only Ziggs that's broken in this game. And I guess Akali's kind of broken now too with the Sunderer. But look at this, he went for the Lich Bane build. Because he identifies there's no real tanks. I don't need the Sunderer. Let's just go Lich Bane.
So quite similar to what I said then.
Yeah, you were right. I mean, I still think you do still go Sandura, but
Maybe just like slightly detour it with like the,
yeah.
the build path. Just trying to get a little bit more flat damage, especially if you're going to be dealing mostly with
well,
Zizune.
you can't buy the Sandura anymore, right? Because you can't proc Spellblade twice. It's a
enough.
unique passive, so you can't build it anymore.
Right.
He's gonna do a lot of damage, that's for sure, but I think that losing 400 health does hurt a little bit.
There are a lot of these situations where you could finesse it a little bit better. I think that's been taken away as a potential option. Upcar Esports here, I feel like will continue with the trend of going for the dragon.
Yeah, I think they're happy with just playing it slow and trying to scale it up for sure.
But I also don't want to see Upcar Esports force the dragon. I want to see Upcar Esports play for the objective trade, right? Ravens, the subject of the attention out here from Haki, flashing away from a lot of the damage. That charm looked disastrous for him to start.
Losing both barrier and flash, that's gonna hurt him. We talked about what the team comp on the side of P6 want to do. They want to dive into you, they want to run you down with no defensive something. Oh, that was a misclick from beyond.
Right, wait, here we go. Charm misses out. Coffee is going to keep zoning. The flash dash in from Nyx to get this initial pickup. Zizune, off to a bad start to this game. Knock back.
Nice
Jumps
steal.
in, gets the steal off, cannot flash over the wall. He just does not have enough HP to make it worthwhile.
You lose 2 members, but you pick up the dragon, so scaling is still in the cards here for you. Look at the damage coming in from Brion and Ravens. I think this game really comes down to the 3 members that you're seeing on your screen right now. It needs to be a scaling angle here for UCE if they were to win it. It needs to come off the back of their wave clear, of their poke. Fortunately for UCE though, Rift Herald was not taken. They have the option to start this one off themselves. Arashi would not be here in time. Iggy will. Can he try to steal it?
And like I had said, I had initially anticipated that UCE were going to play to trade for the objectives on the other side of the map. Instead, now they start to run in. They have that smite, and now you've given them the objective on the other end of the map. Walk straight into this charm, straight in to this double orb of deception. Kills galore for Phantom 6.
My question now is, why did UCE do that? You know your jungler is not there. You know Iggy's alive. They clearly thought they could rush it, but obviously you're not going to be able to do that in time. And think about what your team comp wants to do. You want to play front to back. You want to play structured. You want to
Flash
play
follow for Zizune. He wants to kill on the Iggy, but he's running out of damage too quickly.
I don't know if he's tilted or what, but that was just so troll.
Clearly thought he had a little bit more damage than that.
Yeah, he didn't ignite Iggy either, right? Like, if you're gonna flash for it, if you're gonna all-in him, just ignite him as well.
That's a lot of things to do, almost.
Too many buttons to press.
I don't have fast fingers like that. I can't even imagine having to press that quickly.
Well, if you're in the WCS playoffs, you better be able to.
And this all kind of starts with that Dragon Steel, right?
Yeah. But a series of events that ensued from here on out is you know that they do not have... Well, that charm was just insane, right? That was an amazing charm from Hockey onto Ravens. I think they just weren't expecting that. Ravens for sure had positioned a little bit further back. But why are you trying to do this when your jungler is there? Why not be patient, push out the waves, and then play it off from there? Like, this side lane matchup is just going to be like this Palmer, right? Zizune is just going to get killed every time Yoshi sees him.
It does feel a little bit rough for Zizune now, who in his first 2 games had such massive impact. I think he is starting to feel a little bit of that pressure, that change now. A little bit unsure of how to deal with this new normal.
The new normal indeed. Well, if we look at the game state right now, I would still say what I've been saying this whole time. UCE, they have the dragons, they have the scaling. Ziggs and Senna are still in the game, so these are champions which can stall out the game. I don't think it's over just yet. But P6, they are making it look good right now. They're executing well in their comp. They've got a 6k gold lead, that's a lot. And they could run away with this game at the next dragon fight.
And definitely start to feel some of that impact, but then when you have these silence, they're so vulnerable
your
to
lane
being run
assignments
down.
are wrong. That's the thing right now, your lane assignments are wrong. Ziggs can never go into a side lane against these champions. He needs to be mid.
He really does have to be in the mid side with multiple people attending to him to make sure that he has that safety there. And even then, like, look at what they really have. Only Beyond truly has crowd control that is worth any reasonable amount.
Yeah.
So they need to have Beyond available to make sure that Coffee and Ravens are both safe.
Actually, I think Beyond has to be the one side laning. I feel like if you think about it, it has to be Ravens and Coffee and mid because they can no longer show their face in the side lane, and Beyond has to probably be the one to suffer and eat the side lanes.
Interesting.
0-5 and 0 for Zisune. I think he can no longer side lane as well, but he has to, right? It's just now he has to pay for his sins. Feeding so much, you know, you have to bear with it now. You have to deal with it. You have to find a way to side lane and not die.
And you
now
can't tilt.
You can't tilt. And he looks like he's tilted, to be perfectly honest with you. Look at Yoshi. Let me just give shout out to this man on your screen right now, or not on your screen right now. Yoshi's positioning, try to find the flank angle here. Fantastic stuff.
Alright, just a
No damage, by the way. Absolutely no damage.
I mean, he did a little to Eggy.
A little, I guess, yeah.
300
Wait,
damage.
why
So,
are you
why is he
starting
starting up the
on
dragon?
midway?
They've gone for it. Nyx is gonna come in, buy some time. Arashi's off in the back. He's gone for the exhaust. Yoshi looking to solo off the Lucian. Does find that first kill. They trade back. It's 1-for-1 now. Beyond survives by flashing away. The
He can
Ignite
poke this. It's not over.
threatens to take him down. Dragon focused down. 3,500 resets. Now they move into the mid side, trying to pressure to take this mid turret. P6 rotate over in time.
But you're starting to see the damage from UC.
My
Sure,
goodness.
Zitsune might not have damage, but Ravens has damage. Arashi has damage. If you isolate, the Kazakhs will kill you. That's what happened to Nyx. And the Ziggs, he's starting to become a very real threat, and he's something which P6 need to respect.
I can't say that I quite agree with that. Starting up the dragon like that.
Yeah, they should
Fine.
definitely not have, because you look at your teammates, they're pushing midway. Your team is so scattered right now.
And because
And
you
honestly-
just run off into the back and Yoshi just gets a solo kill off Zitsune time in and
Yeah.
time out.
Every single time, that's not going to change. I think every time this Lucian shows his face, he will just get killed.
Okay, well they're back towards the dragon again. Zitsune is off by the back. You see Yoshi also starting to rotate over. 2 items completed on Zitsune now. Wonder if that's going to give them some damage, perhaps. Divine Thunder is on Olaf though, so Eggy gets those new stats.
Oh boy. Divine Thunder on Olaf. Okay, so he's gonna be doing a lot of damage, but I gotta point out, Eggy is not gonna be very tanky. He has the death stance, he's going for a GA, but he's not gonna be very tanky. Ziggs can definitely kill him. Coffee can start to poke him out as well.
They didn't have to watch out for this mid wave, try and clear this one out, but Ravens is really close towards the dragon pit, trying to prevent this one from happening. This pick off potential from Haki with his charm just proving to be too much for Upcar Esports to handle. Zitsune actually assisting them a little bit with the leash on the dragon. Apparently, charm misses.
Okay,
Damage
they
six
do pick up this
get
one.
the dragon.
Yeah, they do pick up this one, but back to mid lane. So it's just a dance right now, right? Not only the team comps, but we also got to consider the player's mental state at this point in the game. P6, their backs are against the wall. They know they're in the driver's seat, but they can't afford to make a mistake. That's why they're a bit more cautious about making any potential big plays here, right? They're not really taking the risk, which I think they could be taking with their team comp. They could just dive in, but they don't want to risk throwing the game away. Now, you see as well, they know that they just need to turtle, they just need to stall this game out, and they need to not bleed out. 15 minutes on the third dragon means that we're probably going to see it a while before the next big team fight. I think it's 17, 18 minutes probably before we see the next team fight, and that's a lot of time. You see, you can scale up, you can funnel farm into Coffee, funnel fun into Ravens. I don't like Zisune's build though. I've talked about this before. Hex Drinker does nothing against an Akali, because at the point where she can perfect execution kill you, your Hex Drinker shield will not save you. It breaks through your Hex Drinker shield regardless. The play here is a wit's end.
I mean, you say that we can't see Upcar Esports bleed out, but we're literally seeing that happen right now. Every moment that this game continues, P6 have been finding a gold lead, continue to grow for themselves without having to take these direct confrontations because of the nature of the way that they're trying to take both these exchanges.
Sure, but the gold lead is growing too slow. That's my point. So, 10,000 gold at 10 minutes is huge, but 10,000 gold at 30 minutes, that's not the same. 10,000 gold at 30 minutes is nothing.
So what are we looking at here for P6? Should we, how much gold of a gold lead do they actually need to find?
Their gold lead right now is good. It's enough, but they need to break the game open. They need to break the game open, and to do that, they either need to get the Dragon Soul or they need to get the Baron. And I think their comp, they can solo out the Baron. They're just very afraid of the Ziggs, as they should be.
Okay, so Baron is up. You see Eggy off by the side. Arashi there as well. I think they were fighting for the blue buff. Arashi is the victor.
Yeah, but look at the farm being wasted now. They realize that we can't side lane with Ravens anymore, and that means that P6, they get to push all 3 lanes. While you push all 3 lanes, you see they will lose farm, and this is a good way to bleed them out as well. Trapped in the Baron, trapped in the side lanes. Look at this. Zitsune has to run from bot to top to bot. You're gonna lose out this one.
And even then, he wasn't able to clear out most of the
Oh, he's
farm
gonna
up
get
to the
soloed
top
again?
side.
Oh.
And as
Yeah,
he
look at
ran
this.
down to the
Look
bottom
at the
end, you know,
1v1. Look at the map. They're
he
just
gets
getting...
like 2 creeps.
Yeah. They're just getting ran around the map right now.
Good macro out from Phantom 6 right now. They started out the Baron. You talked about this being one of the 2 objectives they needed to get if they wanted to try and win out this game. Now the re-engage coming in. Nyx acting as that front line, the wall between them. Beyond will be tanky. Will be tanky enough, but Rashi, I cannot say the same for him.
Yeah, Spirit Rush is used.
Alright, that's it. That's it. Charm onto Beyond. Actually, a good amount of damage out from Zizuna. He tries to jump back in. The auto attacks, the double shot takes down Haki somehow. Nyx running him down. They trade back here, taking down the Galio. The final auto attack out from Ravens. Now Yoshi off by the side. Was able to finish off the top 2 ends. Now a little bit
While
more
all
damage
this is
out from
going
Ravens.
down, the creeps took down mid turret as well here for UCE. They broke open mid lane, and despite how the game state looks, P6 they're winning on every lane. They've got every single side lane out of turret. The mid lane tier 1 is still standing for UCE. You cannot get past the Ziggs. Sure, you killed Zisune, sure you killed Arashi, but they don't matter. Only one player matters right now in UCE. Well, I guess Coffee kind of does too, right? But it's all about Ravens.
And here, but here's the thing here with me, almost right. The fact is, this kind of worked out because there was only one objective on the map worthwhile taking for Phantom 6. Now with the Elder Drake spawning out, there are 2 sides of the map that Upcar Esports have to watch out for, and we already saw what happened. They cannot do a 1v1. What happens at this point?
Exactly, that's completely the point, right? They will just keep getting dragged across the map, and P6 they just need to be a bit more cautious with how they're playing out the game. They don't need to dive like what you're seeing on your screen. Just drag the game across all 3 lanes. Drag UCE around the map, and I don't think they have the tools to respond. Now, Elder's getting started out. UCE, I don't know if they can contest this.
Okay, here we have it. Dragon started up like you mentioned. Beyond trying to flank around from one side, Coffee over from the other. Arashi has vision of the Dragon Pit, so he wants to go for the steal again. That's the initial chomp. Beyond takes a good amount of damage.
What is he doing?
He's gone suicidal. He's just trying to get as much damage as he can, as quickly as he can, but Yoshi's dived into the back line. Watch out again for the chomp. Raven's been caught off, isolated, picked off. You would think that they were playing Kazakhs instead. Upcar Esports lose 3 in a critical moment.
I don't know what to tell you, man. At this point, Zisune is literally running it down. He relentless pursued it, proto-belted into the face of P6 members, and he just died. Like
Guess
not
what?
much
Now
to say.
Dragon's gonna go over for sure. Arashi, he's trying to kite back around, but so well done by Haki. You can tell this guy does not play with auto aim. He did not need to have. The auto aim does not work there, right, Omo?
Yeah.
Because I
don't believe so. Yeah.
No vision of it because so he no auto aim. Man just targets his spells. You know how it goes. Phantom 6 onto the Baron now.
And Grandin, I'm starting to feel a little bit of weight in my hands right now. I think I got something on him. You know what that is?
What is it, Omo?
I think we have a game 5 on our hands, Grandin.
Oh my goodness. You sound so excited, by the way.
I sound excited, but I can tell you that I'm dying inside. I have not eaten today, Grandin.
Oh yeah, so that you can get to eat after a great game 5.
I could eat after a game 4, you know, if they didn't run it down.
But what happens? I mean, we think about like this
Look,
is a
I'm gonna
series
be honest
between
with you. I
the
think
4th place team
P6
and
won
the
the
5th place
series.
team.
P6 just, I think they won the series. It's just too big of a mental gap at this point. Zisune looks completely a broken man. And the rest of UCE as well. I feel like their comp just doesn't allow them to attack the game. Once we go to the game 5, P6, there's too many picks for them to play around with. This Ari, this Olaf, this Kaiser, this Galio, they're all very effective. And of course, Yoshi has been doing work on this Akali as well.
Okay, watch what happens here now. Phantom 6 starting to collapse in on all 3 lanes. Zisune has been pushed back continuously. Yoshi is just chasing after, escorting the minion waves in. That's the chomp onto Arashi. Almost gives them the kill. The flawless execution. And guess what? Phantom 6, they've had enough of this noise. You memed on them. You joked on them. Guess what? They're truly well and done, bringing us into a game 5 as they work their way onto the Nexus. 5 full games. It is Upcar Esports and Phantom 6 in this full game series.
Yeah, I mean, once Master E is gone, P6, they look like they have a better grasp of how they want to play out the game. They look at like they have a better understanding of how they want to be aggressive on the map. This whole game, the only aggressive points for UCE, Lucian and Kha'Zix. Now, how are you going to attack the game when your Lucian gets solo killed at level 5, botching a dive? Your win condition just goes out the window. All you can do is stall. all you can do is turtle. And Zisune, like I said, he looks like a broken man right now. He's just so tilted. The way he played out that game, proto-belting to their faces several times. I think you might be right here, Grandin. P6, in this game 5, they might have what it takes.
Look, I just want to say, you know, I voted for it. I said it was going to be a close game. You know, maybe I didn't know it was going to go to game 5 or not, but apparently it is. And Fam Sings, like you said, on that momentum, they have the opportunity to. And that last step that Upcar Esports had to overcome just could not be done, could not be surmounted. Fam Sings will bring us all the way there. So with that being said, game number 5 is coming up right after this quick little break.
Here we go now.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling cause this is my
Here we go now.
I don't have a particular song for you guys to represent this, but Omo, do you want to take it away? We're going to Game 5.
We've got a game 5 on our hands, Grandin. That's the one.
Oh right, that's the one. You know, there was I recall having this conversation with some of the other casters, right? And then there was some, I think it was TJ. I think TJ mentioned that him and his friends went to go and make a compilation of every time the
Costa bingo?
casters said we're going to Game 5, and you know, even through the smiles and the laughter, you can hear the depression behind all of that, because
We're going to a game 5. Yay!
and it's not just on our part, because I feel like Upcar Esports are feeling it doubly, maybe even
100%.
triply, right? Because they were the ones that were sitting on match point this entire time, prepared to take this one down. And not only that, they came into this with full side selection for all 4 games up until
They
this
messed
point.
it up. They dropped the ball, frankly.
Right, and we
something-
need to see a change.
We do. And something I gotta bring up as well is there's a reason why this game 5 doesn't entice me. Why this game 5 doesn't appeal to me. Frankly, this series has just been crap. Like, we saw 3 games of Master E dictating the series. Fine. And then this game 4, UCE just rolled over and died. What kind of a series is this? Hopefully we get a better game in the next one.
Oh, you can't say these things.
I am gonna say this.
You
Look at
can't say
Lucian
these
1-9
things.
in 2
They're
games solo
trying-
queued by Akali.
They're trying really
Well, you gotta
hard.
try better than that. You gotta do better than that. You're here in the playoffs. It's the
Oh.
big leagues now. No more kindergarten shit from me. No more. Oh, you did your best, guys. We're in the playoffs now. No more Mr. Nice Omo.
Look at what you guys have done. You
Yeah,
guys
I'm
have-
back.
you
I'm
guys
back,
have
baby.
Unleashed.
It's your fault, UCE. You killed me. do you know that Taylor Swift song? I'm sorry, the old Taylor come to the phone right now. She's dead or something like that. It's some edgy thing. That's me.
Yeah. That was the Look What You Made Me Do, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. One of those.
Come on, you make the
6k
song
damage,
reference.
Kha'Zix. Go next. Look, we're heading into finals. We're heading into playoffs. We're heading to regionals soon. It's time to kill the Mr. Nice Guy, Omo. It's time to get back to what worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The number 1 a-hole. I'm back.
You were too professional for my liking. I felt
What
like,
a
you know,
9,
you were-
Lucian? What? No, not okay.
And
Put
we
a
had
belting
to-
into. So you're supposed to dash in, put a belt out, or vice versa, right? He just read it down. He's like, let's go next fast. Relentless pursuit, put a belt in. I'm gonna die right now.
Okay, I'm getting some new information here, Omo. I'm not sure
Okay.
how you're going to respond to this. All right, if you
Ooh, I
get very
saw.
mad,
I saw.
Coffee is now out. They're bringing Kazuo in. Kazuo is going to the jungle, and Arashi's playing ADC.
Yep. Let's go. Phantom 6, 3-2 victory. Congratulations to you.
I just want to
Happy
know
with
like what's
that.
happened here. Like is this a
Mental
a-
boom. It's a mental boom angle.
But why is it Coffee?
Because he's probably. It's all speculation, but if I was in his shoes and my top laner just ran it down 1-9 while I was playing Senna, I'd be pretty tilted too.
You gave him the opportunity to carry, and then what ends up happening?
Coffee's
is
been
they-
playing utility all series long. He's probably mentally done, so I don't know.
All right, well, we need to see what happens here. If
Yeah, of course this is pure speculation.
this change does make a difference, yeah, it's pure speculation. You know, it could be as simple as they just have a different kind of strategy they want to
strategy
try and play
thing,
for.
right,
And there is still at that lower bracket, but you know, we mentioned earlier before, like if you end up in lower bracket now, you don't get side selection again, and this is, you know, you already saying it's such a massive advantage to have side selection in every single game. It's not just in the first game that you win. It's basically in every game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks to me like P6 have just won at this point. They've won the battle of minds, their mental resilience, their tenacity put through in the end. And granted, that's gonna make you the only analyst with 100% pick rate so far in playoffs if they do win.
All right, I'm
There's a
looking
lot of
forward
light
to
here.
it. You guys are doubting it. You guys didn't know that I
See
understood
the
player
pain,
psychology
the pain
best.
behind my smile, Grandin? I
Well,
have
I'm
a
gonna-
0% win rate after this if you see lose.
I'm gonna write a paper on esports player psychology in in developing
It'll be
regions.
a very long paper.
And develop esports player psychology and the probability of tilt. I think we will have a very interesting one for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game 5 for sure. I want to see what kind of strategic approaches they take on the side of UCE. Surely there's some rationale behind this swap. Surely there's some idea here that you want to run with. Getting reverse swept, it's never fun. But P6, they showed they had the mental resilience. They showed that once Master E is gone, they are good to go.
Yeah, if they get the Master E, then you basically see an entirely different game. I mean, the qualitative difference, right, between Arashi playing Master E and any other champion in this series so far has been massive. Like he's had a lot of impact on Master
series,
E,
to be honest.
and then on the other games, just not at all. So clearly, it just seems like the Master E was mitigating a lot of the downsides they were facing, and so we do truly get to see now an issue with Upcar Esports being unable to execute beyond that same idea all the time, which is some of the concerns that we've had for them up until this point as well.
Yeah, frankly, I've been harsh on Zizune, but I'm glad that you brought up the point on Arashi as well. He's had a terrible series outside of the Master E games. Like you said, the difference between Master E and non-Master E is night and day. His Fiora performance, he was 0-2, ended the game 1-5. It was a tough time. This time around, too, Kha'Zix, he got the counter pick. He just couldn't do any damage. 6,000 damage. The game just blew up in his face. Now, in this game, it's not entirely his fault, right? Because his team was just exploding, and when that happens as Kha'Zix, you lose all the tempo, it gets very hard to play. But still, not having a great series. We talk about how Arashi needs to be one of the big performers here. He has not been able to deliver on that.
Yeah, it is quite disappointing that we haven't been able to see them come to this point. And then with someone that we hoped would have that hyper carry potential, you know, what we saw earlier as well with Phantom 6 banning away the Vayne last against Upcar Esports, right? Trying to remove that as a potential option for Coffee. You asked yourself, like, well, why ban away the Vayne? Like, why does this matter at this point? Coffee just isn't going to play. He has shown more than enough willingness to play for the utility style champions, and we start to see that impact now, right? They do not seem to have confidence playing into a strong bot side matchup. You know, instead they've gone into a jungle matchup, jungle carry matchup every single time, and we've seen it not work out so well. We've seen a lot of focus on the top side not work out so well.
Doesn't really work out so well sometimes indeed. Well, I want to go into the draft. I want to see what these two teams end up playing. I feel like on the side of Phantom 6, they have not really shown all their cards just yet. Okay. All they've really shown is Ahri, aggressive jungle, aggressive bot lane. I want to see if they repeat that, and I want to see if there's anything that UCE can do in draft to try to shut it down, because I don't think they can. And if that's the case, it's going to be a trio.
Okay, Omo, here's what I have to ask, right? Yeah. If we go into this last game, Upcar Esports win game 5, Zizune smashes lane, Kazuo smashes jungle, does this make up for the games 3 and 4?
Of course, 100%. Whoever wins the series is... The history is written by the victors, right? If you win, that's all that matters.
So all they need to do now is win the series, and then you just...
Yes.
And then it will be as if almost never mad at you to begin with.
I'm still going to be mad at you that you made me go to a game 5 playing this atrociously, but I am willing to overlook it if you end the game here now.
So we really have to see that rise in ability there. But I mean, I'm trying to think back, like, where with Kazuo coming into play.
Have we seen Kazuo play? Have we seen a game of Kazuo?
I'm trying to recall. But it doesn't. I don't know. Nothing really jumps out in my mind. Like,
yeah, I don't think we did.
Which is quite interesting, because if that is the case, then what happens here in this case then? Wow, this is actually really difficult to say.
Debuting in a game 5 when your team is on the verge of getting reverse swept is not an enviable situation to be in.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I'm just like looking through it, and I really just do not see an instance where he had come into play. And this was, you know, initially we had seen like Nyx and Iggy swap over from Phantom 6, and they used that time in group stages to kind of find that momentum and find like where everyone is most comfortable and where they had the most impact. And it worked out for them. You know, using group stages as that opportunity to go and switch around, like, that's a good thing. But then now we're starting to see Upcar Esports trying to pull in something in like you said, in that game 5 in the upper bracket, in the upper brackets of playoffs.
It's
Definitely
gonna be easy.
not an enviable position at all.
Yeah, especially if they didn't have anything pre-planned and it's the result of someone tilting and you had to come in and fix that situation. It's not a good spot to be in, but well, we'll see if they can deliver. If not Phantom 6, they're gonna make you, Brandon, the only analyst with 100% correct prediction rate in playoffs.
No, I'll take that. I'll take that, absolutely. It seems that all you have to really do is just go against the green, and for some reason that just means that you're right.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know, right? Like, I don't look at anyone else's votes before I vote. In fact, I'm more inclined to go against your votes because you guys are all dumb.
I mean, I've gone into that. I was like the second person to reply. Like, I was thinking for like a good long time as well.
Yeah.
And it was kind of difficult. And since I guess we have a little bit of time, I think they're still trying to get themselves sorted out. I think because of like that switching.
Yeah, there's
players
probably a
right
fist
now,
fight at the UCE house right now.
so because they're taking a little bit of time to get the players swapped out and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking in like my mind. So when I was looking at the second series between PathSeeker and Watermelon, despite being a team that was coming into this 3rd seed and 6th seed, I actually felt that was an even closer series than this one. I mean, now in hindsight, this might not be the case because this went to a full game 5. I don't know how much of a closer series they can make that one go into, unless they will literally win the games 1-1-1-1-1-1.
Well, I mean, if it goes 5 games here, I mean, it did go 5 games here, but if the next set goes to 5 games as well, good luck to production and good luck to our second set of casters because they're going to be ending pretty late tonight. And these games, they all seem really close, so it could go anyway, really.
And I'm just trying to think as well. So yeah, and this it could matter again if they play up against in the second set of tomorrow's matches, right? If they end up playing against against RSG. Well, actually not so much because they'll have a full night's rest. It's not like they play in the first set.
Yeah.
No,
I
so
mean,
it's fine.
It's not a great situation to be in still, but you gotta be prepared, man. If you weren't ready to. If you wanted a good night's rest, you should have won the series earlier. You should ban Master Yi in game 2 if you're Phantom 6, It's all... This is the consequence of your own actions, basically. You have no one to blame but yourself.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I feel like at some point, like, you guys have gotten used to... You guys can sense when I'm starting to, like, nod my head to the things.
Yeah.
And I guess, well, yeah, since we really do have the time to it, and every time I say this, we immediately get the call that we're starting like picks and bans. Let's go back on the topic. You said that you were mentioning that the NA region looks even better than the EU region right now.
I do believe so, right? But I think they're both bad, so it doesn't really matter.
Like to what extent? Like what extent does this like make an impact, a difference?
Well, I would think that one of the main things is that EU seems to have a really weird grasp, a weird idea of the meta right now. They're picking a lot of weird enchanters, which I don't know if they're actually good. We'll have to see when we get to internationals. Seraphine is a big one that I think no other region is playing, and they love Seraphine in EU. Overall, I just think the NA team comps look a lot more cohesive, whereas EU is just a little bit all over the place. Who knows? Maybe they're innovators, maybe they're right, but I highly doubt that that's the case. Of course, NA still does look bad. They always do, but I just think they have a better grasp of the meta than EU does.
Oh, that's really rough. That's really rough. Maybe they can impress us this time around. We're bringing in so many more teams, Omo. Do you feel like the top seed from WNA will be able to at least take down the rest? Like
that's actually a fun
seeds?
Conversation, right? That's a conversation that I had with the NA boys, the Giant Slayer boys over on the podcast as well. It's kind of sad to say, but I think if you take the best NA team at this time, probably Immortals, and you say you slot them into WCS MYSG, right? I would only dare to say they would be top 3. Like, I wouldn't even dare to say they would be like the champions. The best NA team is probably top 3.
MYSG.
Yeah.
You just say WCS MYSG?
MYSG. They would be a top 3 team, right? So I'm not confident in saying that IMT is gonna be better than LFO or SEM9 or RSG and SEM9. That's the thing. It's just NA things,
I mean, that's just a interesting one. Oh, we're actually getting the call and told right now that we're going to a quick little break. I think we need a little bit more time to settle all the things with the players. So when we come back, the series resumes between Upcar Esports and Phantom 6.
Here we go now.
You're in bite range. You and me, we got this.
I'm undisputed. Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
Whoa! Get ready to face the mighty Yumi. Oh, and book. You're in bite range.
undisputed.
We've got everything sorted out. All's good now. We're getting ready to jump back into the match. Game number 5 about to go underway. And like we mentioned earlier, a bunch of changes. Coffee's gone out. Kazuo's come in. He's in the jungle now. Raji's gone ADC. We played the way we want to. Almost done with it all. But he's... There we go. We got that trademark almost smile coming back in. That cheeky little grin.
I'm trying to think what I can say without getting fired here. I'm weighing my words very closely.
I mean, what's stopping you? You know, you have like... Let's see, I think
All
we have
right,
like 4
let's
more
go.
days together.
Look, it's 8 p.m. We started here, what, like 4:45 p.m. It's gone all the way to Game 5. Master Yi has changed the game. And I think UCE, they are just done with it, frankly. Their mental is boom. They're not playing Coffee. Someone else is coming in to play jungle. Kazuo, Arashi swapping the AD. This team, it seems like they're boom. I'm going to write them off for the rest of the league. I'm going to write them off for the rest of the playoffs. Phantom 6, Grandin, 100% prediction rate. Let's go.
Let's jump into champion select so that we have something more to talk about. A little
Yeah.
bit of a glimpse into what happens here between these two teams. I wonder if we actually have the picture ready for Kazuo. Oh, we do! That's nice. You get to move Arashi down to the bottom side. Okay, let's see what happens here. Phantom 6 removing the Olaf right away. Especially since they're not the ones that get to pilot it this time around. They say, we don't want you guys to have it. First man, Master Yi. Let's go.
It has to be. I feel like there's no point in leaving the up. If you're on red side, you have to just ban it away. Kazuo coming in. I don't know what to expect from this guy. The burden's going to be a little bit tough on him as well. Arashi now playing AD. I don't know what to expect, man. Arashi and beyond. Let's see how this bottom lane goes.
Okay, Jax removed off the table. So Master Yi, again, rising popularity, rising in desirability. I'm just going to sit here and I'm just going to watch very intently if the Master Yi gets banned. Like, Upcar Esports. Come on, you see.
Hey,
Yeah.
look, Upcar, they've made a bunch of questionable decisions. They've done a lot of funny things here today. Maybe not banning Master E is the feather on the cap here for them.
Lulu, okay. Not
Don't
too
ban
bad,
Master
not
E.
too
Don't
bad.
ban Master E. Don't ban Master E. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Ban Vayne. That would be the
Oh,
real
how
kicker.
funny would that be?
Ah,
Oh, I thought they were just clowning at this point, but guess not.
Does still open up a couple of options for this for Phantom 6 side. I think the Gragas was up. They're going for the commute here. I think that does incentivize the Galio pickup on self Upcar Esports. Not something they play that much of, I will say though. Ziggs also available. That could be a potential option. But even with Ziggs in their hands, it didn't seem as impactful. It didn't seem as impactful as Momo's Ziggs. Not to discredit Coffee in that previous game with his Ziggs, it just didn't feel like it gels as well with Upcar Esports playstyle. But it will go for it either way.
Okay, Ziggs Greg is coming in for UCE. No, it's not Coffee playing it this time. It's going to be Arashi or Ravens on the Ziggs. It's pretty much what they've been drafting all series long. Nothing has really changed here. But on the side of Phantom 6, I love that they're sticking to their guns, going for the aggressive comp, going for the dive comp. And this Camille Rakan 1-2 pickup is definitely going to allow them to do just that. Nyx, I gotta say, has been very effective on this Rakan. And I love this here from Phantom 6. Show them how it's done. Show them how to play Lucian. Show
And
them
you know
how
what
it's done.
happened in the previous game with Upcar Esports? They drafted for the Irelia, and Nyx literally
How funny is
blocked
this?
Irelia's entry the entirety of the game. Where the Vanguard's edge came through, their quickness just stopped Upcar Esports in their tracks, and they just lost the team fights outright. It's pretty wild.
How funny is this? Look at the change up here from UCE. Like every single game he's been playing Akshan, Tryndamere, Lucian. Now in game 5, Zisune is, you know what, I'm done. Just put me on Garen. I'm done. And he should be done. He played terribly.
Wait, there was a game when he was Garen, right? Or was that with Phantom 6? Was it Yoshi?
No, that was
played
Phantom
Garen?
6. Phantom 6.
Okay.
Zisune has only played carries this entire series.
Right. The 2 games that they won, he played carries. Now he's admitted to he's gone past that. You know, no more. Now we play for the simple stuff.
Yeah, I mean, good. You know, he played terribly the last 2 games. It's about time he does something for his team.
Okay, let's see what else we have in store for us. They're gonna get rid of the Lee Sin, get rid of the Senna. Also the Darius and the Akali. Akali did well for Yoshi before. They don't want to have to deal against that.
Yeah.
Especially into the Garen matchup, I think Akali is still quite good at that.
Divine Slanderer, you just destroy him.
So going for the Thresher, Upcar Esports have a decent amount of pick potential. We've been seeing a lot of Ari from Haki, but looking for the Diana this game instead. A Galio replacement, I would say, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they give up to Ari. I think that's been one of his most successful champions. But look at this. Once again, P6, well, I say once again, but they haven't had the best drafts this series. I think this is one of their best drafts so far. A very clear identity from the 1-2 dive comp. They get the counter pick onto the Garen with the Fiora, and now Kazuo coming in his debut game. Gonna be playing that Graves.
But can they overcome this how would I even describe it? Like dissonance? This disparity? This change between someone that was such an instrumental part of their win composition before. I mean, it's just such a huge shift away from what we've seen, and I'm quite concerned, I have to admit, for Upcar Esports going into this final one. Yeah, just a lot of to watch out for here.
Yeah. I mean, I like the fact that he comes in and he plays Graves, right? That demonstrates confidence. Keep in mind, every other player in this series, 9 players here, they're all tired. They played 4 games. He's the only one coming in fresh. If he comes in and he pops off on the Grave, that's UCE's only win condition right now. Maybe working in tandem with Beyond, that will let him pop off this game. I mean, we have to see something from Kazuo, right? We talked about how it's an unenviable situation to be in, debuting in a game 5 like this. But if Graves is a comfort pick for him, if he pops off on it, maybe it's a good start here for UCE. Maybe they may get to fight SEM9 after all. I'm going to say
Perhaps.
It's very doubtful though. I like what we've seen from P6 in the last couple of games, their adaptations, and they seem much fresher as a whole unit than the members of I keep forgetting
Phantom
the team
6?
name, UCE. Of UCE.
Upcar Esports.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I am checking back in that first game. You are correct. It was Yoshi that was operating the Garen in that first one. Zisune, like you mentioned, has been playing carries throughout. So now actually switching into a more passive option. Doesn't want to have I think that it has been some internal discussion with Upcar Esports, especially after the past 2 games, was not able to create that tempo, that momentum. He was a pretty he was a walking target, right? Like he was something that Phantom 6 could easily always reliably go back on and try to punish. Yoshi's gonna have the Fiora vs Garen matchup. We've seen how this one goes before.
Yeah. And I think Yoshi has been one of the quietly standout performers this series. He hasn't had many flashy moments where he just pops off in 1v9s, but I think he's been very solid. When he played the Akali as well, he showed that he can carry. He's good on these carry champions. Now with such a good matchup into Zisune, who's been playing terribly, I feel like Yoshi should just have a field day with it. This calls back to what you were talking about earlier on before we started the set as well, Grandin. I said that this top lane matchup, it would be big. Zisune needs to use his oddball picks to good effect here, but now going back on something so standard, I think you're right. He's gonna get smashed this series, this game.
Let's see what happens here. let's think a little bit about the bomb side matchup as well. Beyond is going to have to keep up with the momentum from Nyx. Nyx is looking to try and roam around the map, trying to establish some pressure. I have to say, I think the Graves is quite strong early game along with the Thresh, but maybe Camille Rakan wins out as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
All right, game number 5 going underway. It's Upcar Esports and Phantom6 playing it out for the chance, the opportunity to go up against SEM9, continuing up in the upper bracket. And right from the get-go, pretty passive start from Phantom6. But we do see something interesting. We see the lane swap happening here, perhaps. Kind of is a lane swap. We see Nyx trying to make it cheese a play in the top side.
Yeah, this is something which I think P6 have been doing very well this series, having creative uses of roams and lane swapping. Now they're gonna go get a lead for Yoshi yet again here. I feel like this is gonna work.
Okay, they are gonna get a little bit of damage onto Zisune, but
man, he knows, by the way, he knows that Nyx is here because Yoshi didn't level up. The EXP cued Zisune in.
It's giving it away.
Yeah, he's giving it away.
This information. Wait, but he could have stayed for that.
No, he was in the wrong bushes as well, right? And it's like, it's about time that you have to go home. Like, you waited way too long, and this attempt to be cheeky, it ends up hurting your team.
Okay, that's the barrier, that's the Ignite, trying to trade back a little bit. Flashes forward! But the micro dash will not give him the kill.
I think he tried to flash buffer to proc the Vital, but unfortunately Zisune very fast on that flash himself as well.
So not the best instance for P6 to start this game, because Zisune doing a good job now, no longer on that carry. We'll make the correct decision, make the correct play.
Yeah, he's gonna be A-okay here. Tanky boy in that Garen. He will have the passive to slowly regen up as well. But heavy trading from both of these guys. No sums left. It's a bit of a dangerous situation.
They're just trying to get a little bit of tempo right now.
Yeah, I'm not trading for Momo and Nyx.
Just trying to get past laning phase. Looks like they do go onto Zisune. Yoshi solo the minions. They won't take it down. It's a first blood back onto Upcar Esports. Zisune gets the kill via the creeps.
Yeah, this MVP creeps there, trading the kills back for Zisune. What is his first item? Why are you not going Bramble Vest? Why is this not a Bramble Vest angle? Why are you going Black Cleave first?
He is just trying to have the dueling pressure, perhaps.
I guess, right? But I feel like Black Cleave, Bramble Vest just shuts down Fiora so hard.
Especially because you want to cut away the healing.
Yeah, she doesn't heal. And she has to proc Bramble Vest. Her Q procs Bramble Vest. So it's such a great buy for Fiora, especially as a tank. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it works out. Maybe Zisune gets a solo kill and 2-3 round, but he's gonna get caught.
Okay, once again trying to step forward, but he doesn't have level 5 just yet, so Eggy gets to pull him back in the Hextech ultimatum, and there's nowhere really left to run. Apparently there is! Look at what's happening here! Yoshi's been blocked by his teammate! Cannot follow through! What is happening with Phantom6?
Yeah, not enough damage to finalize the kill onto Zisune. Enough health. Force the base. That's safe. That's breathing room.
She's on the side. Because of what's been happening, we do end up seeing Phantom6 build a small lead in gold, especially when it comes towards that top side in the jungle. A little bit onto Momo as well, but it's nothing substantial. Probably won't make a big difference towards the first objective spawn.
It probably won't. What about having this sort of pressure is you get to control the base timings, you get to control the wave states. That's exactly what Momo and Nyx are doing, right? They're dictating the pace of the lane. Now they're gonna swap into mid. Not quite enough to buy the first completed item.
I feel like we have to be the I feel like we have to be the trailblazers for this. Okay. The name of when the objective spawn. Right, because we talk about it every single game. It's such a recurring theme. We talk about it every single game. I feel like we need to be the ones to come up with
what are we gonna call it though? It has to be obvious enough, right?
The Rift Break.
It's kind of lame. I'm not gonna be saying the Rift Break, unironically.
Oh my goodness! Come on,
Rift Spawn. You can do better than that.
All right, here we go. Phantom6 looking for the engage up towards the top, and Cosmo will start trying to kite back up. The debut from this player gets taken out, and now we see Zisune chased on the turret. Beyond comes in, drops the Dark Passage, gives him some shielding. Not like it matters anyway. Now they're looking for this Rift Tower. Ravens positions back over on the back counter. Hit. Get right into
It's time for Rift Break. Yay!
Then you
No, I'm not good at it. Why do you think my IQ is low? Because I'm not good at it. Even if
there's so many. I'm just thinking. I'm trying to figure it out. Like where does this go? It's so on the Rift, right? Well, Wild Rift, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and it's a spawn. So it's the Rift spawn.
What does that even mean? What does it? No, like genuinely, what does that even mean, bro?
Stop using logic against me. I don't enjoy this. I don't like this.
Oh look, they dropped the Rift Herald top. It's time for a Rift Break.
It's a Rift Break.
Unironically, it's gonna become Rift Break, and I hate it.
Engage
Zitsune,
on the
what
Zitsune.
are you
Beyond
doing?
misses the chance to use the dash. The
Oh,
Protobelt
Yoshi.
will fall flat against the wall. Eggy looking for the tactical sweep, but Zitsune runs far too fast.
That's kind of a heartbreaker there for Yoshi, right? If he repulsed it, he would have enough health to chase them.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate, but either way, it's a little bit more pressure.
Yeah.
Surprising to see Beyond roaming up to the top side. But now what we do see is Nyx has a pretty substantial lead over Beyond.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be. It doesn't seem that much, but between supports, you know, that 500 gold, especially with only 1 kill difference, is quite substantial.
Considering that you get so little gold on the support, 500 is probably, you know, you're probably happy with it. Stormrazor is completed for mobile. People have been talking about that item. Nice charm.
All right, here we go. Engage comes in. They get the first kill. Cosmo's been taken out.
Oh,
Beyond,
no.
chased down by the culling, and that's how you execute on the Lucian.
That's how it's done. He comes in, Momo's saying this is how you play Lucian. Haki picks up 1 more kill into Arashi in the back line as well. With no Ziggs available, that means a no wave clear. And you are good to go. You get to pressure mid turret down. You get to take the dragon. P6, I think they're doing it. I think they're here to complete the reverse sweep, Brandon.
All right, here we have it. Upcar Esports trying to trade
Oh.
back against
Oh.
Yoshi. But watch out for what's happened here. The shield, the knockup, dash back in. They get the grand challenge off. Yoshi tops up HP. And oh my goodness, Omo, you might just be right. Phantom 6 looking for the reverse sweep.
It looks like they're definitely gonna be able to do it too, Brandon. P6, they look mentally fresh. It's game 5. They lost the first 2 games to Mastery, and they say, you know what, no Mastery, no worries. Haki, a bit of trouble, but I think he can just walk away.
Just feels like Upcar Esports can't keep up anymore. Things have gone way out of control. And Phantom 6, they seem happy with this. They seem content with this.
Yeah, they're definitely happy with the pace of the game. They have the scaling options as well. Keep in mind, ADC scale extremely well. It's just hard to get to the multiple crit items. And they keep doing this. They keep killing Zitsune.
I mean, it's just nothing more.
He's
to be
running
said,
it down
right?
again.
They just lock him out.
I mean, what do you want me to say, right? Like, he's just running it down.
All right, I want you to tell me
Yeah.
what you think his final score is going to be.
Oh, I like this game. He was 1-9 the last time around, right?
I think something
But
like
because
1 and
he's-
8.
Okay, I think because he's Lucian, right? So it's easier to run it down. It's pretty hard to run it down with Garen. With that said, I think his final score is 1-6. Or 1-7. 1-6 or 1-7.
All right, interesting analysis. Let's see what happens here. Yoshi's gonna end up having to kind of way Haki gets a shield, keeps him alive a little bit longer. Does
Haki.
still have his ultimate, but he tries to dash right in, gets caught by the Pandora's box at the end there. Trying to jump in now. Iggy looking to go back in with the rest of his team. Kazu gets that first pick off. Well, actually the second pick off, killing off Nyx as well. Beyond unable to find a hook there. Yoshi hovering by the brush, trying to buy some time. Momo comes in, but I don't think there's anything to be done as a single Lucian.
I think Yoshi could have played that a little bit more aggressive. I think he could have tested the limits a bit more.
Wait, what's
Block it!
Wait,
Block it!
what?
Oh my.
Oh my
Here we go, here we go.
Okay, they get the knockback. They
Okay.
get a kill on dash onto Yoshi. Using the barrier.
Oh.
Momo auto attack. They get the kill. The flash in from Momo.
Oh, nice.
No!
Wow, Momo's been playing this so well.
What? What's happening?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. And this whole time, while this fight was going down, Zitsune has been quietly farming it up, taking the top turret, so he's gonna get some nice little gold for himself. This is a Rift Herald going to P6's pocket, so... You know, I just noticed something. Mid-tier 1 is down, right, because of the earlier skirmish. And taking mid-tier 1 down against the Ziggs comp gives you so much space on the map.
Especially now that, all the other two turrets are down. So it gives them plenty of space, especially against champions like Graves that want to keep farming up. You get the counter jungle against them a lot, like what we see from them right now. They start walking in on Ravens, get the knock up, but there we have it. The rest of the team coming in. Eggy looking for the execute first. They find it, but a lot of damage coming across. Even with the tactical street, will still end up falling.
Yeah, they're making some individual
looking to try to
mistakes.
equalize. Hockey's coming to rotate from the back, so
You can't
now
get
actually
this.
a play is potentially available for them. Ruinfall on the two members. They get the knockout once again. Nyx will survive. They've dived under turret. They want to kill off Beyond, but I have to watch out for the Garen. Zisune comes into play. Momo with a little bit more damage, but they have to just walk back into the mid side instead.
Okay, pretty interesting stuff going on here. I think it's been a long day. Some of the players are getting a little bit tired. You got to consider this is a game 5. This is a full reverse sweep angle for P6. They make some individual mistakes. They get caught a little bit here and there. But overall, I don't think any of their mistakes so far this game have been egregious. I don't think it's anything game losing. They should just be able to come in, contest this dragon, no problem.
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's still fine. Like Phantom 6, like you say that they may be making some of those like mechanical mistakes. I feel like it's just a natural thing that to happen. But I'm looking like the overall idea. Hockey was able to rotate down, got that pick off, and even if they dove in a little bit deeper, I mean, that was just them not keeping track of where Tsune was. Yoshi's been caught out here, but he still has a repulse. She does manage to use right away. Eggy over to the backline, trying to zone out Ravens. They finish off Castle. That's a great step. No damage that's available for their team. Ravens been on pursuit by Eggy, who's looking to take them out. Momo is still left untouched through that fight.
Untouched, being able to dash in, play aggressively. They are making this aggressive comp look good. I love P6's aggressive drafting. Their willingness to just fight heavy champions and execute on it.
Okay, culling being used. They want to pick up this turret,
But
but
they get what?
and
they
he
get
gets
the
turret.
dragon.
I think that's with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald.
Okay.
And they get the dragon as well. Things are all looking up for P6.
So you said 10,000 in 10 minutes was a huge lead.
It is a huge lead, granted.
9,000 in 11. We see it basically that.
It's a
9,000 in
huge
11
lead.
minutes.
Yeah, it's a really huge lead. And P6, that's good as well because their comp needs a lead. Lucian and Diana especially, right? Fiora and Camille, they can kind of scale it up. But Diana needs kills. Lucian needs kills. And they found the kills. So they're happy with how the game is going for sure.
So what's happened here is we've seen the Divine Thunder built from Eggy, and it's actually giving him a lot of tankiness. Being able to jump in there, he's bought so much time for the rest of his team, especially with the Hourglass now. Just been so difficult to try and take him out. Zisune in a spot of danger. Will end up facing off against Eggy and Yoshi again. Hanzo tries to walk in, but ends up being caught out. In exchange that, tries to walk towards that passage. Will be killed off before he can get there.
Yeah, and having a rough debut here is Kazuo. 2-6 right now. He keeps getting jumped on, keeps getting picked on. Graves is another champion that needs to play with a lead. Well, he's definitely not going to be able to do that here.
And you said what? 1-6?
Pretty wrong.
You want to try again?
Hi. Well, you see, I was thinking about maybe I should increase the kills because Garen will naturally get kills just because Demacian Justice, right?
It's
but
kind of like
it's
the
too late. I mean, I'm already wrong, right? What's the point in backtracking? I don't believe in second chances.
You don't believe in second?
No, not at all.
If Phantom 6 didn't have the second chance, they didn't have this run through, like run all the way across.
Reverse sweep arenas?
Yeah, we would never see the reverse sweep.
That is
So
true.
maybe you can have a reverse sweep for predictions.
Well, look at this. Yoshi, he's just gonna run the show down.
My goodness. This really just does no damage to Yoshi. Even if they win a 1v1 exchange, like clearly Yoshi would have just destroyed him there.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver honestly does nothing at this point in the game, right? You just get completely shredded. Divine Sundra, Camille kicking you for 2 damage and percentage health. Fiora proccing vitals, destroying your health bar. It's a tough situation to be in.
Okay, we
Look at
do
this,
see
he's
Yoshi
getting run
on the
down.
silent again. It's just
That's it.
running down Zisune. That's the grand challenge being procced easily.
it.
Violet
That's
coming
it.
back up, even if you flash over the wall. One more attack. We'll see the redemption. Repulse being used. Yoshi trying to
Why
kite
fight
out against
them?
that. There are 4 people there.
Yeah, he should have fought that. I think he wins that, or even if he doesn't win that, he buys so much time that his team takes the inhibitor. This
How
is
did he
just
beat
what
that
happens
time,
when
though?
Fiora gets a lead on Garen.
Baron is an option now.
Yes, it
14
is.
minutes. 14 minutes in. Baron's an option. Upcar Esports realize that, so they're trying to get some vision down. I think if they can, they're waiting for the Squire's Boom to spawn again. Hockey just needs to walk off.
Yeah, P6 right now, they can do what they did last game. Just play on all 3 lanes. You run the show, you run the rift. Just take it easy and you will take the win here.
I mean, it just feels like there's so much pressure coming up right now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in for UCE. If you ask me what are their comeback options, right? A lot of it is reliant on the Ziggs, but unlike last game where I was saying that UCE could come back with the Ziggs, this time around it's a lot harder for them because Ziggs doesn't do well against split push. Ziggs can't wave clear every single lane. And look at P6's team comp as well. If they start Baron, you're forced to come out of your base to check them. They will just jump on your Ziggs and destroy him. It's a very tough spot for Arashi.
Upcar Esports doing the best that they can to try and make sure they have some vision towards the Baron pit, but realistically, you can see what happens here. They just zoned out right by the Raptors pit.
Oh
Have
man,
you seen before?
I thought Iggy could jump on Arashi there, but respecting the Jonya's hourglass.
And we've seen before what happens when SEM9 tried to go and rush the Baron.
Yeah.
You know, they were still able to get picked off. Oh, come on, Beyond. You cannot step up there, even with the Rocket Belt.
Okay, now do the Baron. Right? Okay, now you can either recamp or you can start the Baron because they'll be scared. But I think the recamp is a great call too.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah,
Engage
Johnny,
coming
you
in
can't
through
out
for
this.
Huggy.
Look at how much they're
in.
getting out of this, right? Every single time they get something. The flash from trash, the exhaust from trash. The next time, it should be a kill.
Okay, well. And walk back in. That's the initial knockoff. They're jumping in on the thresh that you said. No more summoner spells. Arashi's gone too. Nixie's hotter tails of Upcar. Chasing after Kazuo, but they've already found their entrance into the base through the inhibitors in the mid lane.
Yeah, and mid and hit being down is so big as well. Look at how P6 are playing the map. So good here from them. Gonna start off Baron, Nasha, while Fiora just split push, crashes the wave. There's absolutely nothing UC can do.
I think Yoshi could 1v3 here if
he honestly probably could. Like, he's honestly at that big point. Maybe not 1v3, but a 1v2 is definitely doable. Look at this, like, Yusune is coming to check, but like, what purpose does that serve? You can't do anything here.
Doesn't have a smite.
Yeah,
Can't
like,
do
what's the
anything about
point,
this.
right? Like, what are you gonna do? Flash in the Master Injustice to try to steal it?
The Master Injustice has some AoE damage, right?
Yeah,
like
it
AoE
does, right?
slash
So if you out someone, but the thing is, I don't know if this is exactly how it works. I might be wrong on this. I think it only does more damage if the guy is low. So if the guy is full health and you out him,
it is a percent health execution.
right? Yeah. So, but I don't know if that applies to the AoE as well, right?
Oh, but I don't know if that would apply to like the Baron. Even.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough call. TP's comes in. Yoshi says, you know what? It's time. Let's just end the game right here. We got super minions in mid. We've got 2 side lanes pushing. Let's close it out.
Okay, well, here we have it. Phantom 6 on their victory march, ready to end this one out. The final culling to close this one off. Beyond is the first to fall, the casualty from Upcar Esports as they watch Arashi go down to the bottom side. The sacrifices from Upcar Esports as Phantom 6 farm them under the turret, under the fountain, under the nexus. Phantom 6 with the reverse sweep all the way through 3-2 to keep the run going in the upper brackets.
Upcar Esports, down they go into the lower bracket. They're not out just yet, but given the performance we see for them today, it looks like they're just a Master E one-trick team. No Master E. What do they do? Seems like not very much. They're getting punished here, and I expected more from this team. I thought that the Arashi Ravens Beyond combo could pull it out, but it wasn't enough in the end.
And I just have so much to ask, like, Phantom 6 at this point. You know, like, after that honestly really strong statement, you know, being able to reverse that all once they were able to correctly identify the Master E was the issue for them and they just had to get rid of that, or either that played it themselves. They just seem to understand what needed to be done, were able to win 2 games flat. Once Master E was off the table, won 2 games flat. Have to really say I respect that from this.
Master E has a 100% win rate here today. Let's see if that keeps up through the rest of the WCS playoffs as well. That's gonna be something we need to look out for. What a time to be alive where Master E is the most broken champ in the game.
just having so much impact. You get to do so much at any given point of time. Being able to have so much damage, you know, having the ability to drop aggro, you know, it just offers such a level of outplay potential that other champions just cannot keep up with. I feel like that's a big part of the discussion here as well. If as we look back on like Master E, you know, like what it kind of offers for his teams.
Nothing.
It changes your play. It changes your playstyle entirely because your early game is all about funneling into your Master E. Even you see, like, even as we look towards the top side, because now the tops, like, we get to see top side get to play more aggressively. Zisune was able to get away with playing very, very aggressively to start off.
Yeah.
I mean, it just changes so much, and if you can't don't get your Master E, like you have to go full watermelon, you know? Like you have to be like a full like Team Watermelon and just go all the way. And we'll play any kind of carry jungle if we have to.
Yoshi played very aggressively this game, played very well this game, but you gotta give props to the supporting crew as well. Nyx and Iggy camped for him. They gave him so much space, and when given that space, he just ran away with the game. I think, honestly, they played so well here. Shouts out to Momo, consistently doing DPS while playing aggressive, showing Zisune how Lucian is supposed to be played. Nyx, I think, had a fantastic series as well. On this Rakan specifically, he played so well.
Yeah, I feel like Nyx specifically has had some incredible moments throughout this game. I felt like even in the games that they lost, he still had a lot of impact, despite the fact that all the other things were going around them. I will say that the Karma does not seem to be the correct answer for Phantom 6. I think they had a difficult time trying to make that work, especially since it is still quite early on. I don't think teams fully understand where Karma can be utilized. I don't fully understand where Karma can be utilized. It felt underwhelming for sure. And so with that being said, once Phantom 6 dropped the notion that he had to be playing for the Karma, going for the Rakan just seemed like a much better choice for them.
Yeah, the Rakan honestly played out very, very well for them. Nyx was being proactive across the map. He was starting team fights. He was just being an annoyance overall. Fantastic performance from him, and I'm hard-pressed to think of who I would vote as MVP here, right? Honestly, I think any one of them deserves it. I'm gonna be honest here, I think except Haki. He didn't have the best game. The best standout games, but he didn't need to because his teammates were playing so well. I think it's really between Yoshi, Iggy, Momo, and Nyx. Any one of them you can make an argument for being the MVP.
I mean, with 4 players already being deserving of MVP, it's hard to make an argument for the 5th one as well, right? So I don't blame Haki at all for this. I felt like he had a stable performance through all the games as well, so no issue for me for on that front. I am curious to see who ultimately will end up receiving the MVP. Like you mentioned, I think everyone has a pretty a good shot at it overall. And even as we go into like the interviews to talk a little bit about like how they picked up this game off of against Upcar Esports, I mean, I just have to say that with what we've been seeing from Phantom 6, they've been able to refine some of the stuff. Do you feel like there's been a big shift from like the group stage abilities versus like the playoff abilities, or it's just kind of looked kind of the same?
Well, I think P6 is as a team, they've been hit or miss, right? They've had some great days where they win matchups that they should be winning, and then some days they just look a bit lost, a little bit off, and they lose matchups they should be winning as well. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with this team, and to some extent that applies to all the middle of the pack, all the midfield teams as well. You can say the same thing about PathSeeker, you can say the same thing about Upcar Esports. On the right day, they look great. On a bad day, they look terrible. And I feel like that's what sets these teams apart from the top teams here, right? That consistency, the ability to constantly deliver on it day in, day out. That's something which we'll need to revisit as well. It's very likely that Phantom 6 going to their next matchup against SEM9, they are going to lose. 99% chance. I say that with high degree of certainty. So it's very likely we'll see them in the lower bracket where they have to battle it out against the other midfield teams again. That's where we come in to question their consistency.
And this was all done again with outside selection, without having the ability to decide which side you want to play on. So you're always playing into the enemy team's preparation. They always get to decide like, okay, we want to try and play for this kind of composition. And I am very curious like what that process is kind of looking like, especially depending on like with the kind of support staff that they have. This changes dramatically, right? I believe Glacios was with Phantom 6. I'm not sure if he's still with them.
I believe so, yeah. I'm not exactly sure as well, but I think he is.
Okay, so either way, like the fact, like when you have like the coach in play, you know, that changes a lot about like how you kind of like process all that. We actually also get so we have the interview ready. We're gonna talk to Haki from Phantom 6 about their Game 5 win up against Upcar Esports.
Hi guys. Yeah, hello.
Welcome back again. So we get to talk to you a little bit about how you feel about that. First 2 games, how'd you guys feel? And then once you won the 3rd game, at which point do you guys feel like, oh yeah, we can reverse sweep this?
I mean, from the first 2 games, like all along we felt we can reverse sweep it lah. We just had to take the Master E lah from them lah, because like after the first game we just realized that you know, like they can't work really well without the Master E, yeah. So as you can see from like game 3, the moment we took the Master E, like, you know, the game changes really very fast.
Well, I have a follow-up to that then. Why didn't you guys ban Master E in game 2? Why did you give them Master E again?
I mean, wasn't that we wanted to give we just wanted to try what do you call it? We just wanted to try like Kama Jacks, you know. We just wanted to see like
Try to
how
counter.
it goes. Then like yeah. So then third game onwards, we just change it to the first pick. We just first pick the Master Yi, yeah. We don't really have to take the Lulu, I guess. Like, as long you get like a decent funnel support, so I guess that works, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, fair enough. And you guys did not have side selection through this, right? So you guys had to constantly play into whatever they wanted to play into. Do you feel like that affects things going into playoffs?
I think it does. For the every first game of the series, I think it does affect lah. I think it does affect because like the team that gets to choose the side first gets the upper hand lah.
All right, fair enough. We also have our MVP ready for this series. I don't know who that is. Any guess on your part who you think might have been the MVP for this one?
I'll just see Yoshi lah. He has to be.
Look at our MVP for this one, and see if we had that right.
Oh no, it's still Eggy again.
Okay, it's Eggy again. Oh, who'd you vote for?
I'll say it's Yoshi lah.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Yoshi or Iggy, but yeah, like they both play very well, right? Honestly, your whole team played very well today.
Yeah. I mean, except for the first two games, we were like, I guess, Master Eater. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Yeah.
Well, I got a follow-up question to ask you guys. So you win this game here today, congrats. But I think tomorrow you play against SEM9. What are the thoughts going into that?
I mean, don't think too much. Like, no team is unbeatable. You just have to play your best. As long as you're giving your best, I guess that's all it matters. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, nice. Yeah, thanks so much for talking to us. We're not going to hold you up because we know you guys just played a full series. You're going to want to get some rest, get ready for your match tomorrow. We're going to call it here. Thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully we have to have an interview again with you tomorrow. If you beat
sure,
SEM9.
right.
Yeah?
I hope so. Okay,
all right, I'm looking forward
much.
to it. I'll see you tomorrow for the interview then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank
Take
you
care,
so
guys.
much. All right, have a good one.
Bye-bye.
I like that confidence.
Alright, he's promised me. So tomorrow I'm gonna put my predictions. I'm gonna say that SEM9 wins, right? I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say that Phantom 6 beats SEM9.
You have to, Brendan. You can't be the only panelist, the only caster with 100% win rate. That's just wrong. It just doesn't add up.
What if I continue with 100% win rate?
That's just wrong. You have to put Phantom 6 tomorrow and put your money where your mouth is, Brendan.
Alright, I'm gonna put Phantom 6 tomorrow for my predictions to beat SEM9. But for the rest of the night, we have our next matchup coming in. It's Team Watermelon versus PathSeeker. When we come back, it is going to be Hound and Husky taking over and bring you guys the action. See you guys in a little bit.
Here we go now. Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? Here we go now.
Out there asking who let the dogs out, who, because it's me, it's Husky and the Hound. We're here to bring you guys more actions. It's PathSeeker against Team Watermelon coming up next. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling pretty happy to just be here to cast some Wild Rift. Apologies for the blurry quality of my webcam here. Seems to me that my side's having a little bit of connection issues, but other than that, Watermelon going up against PathSeeker. We have seen Team Watermelon a couple of weeks back, a week ago actually, go up against a team whereby they had a little bit of challenges moving forward. But looking at how they have been moving on and how they have been slowly structuring themselves, it seems to be a rather fantastic turn here today, Husky. What about PathSeeker?
I'm loving PathSeeker, right, because they have shown that they can take games off of the middle pack. Like, they're not just there as a cork, as a stopper to gatekeep the top 6, and they have proven it by taking down teams like P6, by taking down teams like Watermelon in incredible fashion. They played the most best of 3s, they played the longest games, they had the most incredible comeback from all 3 inhibitors down. They have done everything within the playbook, within the realm of possibility for competitive Wild Rift. So now it's really a time to see if they can pull it off again against Team Watermelon. I think this is a very good grudge match to let us gauge whether PSK has really got the tools to make it far, or will Watermelon come back swinging hard.
Well, they did manage to defeat LFO last week, so that's something to actually be very proud of for Watermelon here. Aside from PathSeeker, yes, there has been talks of PathSeekers maybe coming from behind and defeating Watermelon, but I do believe that Watermelon is in a very strong place right now where they can and will be able to find that winning formula to take on PathSeeker here today, Husky.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And I think that against Watermelon, there's definitely a lot to look out for. I mean, we have an incredible matchup coming up today. But first of all, let us introduce to you guys Team Watermelon.
The Singaporean team of Jinkai 2, Vendetta, Ale Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf. Team Watermelon now slowly but surely finding their rhythm and getting that winning formula, as I have spoken before, in terms of them getting a little bit more structure in terms of their pick compositions, being a little bit more versatile than their majors here. For that being said though, Husky, What are the biggest standouts for Team Watermelon?
Standout? I think if I have to pick one, I think Vendetta has been in the forefront of conversations, right? Because Vendetta himself has been those star carry jungler. We're gonna show you guys some of the highlights from Team Watermelon, their best plays from their group stage. And I would say that, Team Watermelon, to answer your question, I think Vendetta is going to be in the spotlight because he has the tendency to play carry junglers, right? Like, for example, the Riven, he has played carry Irelia, he has played Kha'Zix, he has played, what else? I think he's played Master Yi. So if we want to look for a jungler that can go ham and make all of these individual plays, Vendetta is the guy.
Vendetta, though, as you can see from the highlights, faring Riven here as well as playing the Fiora, as we do see the opening by Ale Major, the enableization of Ale Major to come in with a beautiful ultimate actually opens up the room here. But Emotion as well was able to be very, very smooth in his transition to try to kind of take away the power. But it seems that for Watermelon, a little bit too smooth there. Now going up against Upcar here. There we go with the ultimate Vendetta there, as you can see, coming into the center of it all, playing a very, very unusual carry jungler, but was able to get a beautiful reset on top of that. The rocket jumps right into the triple. We're going to see the quad here for Vendetta, and all of that revolves around the entirety of the team, opening up more opportunities for Vendetta to play, depending on what style they want to play, whether Vendetta's going to play very, very much carry or very much utility. I think that it really revolves around Vendetta getting that early start and getting that pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and I do like the point that you brought up against from about our Major, because I think this guy, in your words, is an enabler. I completely agree with that, because I think that even though we kind of joke around about how Watermelon only gives him Gragas as long as Gragas is on the table, but we can see his proficiency with the champion. He wins lane, he was able to set up fights, and he is those high impact mid laners that doesn't necessarily get the most kills, but does allow his team to translate that into a win. But let's take a look at their opponents for this best of 5. It's going to be PathSeeker. And for PathSeeker, we have Emotion, we have FXY, Kevin, Swift, and Evolution, the main lineup from the team that so far has been on an upward trend. Sure, they still finished the group stage 6-8 in 6th place, barely squeezing it through, but they did show a lot of promises, right? Again, they've taken down the biggest teams, they've made the best comebacks, and they have shown us that growth throughout the group stage. I want to put a bit of attention onto LXY, because in Swift's word, he is one of the most underrated jungler, but he was the only guy who got a pentakill in that group stage. So this young talent has a lot to show. And let's take a look at the highlights from PathSeeker, because I firmly believe that this team has a lot to offer, and it really starts off with a slow group stage, but as the group stage transition into the second half, PathSeeker turned on the switch.
Okay, we're going to be seeing a beautiful entry by Evolution to enable his team, as well as Swift opening up with all of his summoners down for the count. But it seems that PathSeeker bit off a little bit more than DKChu as the fight started to get everywhere. Very messy indeed, very clean ace from PathSeeker there. We do see Emotion getting in the middle of a dive here. We'll be able to hit his ultimate onto Beyond, as we do see that the dive has turned around, as PathSeeker are very much in play against Upcar, as Upcar are in a bit of a spot of bother, opening up these fights and regretting them immediately. LXY on a sliver of health here opens up with the turret, but gets taken down. The Penta goes over to LXY, and this is the head-to-head. Vendetta going up against LXY. Though the numbers are nice when we look at them from face value, Husky, I'm pretty sure that they don't reflect the full story between Vendetta and LXY. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I definitely think that it doesn't fully show us what these two players are capable of. We talk about something that is a bit of an underlying factor when it comes to a team composition, right? The properties of a jungler. Some junglers are not meant to get kills. For example, we talk about how Vendetta plays a lot of carry junglers. We saw the unconventional Tristana, we saw the Master Yi, the Riven, the Kha'Zix, the Fiora. These champions, when they hit to the late game, they are going to be racking up those kills. They will be dealing the most damage. They'll be getting the highest KD, the most kill participations. But LXY sometimes goes for junglers that doesn't necessarily do that. The Camille, the J4 are really good examples. They don't get much kills, but they do set up the team for that. They are the enablers of the team. Hence why we see LXY has more damage taken per minute, but lesser damage dealt per minute, and the complete reverse for Vendetta. It's just the properties of the jungler. I think they both fit well into their team's playstyle. But I personally think that LXY has been improving so much that if he gets a good game, he really shows up huge. I want to see how Watermelon deals with the drafting phase, and I also want to take a look at the predictions that we all had from the panel today.
All right, so that's going to be a very interesting one indeed in terms of predictions. We're all going to go for Watermelon Husky, the only sole one out from the panel. So, Husky, I do want to get into this particular why as to PathSeeker will be able to defeat Watermelon. However, this Camille pickup here, 38 times across the board. We do see Set, Gragas, Galio, some of the top 3 here in the top 10s, but we do see Fiora as well, somewhere in the middle of the pack, just below Darius. Do you think that these particular trends are going to reflect themselves again today in this particular matchup against PathSeeker and Watermelon?
For the 2+ question, I say Watermelon has a chance to beat PathSeeker has a chance to beat Watermelon, because I think that there are certain situations that PathSeeker can have a good game, and that kind of comes down to having Alex enable the rest of his team. Both teams have very unique pocket picks that they can pull out when they need it, and I think that PathSeeker has what it takes. They've shown us their maturity in macro. They've shown us that when it comes to those 1v1 plays, they can outplay the enemy, and if they've done it against Watermelon twice, they can do it one more time. As for the picks, I think we are going to fall back into what the teams are comfortable with. Sure, there is this buzz about Shen and Karma being enabled and Yuumi being disabled. There's Master Yi as well. But judging from these two teams, I feel like Watermelon would probably be more prone to experiment with these champions. For PathSeeker, they can just stick with what they are comfortable with.
Okay, now one final question before we start getting ready to go into the game for pick and ban phases, excuse me. One curiosity is in terms of why you went PathSeeker to defeat them all here against Watermelon. Why so here? Why the sole anomaly amongst a very much united casters table?
Well, I made this decision based off of a couple of factors, right? I'm not going to deny that I think statistically Watermelon is a way better team on certain aspects, but there are windows of opportunities that PathSeeker have taken to punish Watermelon, like their over-aggression, how sometimes PathSeeker were able to match with the macro. We saw that complete comeback against Phantom 6, where they lost all inhibitor turrets, but through sheer macro management, they were able to win the game back. We saw this 36-minute slugfest against Watermelon that PathSeeker once more showing us incredible teamfight and winning the game. So based off of those factors, PathSeeker have shown us that on their best days, they certainly have the level of individual awareness to recognize opportunities and to take advantage of that, and that is why I think PathSeeker has a good chance against Watermelon. But don't get me wrong, I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. I think this would go the full distance, but it's not to say that PathSeeker will not stand a chance at all. I think they have a decent opportunity to take down Watermelon for the second time.
All right, first game predictions here in terms of pick and ban cadence. Do you feel that there's going to be a very big pickup for a Vendetta or the representative jungle on the other side here? Because for how we have seen it thus far, right, pick and ban cadences as well as how they pick and ban are very much different and unique across different teams here, especially considering that Flex is such a strong option.
For that, I think we will probably still follow what we've seen in the group stage. Again, I don't feel like the Shen Karma being open is going to change things up too much as of now, because we barely had time for the players to kind of get used to it on the competitive level. But we'll let this draft do the talking, right? I'm super excited to see what these teams will focus on. Generally, we see champions like Set being taken out. We see the Gragas being a priority for Watermelon themselves. But we looked at the jungle matchup, and both Vendetta and XY can provide a lot for the team. The Olaf is going to be the first to go. I am looking to see if Watermelon will consider taking out the Camille.
Representatives from both sides of the team, Watermelon as well as PSK, occupying the left and right side of your screen respectively, are ready to pick and bans, opening up with the Olaf for Watermelon towards PSK, and PSK towards Watermelon with the Lulu. Ziggs already being banned out as well. Are these any major surprises towards you, Husky?
Major surprises, no. I think it's very reasonable for Watermelon. The Ziggs is one of the champions that I think PSK hasn't been prioritizing too much. They did pick up majors like Morgana for Swift. PSK though, giving a lot of respect to that Lulu. We saw that Lulu mid by Ravens just now, but as an enchanted support, I think Lulu is at the top of the echelon. The Gragas ban out, great respect for Almajor, and Watermelon, they ban out the Camille. That's what I like. Don't give LXY his strongest champion. Force PSK to play their other hand.
All right, Set as well being responded towards Watermelon. We're going to be seeing some of the top 3 champions already out and about in the bans, though. So won't be out and about. But Karma immediately gets picked up here. Jinkai going towards Smurf. I think it's going to be an interesting one. Maybe coupled up with an Ezreal. Who knows? We have seen Ezreal come up in a few times towards the Dragon lanes. But in terms of options for Watermelon, we may see a Siege composition here being built out. But Emotion now immediately responds with the Galio pickup. Might go to Kevin, might go to Evolution.
I think this PSK Galio pick, Galio pick in general has been a good flex, right? It has been played mid, has been played bot. Regardless, he does the same thing. Great tankiness, great counter engage, and generally just provides a lot of safety net for your team. I spoke early on that I think Watermelon will be keen to explore champions like the Karma. So you pick that Karma up. It can be in the support, it can be that mid laner, but this also sets up for a potential funnel comp, right? Because Vendetta has played champions like the Tristana jungle, the Fiora, the Master Yi, and Karma with her incredible utility does facilitate these kind of hyper carries. The Jax could be an option as well, and Vendetta picks up the Jax.
I like the Jax pickup here. LXY picking up the ever-scaling Senna. Gonna go towards Swift. It does also open up the ability for Senna to go fasting support and enable the Morgana pickup for Swift. So this is gonna be very interesting for members of PathSeeker as well as Watermelon. Options abound for both teams. And the Ezreal, I've said it already, and here it is. It's gonna be a full-on poke lane in the bot lane, going up against a Senna and Galio, I feel. And looking at this here, Husky, the keys to victory are starting to come full circle for both teams. Once Kevin is going to lock in either his champion or a choice for his team here on PathSeeker.
Yeah, and I think for the Ezreal is only like, I think Watermelon is one of the few teams that picked it up, because generally like most Dragon laners are on paper better choices than the Ezreal, but one thing that Ezreal does provide is self-sufficiency, right? You can leave him in the lane, he is going to be safe regardless. PathSeeker with the Fiora, I like it. Still a decent flex pick. Emotion and LXY can pick that up anytime. Rakan gets taken out. PSK firmly believe that this Karma is probably going to end up for Almajor since he doesn't get the Gragas. We've seen him play Galio or Ahri, but since Galio has been taken out as well, that Karma looks like a very juicy mid laner. Pretty self-sufficient, I would say. Good wave clear, great utility, helps the jungler like Vendetta kind of scale even harder. So PSK kind of recognizing that, they also ban out the Thresh.
All right, so for Watermelon as well, they ban out the Shen. I think that's going to be a wise choice here. But it does actually leave them a little bit open in terms of global gankability when you compare it to PSK. But for the most part, we're going to see, I think the Galio will stay on Evolution's hands for the both bottom part of the first few minutes at least. But looking at the bans here, Kha'Zix being banned out by Watermelon, Thresh being banned out here as well as Rakan. 2 support bans, 3 spot bans in total for PSK. We talked a little bit before the scenes about volatility of the Dragon lane. So touch on that a little bit, Husky.
Yeah, I think the Dragon Lane is what I want to focus on aside from the jungler. Scarlet Petal and Smurf are two players that heavily like to play oppressive laners. They want to win the lane, they want to be self-sufficient. Mage champions provide that, but the Ezreal also does it fine. Whereas for PSK, Swift and Evolution have shown that they can hold their own, but we hardly see them kind of win the lane hands down. And against an oppressive duo like Scarlet Petal and Smurf, that's what we might be worried a bit for both Swift and Evolution, right? Because you look at the champions, we will get the Senna for sure. Like you said, a fasting Senna could be very possible. If that's the case, then Watermelon will have a bit more of a leeway to work with. But they do get the Irelia, and that's what I like. The Irelia for emotion. I think LXY will get the Fiora jungle. Is a Karma support. So Smurf will get the Karma. We get Almurjo with the Ahri. That's what I mentioned early on. And Jinkai will be on the Renekton. A very self-sufficient lineup, and a lineup that can scale and take those mid-game skirmishes.
I'm very interested to see how PathSeeker is going to get their team composition into a good foundation here, because they do have three flanking opportunities here in terms of the champion choices for PathSeeker. Watermelon does do a lot of range from a distance, but what they also have as well is sustained fighting with the Vendetta, holding on to his Jax. So it's going to be interesting, Husky, in terms of how some of these team fights are going to be a bit of a tug and pull, a tug of war in sense of when those opportunity windows are going to open up. I feel like the margins for error for both these teams here are very, very razor thin in terms of the timing windows, getting those good counter strikes, or flashing in at the right time or flashing away. It's going to be really interesting watching these two teams head to head.
Yeah, you know what we just saw? We saw a Jace last pick, right? And do you realize something off with PSK's draft? They have no traditional Dragon Laner. So now the question is, who is going to be in the Dragon Lane? Which champion will Swift play? Because I think Evolution most likely will be on that Galio support, but we have the Irelia, we have the Fiora, we have the Jace. So who is going to be that Dragon Lane? That's something that I'm interested to look at. My thoughts would be maybe the Irelia. I feel like Irelia is probably the best choice. You have some ways to get on top of champions like Ezreal and Karma with the Blade Surge, but we have to see. We have to see the final arrangements to find out what PSK have in mind. Because I think that they are one of those teams that can pull out these wacky picks and make it work, because their individual players have the mechanical prowess to operate these champions, and that is why they're so fun to watch.
Well, since you touched on that, looking at the macro arrangements for both these teams here, it is going to be a case of who gets the priority first and early tempo. I think those early opening ganks here are the very most volatile between Watermelon as well as PathSeeker. Both these teams here very much reliant on the junglers to make plays, as well as opportunities to stay away from the long range that Watermelon may provide in the Dragon Lane. However, with the Karma addition as well as Ezreal, I do believe that the self-sufficiency that you built up here is definitely going to be something that they're going to have to very much address early on, because if they're not able to get that lane dominance and get that early pressure, as we see the complete lineup here, it seems that, it's going to be rather traditional here. Swift, Evolution going to be paired up against Scarlet Petal and Smurf. LXY on the Irelia in the jungle. Kevin in the mid lane here with the Jace, as well as Fiora completing the lineup on the top lane, Baron lane.
Yeah, and this kind of screams to me that both teams are very, very eager to fight, right? Like the Irelia and the Jace, once they get like an item or two, you will see them running around. Jace, decent poke coming up from him. You can say the same for Watermelon. They have a certain cash potentials. Almurjo can always dash in with the Spirit Rush, get a charm off, and they just blow up whoever they catch. But early on, you did point out the fasting Senna. So Evolution, despite playing the support Galio, he is going to get a farm priority, and that's going to allow him to build into his items and support his team later on. The one thing that both team has is great scaling. You look at a PathSeeker, almost all of their champions skill into the late game. The Irelia, the Fiora, they all do the same. But for Watermelon, there's going to be Vendetta. And with that being said, let's put all of the analysis on hold, because we are going to get ready for the second best of 5 of today. PathSeeker against Team Watermelon.
Our second best of 5 series of today. Watermelon going up against PSK. Watermelon on the left side of your screen. PSK on the right side. Watermelon in blue. PSK in red. Early pokes by Evolution and Swift here, putting Smurf a little bit more cautious. Scarlet Petal and Smurf now on the losing end, but Smurf lands a little bit of harass.
I just feel like we probably won't see too much of those aggression early on. I think PSK, Swift and Evolution, they do have some sort of that poke potential early on. Swift and Evolution, again, we are seeing most likely a fasting center, but in terms of scaling potential, I think both teams can do exactly the same. The fight that breaks out at the 4-minute mark when those objectives spawn is going to be the crucial part, because I think that kind of will give us an inkling of how this fight is going to go. A good counter strike, and Vendetta leave strikes to dodge to the skies, and that early scuffle has already given Watermelon a slight lead. Now, LXY and Kevin both chunk down low, and PSK has to always be aware of these minute circumstances, right? Because they lose control of the bot scuttle, LXY will have to go for top. Thankfully, Emotion have lane priority, so he can at least secure some resources for the Irelia. But at the same time, Watermelon always has some tools to catch their targets out, and the charm is going to be a good start. I want PSK to play an even game. They don't necessarily have to take those unnecessary fights. Jinkai dropping down low, not able to dodge the flawless duet, and it will be LXY for the first split up top. PSK up to a good start, but bottom lane is kind of struggling a bit. This is the poke potential that we've been talking about. Al Major also getting some good damage onto Kevin with that initial charm, but thankfully PSK have some grounds that they can hold on to, and that's going to be in Emotion and LXY taking down Jinkai and making sure that they get a good start. But Kevin gets a flash charm to the face, and despite having the barrier and flash, he will still go down. And Watermelon, they are applying a lot of pressure mid and bot. The Swift and Evolution have to always be cautious. You don't want to get caught up in the situations. I mean, this Karma can always use the mantra Inner Flame to get those poke out, and it makes your life absolutely miserable. Like, those pokes, they do add up. LXY, he's not going to show up bot. I don't think they see him. Or maybe they do. They probably see that there's silhouette or something. But nonetheless, LXY, with that first play, he should be able to at least get some resources up. And because of that kill as well, bottom lane again, the transcendent embrace for the vacuum. If Evolution bites the bullet, as Swift left to his own devices, Watermelon putting up pressure on the bottom half of the map. We see Kevin and Al Major rotating up to the top side just to facilitate each other in case Emotion tries to go a bit more aggressive with the Jinkai, but these trades are going to always end in Emotion's favor thanks to that early gank from LXY. But so far, I think both teams are still off to an even start. What matters is that 4-minute fight, right? Those big ultimates from PSK, they are going to make a lot of difference. Smurf, he should have his ultimate back on time, but as long as you have something like a Hero's Embrace, you have the Dawning Shadows from Swift, PSK will always have that advantage in terms of getting those fights done. A lane swap comes in as both Kevin and All Major heads to the bottom lane. We'll see what happens up top as Jinkai gets ganked once more, lays a full combo, but XY dives on top of him for a second kill.
All right, now I'm back. Very sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Over in mid lane here, we're going to be seeing a beautiful W by Scarlet Petal onto Swift. Sustain is the name of the game. We're going to be looking away onto Vendetta, onto LXY. Trishop Barrage comes out. Seems that the fight in mid lane has opted by some of them deciding to get out of dodge. You do see that Shelly now is in play. Maybe we might see PSK jostle for position.
Emotion hanging around a bit too long after the kill onto Jinkai. Wanted to get some platings off of the top tier 1, but ends up getting ganked by Vendetta. That means that PSK can't really get priority on the objective early on, so Rift Herald gets secured by Vendetta. LXY and Kevin, they both show up to the Dragon, and they might be able to secure this. I wonder if Al Major will try to apply some pressure. He is hovering around. That charm goes wide, means that PSK knows that it's safe for them to bomb rush this. There's no tool. Meanwhile, top lane, Shelly gets dropped, Dawning Shadow gets used as well. Karma ultimate kind of thrown out just to buy a bit of space. But it's not going to do much. Shelly will not break this turret, and PSK hold on to the structure.
Well, I think the damage is at least pretty worth here for breathing room over in mid lane. Or we're going to be seeing the second skill of 4. Ale Major with as LXY closes in very easily and gets the kill. And a bit of pressure on towards the bot lane. So for Watermelon as well as PSK, it seems that it's very even across the board here. Goal differentials are very much negligible across the board, but in terms of itemization, we do see that Manamune's already completed for both AD carries, Swift as well as Scarlet Petal, excuse me. But over the bot lane here, Smurf gets dived on as well. The taunt will be able to get down. The killing spree goes on towards LXY. LXY a bit too low on mana here. Vendetta in the middle of it all is going to get taken down. The double goes over to LXY. An ultimate comes up by Evolution. LXY a very, very low indeed. Will it be the story of LXY? No, Scarlet Petal ends your story here. A triple for the rewards. But it seems that Watermelon here have to give up bot lane turret for the price of top lane turret.
I mean, LXY is having such a good game. Like, he is 5-1 right now. Just now he did go down bot, but all things considered, LXY is going to be the star for PSK. He has that ability of the Rune King, and he's going for most likely the Device Sundra, as it seems like he has that Shin available, Device Sundra or Triforce. In this case, I feel like the Triforce does the same. There's not really much tanks on the side of Watermelon. We'll see what LXY goes for. But yeah, with all those resources now, I want to see PSK translate that into some sort of value, right? Because you have someone, you have this Irelia who is literally unbeatable in a 1v1 right now. Vendetta is going to take some more time to get to that stage. LXY with the highest net worth at the same time. PSK, if they take these skirmishes, LXY is going to be able to pop off. And that's something that Watermelon has to be worried about, right? You don't want an Irelia to get so far. And if you're on PSK's side, you're going to be really happy. And see LXY shows up again. This time, not able to get in range with the Blaze Surge on the Zinkai. Watermelon have some backup up top, mid lane, a Scuffle, a good route onto Scarlet Petal. Dawning Shadow barely catches him, and he does survive, but PSK gets some space mid.
Alright, PSK now with the tempo in the hands. True Barrage hits onto 2. Evolution and Kevin were the targets. Evolution now going to get caught. Overstaying is going to be the punishment doubted by Watermelon on towards them. It seems that overstaying is going to be punished for a turret. But for Watermelon, though, they lose a turret as well.
Yeah, Kevin identifying that since Watermelon are forced to move together as a unit wherever LXY is, so he can get the speed push done. Al Major, early charm does set Kevin on fire with the Ignite. Vendetta wants to get in range, finally uses Al Major as a pedestal for the Leap Strike and get a finisher onto Kevin. Very well done from the side of Watermelon, and now they will get presence down bot. They will want to try and take down this turret, but Evolution and Emotion are here, so that turret should be able to survive. Evolution will just use his body and the spells. Counter-Strike is out, but Vendetta is tanking some turret shots, so Emotion good riposte just to negate some damage. And PSK again reading Watermelon's movements.
Taking a little bit too much damage in that. Orb of Deception didn't land on the intended target for Ale Major. It seems the anti-healing is slowly being itemized for members of Watermelon. We do see that Shelly now for members of PathSeeker. This could be another opportunity for them to counteract a little bit of the losses that they have gained early on. With that early Shelly here, seems to be building up towards a fight onto mid lane. Evolution in the middle of it with a beautiful flash, and Husky seems like the fight's gonna go underway.
Yeah, good attempt, but 4-man Counter-Strike, vacuum back from the Karma, Transcendence Embrace. Oh, I love that skill name so much. A killing spree for Al Major. PSK scattered into the wind. Watermelon getting a good fight off, but Evolution had the right idea. Flash Justice Punch gets a knockup. But what went wrong was PSK were not in range to follow up. I mean, Evolution got all the groundwork done, but his team was too far behind. Watermelon gets a Fleet Cloud Drake, a no contest from PathSeeker, and they have kind of pulled the game back to an even ground.
A very interesting turn of events here. The story of it is going to unfold on the replay screen. Beautiful start by Evolution in the middle of the fight. Smurf taking in the brunt of damage was able to come in. The True Shot Barrage hits onto 2 as the Dawning Shadow comes in to give it. Look at Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal is available to do a few bits of damage here, as well as the follow-up that came from Watermelon. I feel that for Watermelon, they are in a very comfortable spot here as LXY is starting to get out of control in some of these fights. If Watermelon gets a little bit of this room for them to basically turn the distance against PathSeeker, then it opens up Jinkai and Vendetta to maybe open up for splits, maybe come for flanks as well. Because LXY, if he dives in and he's not able to get that single target damage, then it's going to be a hard time for PathSeeker to actually gain some ground.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, PathSeeker, you know, they do have tendencies to kind of go for these moves and end up trading too much for it. You know, the intention is always there for PathSeeker. They are a team that likes to fight. That's just the nature of this squad. But at the same time, we see Watermelon take advantage of that. Meanwhile, Almajor getting gone on Vanguard's edge goes to miss. But it does force up a flash from Almajor. So LXY trading his own flash as well. It does. It really shows, right? Like this Irelia, yeah, he's 5-2, but he can solo queue anyone right now, and Triforce comes out from him. Vendetta in the meantime went for the Divine Sundra. Very understandable. There are some durable targets on the side of PathSeeker, so that Divine Sundra percentage of damage does help with taking down these beefy targets. But Watermelon, I think they're not going to be too worried right now. They have won two skirmishes. PSK have to be a bit more careful with how they take these fights.
Yeah, I think the idea here is for Irelia and the Fiora, Emotion, and LXY and Emotion respectively to get into the back lines, get access of the Scarlet Petal. Smurf, I think, is doing an extremely good job of enabling Scarlet Petal's safety here with the shields as well as the follow-up pokes. It does whittle away slowly at PathSeeker and opens them up to some mistakes in terms of trying to stay away from some of these fights, trying to disengage, but they have to commit. Like we saw just now from Evolution with the flash into the taunt. I think those moments here are going to be little differences that I think we said it just now. Windows of opportunities for PSK to steal it away from Watermelon here.
And right now, we are probably going to see those split push game until those objectives spawns, like almost 30 seconds until the Baron comes up. Jinkai gets ganked on once again. Redemption dropped down by Smurf. That's going to keep Jinkai alive. But LXY actually decides to not commit even though he has the Vanguard's edge. So they're not going to be able to kill Jinkai. But if Jinkai sticks around a bit more, they might be able to get something out of this. Good repulse of emotion, but Vendetta jumps on forward, gets exhausted immediately. Dawning Shadow comes out for the extra shield. Smurf comes in, gets the shield, a good tether, and an ultimate to cap them all back. Dude are not running, and Watermelon will make it clear. 2 kills for them as Kevin goes golden. LXY, do you want to take this fight? Vanguard's air dashes in. Almajor getting low. Exhaust onto the Irelia, and none of Watermelon go down. In fact, they get 4 kills. And how is Baron time for Watermelon?
10 HP, 10 HP, 10 HP, and the dream is for Ale Major opening up the Baron Nashor for Watermelon, even though they are behind in terms of turrets and very much even in terms of the heralds as well as the dragons they have bounties. It seems that the biggest bounty of them all that opens up winning conditions for Watermelon is going to be Baron Nashor. With this now, Husky, it proves to PSK that they're gonna have to be fighting on the back rope here, because with the siege potential that comes with Scarlet Petal as well as Smurf, it's going to be a nice one here. That beautiful counter strike in to be able to get that stun onto tree by Vendetta opened up Rampage on towards PathSeeker.
Yeah, and this is just unfortunate, right? Like if LXY, like if he kills off Almajor, he instantly resets the Blazers. Maybe he could have gotten like at least 2 kills. He would still die, but he gets something in return, and that would be enough to at least stop the Baron attempt, potentially stop the Baron attempt. But none of those happened, and all the lead that PSK got early on for LXY completely nullified. It does not matter what PSK got early on. Watermelon has completely shut that down, and now they themselves are the ones in the driver's seat. A Baron power play coming out, a good Transcendence Embrace again, get them back. Chucho Barrage for follow-up, a good Charm Evolution almost goes down. Same for Swift. Vendetta looking for some avenues, doesn't find it. But what's more important is that turret. Kevin falls right back. They should be able to get Jinkai. Emotion follows forward with the lunge. They do take that away, but PathSeeker's base is in absolute shambles. The mid turret completely destroyed, as Watermelon will now go for the reset.
And it seems that shards of everything that PSK has here is coming down and down, brick by brick, tower by tower, so to speak, as we're really seeing the push potential from members of Watermelon here slowly ramp up. Another turret taken away in the blink of an eye, and one Baron buff. Watermelon has been able to turn two turrets down into five turrets in their pocket. 3 turrets there for PathSeeker, however, but it seems that everything indicates Watermelon coming out on top.
And a couple of minutes ago, both teams were even in terms of net worth, but right after the Baron power play, Watermelon has a 7,000 gold lead. And PathSeeker, like, initially they have the potential to go for those 5v5 team fights. They have LXY, they have Emotion. That has changed. Now you can't go 5v5. Like, you eat a if you eat a Karma out in the face, the team fight is basically over. So PSK now, they need to play the map, they need to play the side lanes, push out the waves, make sure they do the same to mid lane because that inhibitor is down, pull members of Watermelon to you, and you send a different squad to go for the side lane ganks. Like, you put LXY bot, you force members of Watermelon to go to him, and then you try to gank Armor Duel. Do something around the map, because PSK, they can't 1v1, they can't 5v5, so they need to get this pickoffs. LXY and Emotion, they'll try to do the job onto Jinkai, but Jinkai flashes the Dominus dot, kills off LXY, and sure, he goes down, but he takes one with him.
Alright, for Watermelon, they are very much concerned with getting the push on towards mid here as well as top. So I do think that for Watermelon, they're just going to be able to siege it down, despite the fact that Baron already gone in terms of the buff. The respawn enables another play here for Watermelon, so they choose. Emotion is more concerned with bot lane here. Or could this be an opportunity? It seems like Evolution there has been caught off. Kevin goes with the Shock Blast onto Scarlet Petal. Nothing too concerned here, but Emotion is running free over the bot side.
Getting a tier 2, you want to get something off of the map, and Emotion was able to do so. And that was a conversion from the kill onto Jinkai. Emotion just pushed it all the way. They noticed that Watermelon has some members up top because of that attempted gank onto Evolution. They actually pulled Vendetta down bot, so Watermelon can't really bomb rush the Baron in any capacity, even though the PathSeeker jungler was not there. PathSeeker gets a decent reset. So Wissand is going to be the next item for LXY himself. Watermelon should be looking to at least control that mid lane. And that's the thing, when you take down the enemy mid lane inhibitor that early on, you get to dictate what happens around the map. Elder Inferno Drake coming up in 10 seconds. Watermelon, every time they want to force PSK to make a move, shove in the mid wave, and you can start one of these objectives and pull PSK to it. And Watermelon, they're doing exactly that.
Alright, for members of Watermelon as well as PSK, both of them now getting a little bit of distance between themselves and the objective that they are going to be fighting for. For PSK now, they want to be engaging, and it seems that the window is closing out, and Watermelon are able to smell blood here. It seems that Evolution may be in trouble, has to flash away. Redemption has been popped. No one has been sacrificed here, but we do see a few flashes there being used by PathSeeker. Drake now going to come into play and could be taken away by Watermelon, as PSK right now very much trying their best to deny this away from Watermelon, and see the fight now may be considered towards a dominating status towards Ale Major and LXY there. Another one is going to be taken down. That could be the Smite gone. Double kill going over to Ale Major. Godlike is Ale Major. We do see the fight is going to be on different ends as Scarlet Petal gets taken off with the double kill on towards Emotion. The Smite is still up and running for Vendetta. Vendetta will be able to take it, and it seems that Emotion will be able to get buffed out, but it's only a matter of time before the inevitability of death awaits Evolution. 2 for an ace for Watermelon and the Dragon Husky.
Well, the game is over. Game 1 is going to be Watermelon for sure. PSK kind of dropped the ball there, and it really started off with that one mid fight, right? We saw that one attempt from Evolution to get a gank on. The team didn't follow up. Watermelon completely punished them, and they just took the ball and they ran with it. So great win for Watermelon in game 1. That is the team that we want to see. PathSeeker, you gotta buckle up a bit, because I think that these small errors, you can commit it against teams like P6, you can do it against like teams like Upcar, but against Watermelon, oh, you better be sure they will grab that window and punish you hard.
I really like the fact that Watermelon was very well aware of what they needed to do in that situation. As soon as the window of opportunity for PathSeeker closed, they just immediately slammed the door onto the faces of PathSeeker. So I think that early on there were some skirmishes that Watermelon didn't take on their terms, and I feel that paid dearly. But as soon as they slowly get that tempo, it seems that it all came nicely in a beautiful bow tie for Watermelon. However, I think we're gonna have to take a short little break here, Husky.
Yep, we're gonna take a breather after that amazing game 1, and we will come back to talk more about what has happened.
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey, I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. But it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. I don't wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I don't wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift
Watermelon starts off the Grudge series with an impressive Game 1 win over PathSeeker, and that is exactly what we came here to see in the second Best of 5 of the first day of playoffs for WCS MYSG. Of course, you have me, Husky, alongside How. I just want to ask you, what's the residual feeling you had from Game 1? Because I still can't get over how Watermelon played that karma to perfection and also took those opportunities to finally get their revenge against PathSeeker.
I really like how, despite the fact LXY was out of control with Irelia, getting his Bjork very early on and starting to be a bit of a menace. But while that's happening, let's go into the live trivia as well. That's going to unfold at the bottom of your screen here. Irelia in that game was definitely something that was a very huge problem for them. And as soon as she hits the level that you need to unlock your ability, which, I mean, come on, guys. It's either 765 or 4. A, B, C, or D. We're talking about it right now. So I hope you guys answered it correctly,
What level do you unlock your ultimate, right? It's very straightforward. If you play the game of Wild Rift, just one game. If you play that bot game, if you play the tutorial against AI, you would know which level you unlock your ultimates. I think the tutorial actually tells you which level you get your ult. I'm not really sure. I think that's the case. But either way, please do not get this wrong. I feel like this is like you can get all the previous trivia wrongs. You can even get the very first trivia we had, like how many lanes we have on Summoner's Rift. You can get that wrong, no problem. But do not get this one wrong, because I think this one really important. It really says a lot about how like if you pay attention, I guess. But this is the post game, right? Started well for PSK, ended miserably. In fact, I want to draw your attention to Emotion and LXY for a bit. Look at PSK. They have 10 kills in total. And those 10 kills are split 5-5 for Emotion and LXY. What does that tell us? Emotion and LXY had a good game, had a good start. And what that tells us is also PSK didn't capitalize on that, and Watermelon took over the game.
It also bears the fact that Watermelon knew how to play on their strong side. So despite the fact that they were on the weak side here for Jinkai early on, especially against LXY and Emotion, but with the turnarounds here for Watermelon, proving the long game here works out wonders. PathSeeker weren't able to close out the gap here as Emotion and LXY started to hit their power spike indicators. I feel that for these moments here, we have to highlight that Team Watermelon's just basic understanding of respect of those power spikes, knowing how to work around them, shows that Watermelon are a scrappy bunch with good books behind them, I feel. Because if you have a very good understanding of knowledge and knowing when are those opportune moments to turn those fights around, I feel that Watermelon can come out of anything. And I feel that, I'm going to say this again, Husky. I said this with Omo. Watermelon is my favorite wild card to just mess up the top tier of the teams for SEM9 and LFO.
Yeah, I think they have a decent chance. But they are actually facing off against a second wild card, which was PathSeeker, right? Like they almost messed up the standings. Like realistically, Watermelon would have been in 4th place, right? They had a very secure 3rd place finish, and the PathSeeker comes in, beats them, and suddenly Watermelon had to fight for their lives. And thankfully, they won those following series. If not, Watermelon could have easily lost at 3rd place. We might see Upcar up there, right? So I think at the end of the day, we're looking at two teams with with great potential. Obviously, again, statistically, Watermelon is better than PathSeeker in certain facets. That's what we saw in game number 1. But PathSeeker is a team that you beat them and they will come back for more, right? So I want to see in game 2 what they bring to the table. I honestly feel like game 1 they did well for the first 8 minutes. It was just one team fight, one pull of the trigger that was a bit too rash that led to the demise. But if we put that aside, I think PathSeeker did everything pretty well.
All right, so it is the battle of the wildcards here. PathSeeker in one corner against Watermelon in the other. So as we look at these events transpire, the post game as well starting to reveal a small trend in game number one, whereby Emotion and LXY were the only viable two players to actually bring a big effect for PathSeeker. So moving forward, do you feel that some minor adjustments here, because we're playing a potential best of 5 here with game one in the books already, Husky? What are these small little adjustments?
I think for game two, I think for the side of PSK, probably I don't think much adjustment is needed, right? If we talk about the drafts, I honestly think that the game one draft is good enough. Just that they didn't really play that mid-game well. That's why they lost, right? They lost on the macro sense. And I would say the same for Watermelon, right? We can have the same mirror draft and I'll be completely happy. But if I want something from the side of Watermelon, a PathSeeker, maybe we want to look at Swift going for something other than the center. I feel like, sure, the center skills, but to get there, the game needs to drag on, and you can't have a game where you just get run over by a team like Watermelon. So perhaps you don't play the center, go for something like a Morgana, go for something like a Brand, something that gives you a self-sustaining Dragon Lane, but also does a bit more in those early team fights, right? Throw those spells out. That's what Scarlet Petal loves the most about these champions. Maybe that Morgana can be a good fit for players like Swift.
Well, for that being said, right, I do think that the early stages of the bans here actually do indicate that they don't want to be giving too much range, because once they are able to give range, the Karma and the Ezreal coming through. So if they start banning that, maybe the Ziggs might fall through and might go towards the hands of Scarlet Petal as well. We've seen it played on El Major as well, and we've seen it actually work out with a champion that I feel is a jack of all trades and master of none. In the RE, does a lot of things really, really well, a lot of mobility and a lot of range. So maybe bans may not be viable here, but maybe counter picks could be an option for PathSeeker moving forward, because I believe it's not only just about realizing the key to victory in terms of these champion pools here, but it's also maybe making it as efficient as possible in terms of understanding how the other teams are going to enable one another. Because I felt that, yes, Emotion as well as LXY, they did what they could in some of those fights, but in that state, right, it's just hard, because when they're a hit, they just be avoided for most of the times. Opening split pushes may not be viable.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, when we look at what PathSeeker has went for, we during the game one draft, we kind of touched on a bit of how Camille is one of those picks where if you leave it open, LXY would take her into the jungle and he will have those early impacts. That was the champion that allowed PSK to get those early dives onto when they took on like P6 and Watermelon. I think primarily P6, because that was the game that they got Camille on in both games. So you take that away from LXY. You force him onto other champions that, sure, he is equally proficient on, but it does alter what PSK wants to go for, right? Like the Fiora early on doesn't do the same as the Camille. At level 5, you don't really have the lockdown that the Camille has. So PSK needs to adjust to that. And that's what I love to see from Watermelon. You force PSK to play the rest of their hand, and that's what they did. So we see that Irelia, we see that Fiora, we see the Jace come out, and Watermelon was just able to out-macro them again. So I think for game 2, maybe PathSeeker will go on a slightly different tangent. We've seen them run assassins like Zed and Akali, so if they really want to go down that road, I will not blame them at all.
Double assassins also could be a viable option, as you discussed and brought up behind the scenes, actually, Husky, for PathSeeker. They do run it a couple of times, as you highlighted in the past. So I do think that for PathSeeker, maybe those options could be viable here. But Watermelon as well, their champion pool is very diverse. So do you feel that that could actually put Watermelon ahead in terms of still staying within a fairly similar composition?
Yeah, I think Watermelon right now, they're not too worried. Like, you can ban their common champions, right? Like let's look at what PathSeeker did. They took Fiora away. They banned the Gragas. I think they banned the Lulu. They banned Thresh. They banned Rakan. So they're targeting heavily onto Smurf, which is understandable, because in the group stage, Smurf has been pivotal. We put a lot of focus onto Vendetta, onto Almajor, but we'd have to look at Smurf as well, because he is this very active roaming support that will start the fights for you. He doesn't care what happens. He sees an opportunity, he goes for it, and the rest of Watermelon will always be there to follow up. So PathSeeker's idea is that you eliminate this roaming potential for Smurf, you force him into something like a Karma, then you give yourself more space, which was true, again, until that Mii team fight where Evolution overextended. So right now, I don't think Smurf is the biggest problem. No, I don't think Vendetta is the biggest problem. I still feel like PathSeeker's idea of limiting Smurf is correct. So that also means that Watermelon don't have to worry about the rest of their champion pool getting touched, right? You ban the hyper carry for Vendetta, he has Jax. He can play Tristana, this Master Yi if he wants to go for it. So they're not too worried.
Yeah, the counter strikes here onto the stuns by Vendetta for Watermelon here definitely were some turnarounds for PathSeeker that caught them with their hands in the cookie jar, so to speak. And I do agree with you here. For Evolution, there were times when he was a little bit overextended. The thing about Galio here for Evolution, I feel that the startup is very, very telegraphed here. Speaking of a telegraphed start, let's get into Champ Select here. Enough about speculation here, Ski. Let us make some predictions here. Jinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf for Watermelon on the left side of your screen. Emotion, LXY, William, Swift, Evolution on the right side of your screen for PathSeeker. Husky, take it away. What do you think about these opening bands here? More or less the same?
Yeah, more or less the same. I think Olaf, Lulu, like the Ziggs again. I don't think we'll see too much changes. The Camille is going to be the last band from Watermelon for sure. And because they have the highest seed from the group stage, they will always have side selection, right? If they take blue side, they will always have first pick, first ban. So that means that the Camille is never going to end up in the hands of PathSeeker. And at the same time, we also have to factor in that Yuumi is disabled for the playoffs, which also means that you don't have to invest a ban into that Yuumi. There's so much more room to work with. Set Gragas banned by PSK as well. They did swap Kevin out for William, and William didn't really play too much in the season. Like most of the time it was Kevin. The games that William has played hasn't been too impressive. I feel like there's a bit of disconnect between him and the rest of the team, so hopefully this one is going to be a bit better. It will be a lot of stress on the William though, because you have to play a tempo that PSK has perfected across the group stage, and you're playing against Watermelon. Galio, Karma, again the initial picks, Irelia once more for PSK.
Shades of game number one between Watermelon as well as PathSeeker. So we do see that Vendetta may be opening up with Jax as well for himself. LXY already know they're going to go for the Senna instead. Oh, this I think, excuse me, this I think could work really, really well for Watermelon here in terms of sustainability, self-sufficiency in the bot lane, scaling, as well as being very much overall global threat. Il Major going for the Fiora hover, maybe playing mid, maybe playing in the hands of Vendetta or Jinkai. Already I wanted to say that early on we do see that out of the 3 bans on each side, 2 of them on each are flex picks here. So flexes very early on show how strong those particular picks are and how they're just able to play these early game psychology, mess with the early game psychology for some of these teams. PSK now slowly coming full circle, a little bit of changes here, which I totally agree on. William picking up the Varus for Swift. Chain of Corruption on the menu here for Watermelon.
Yeah, I love this Varus pick. It's one of the champions that I really advocate. I think Varus is in a very strong position, but most teams don't pick him too much. He does have the crowd control. He has max HP percentage damage from the blight stacks. He has great poke. You build him lethality, Muramana into lethality items. He does it incredible. He has passive grievous wounds from the Hill of Arrows, so you kind of save out on the execution's calling early on. So PSK, the Varus itself is a very dynamic, very self-sufficient dragon laner. But there's one thing that I think this Karma pick provides to the table as well, is that it discourages assassin picks like the Diana, the Zed, or the Akali, right? You jump in with your skills, Jinkai, he's just gonna throw his mantra inspired shield, or he's just gonna tether you. So if you don't get out within range, you get rooted and they will just burst you down. So that's something that Watermelon has already thought through. Like, you want to go for assassins, you better make sure that we don't have these AoE utilities to disable your assassin. Kind of like how a Morgana Chain of Corruption works well against Akali and Diana. The Karma kind of does the same as well. Singed, Malphite, Thresh, Rakan, Van, and Shen gets picked up by Watermelon. By PathSeeker.
I mean, I knew this was going to come for PathSeeker here. I was just about to interject here, but I was so engrossed in your conversation between these two teams, monologue here between these two teams, because looking at how they are being broken down with Swift. What just happened? Scarlet Petal picking up the Nasus, most likely going to go to Jinkai. The Shen pickup here.
Let me tell you something, Cal. I think we are seeing a Senna Nasus spot.
Yes, I think
we are seeing a Senna spot, 100%.
Oh my goodness, the fasting Senna with the AP scaling early on, Scarlet Petal on Nasus. Ooh, I think there's going to be a huge problem here for members of PathSeeker. Rengar here, finally closing out the bot lane. Excuse me, the pickup for evolution to LXY. Wow. Okay, now we see this come full circle here, and it seems that the mind games have come from both teams. Both of them showing some strong hands here. I said shades of game number 1, and it seems that they were like, nope, I'm just gonna flip the table and just pick pretty wild. And there you go, Husky.
I think Watermelon's draft is a bit scary, right? But again, if we look at team fights, I feel like PathSeeker has a good chance, right? Galio, Shen, Irelia, they all have the tools to kind of like fight those prolonged fights. But if we talk about scaling, oh boy, I mean, Watermelon have a lot of ways to do so. The Fiora skills, the Senna skills, the Nasus somewhat skills, albeit a bit slower, and they have the Akali. So if PSK plays the first 8 minutes like what they did in game 1, I think they will have a really great chance. The thing about Senna Nasus bot is that you have this lane where it's impossible to fight into. They just throw spells at you and you get chunked out and you can't take those fights. The Nasus Wither also is a very good spell to have because you basically disable champions that like to auto attack you often, right? So the Irelia kind of out of the question. The Varus doesn't really auto attack too much if he goes to lethality, so if you wither him, he's a sitting duck. So I think for Watermelon, they have this lineup that doesn't mind playing the long game, right? The longer it drags on, the happier they are.
Yeah, with regards to the Galio as well as the Shen being picked up from PathSeeker, I like it because of Hero's entrance as well as the ultimate that comes from Shen. So global opportunities for PathSeeker is definitely here. I think it all boils down to tempo in the early game. I mean, we just have to repeat it from game number 1. The early tempo here is going to be very strong to see who is going to be relevant as we see the full composition from both these teams here. Jinkai in the top lane with the Akali, Vendetta in the jungle with the Fiora, Ale Major with Karma in the mid lane, Scarlet Petal and Smurf playing the bot lane duo.
So we get a Irelia top. Emotion loves these mechanically challenging, mechanically intensive champions. We've seen this matchup before when they went up against P6, Emotion against Yoshi. Same thing, Irelia into Akali. But in that game, Yoshi basically won the lane against Emotion, right? I think he killed Emotion 2 times. So Emotion was playing from behind all this while. If Jinkai can achieve the same, then Watermelon will already have a great start. Now, Galio into Karma. I love Karma. The Karma mid, because it essentially, like, Galio can't really kill her. She has a shield, she has a tether, she has decent poke. Like, if Galio gets on top of her, she's just gonna use the tether onto the Galio, and she's just gonna start dealing damage and, you know, heating herself up. But the bottom lane, that's gonna be interesting. Even though they have a Shen, getting close to both Nasus Senna itself is going to be a problem. So I want to see how PSK deals with this. It's another case of Watermelon playing what they're comfortable with and PSK trying to adjust. So game 2 is going to be another game that I think PSK will be put to the test.
And as well as PathSeeker, they do have to establish that lane dominance early on. And for Scarlet Petal as well as Swift, both of them here very much benefit from some of these fights prolonging. I feel that Smurf could be in a position to be able to get as much souls as he can, black mist as he can here, but evolution as well does enable Swift to stay away from a majority of this damage with the Spirit's Refuge. So looking at top lane though, Emotion and Jinkai, both of them exchanging some fights here. Jinkai coming out on top early on.
Yeah, very much expected. Like this matchup in general, I believe almost did mention to me that the Akali is going to win when she gets level. But Emotion is going to be able to win this one. Good one. So there are windows of trade that the Irelia can utilize. These short trades, like when Jinkai runs out of energy, we see Emotion using those low health minions to blaze search for the kill. So a great start, but a double tether from Almajor. And this should be at least a kill into Evolution. Vendetta goes in, gets a kill, flashes out, takes the ignite, goes down to LXY with the red buff. Almajor gets flashed on, LXY gets a double down mid, and we are off to a great start.
Shades of game number 1 for PathSeeker, early game dominance, and it seems that tempo is working out for them. Evolution and Swift, though, early on may not be experiencing the same thing, though. Will be taken down to about 20 to 30% HP. Both of them very, very low indeed.
This is a pretty interesting start for PSK, right? Because I thought that Jinkai kind of won the early trade, and he did, but Emotion took advantage of those small windows, got the solo kill, but he's not out of the water just yet. Like, Jinkai is going to start gaining levels, and eventually he will still outlane Emotion, just based on matchup wise. But the best part is that LXY getting a double down mid. That is very crucial, and now they're going to go Almajor once more. The constant leap and jumps from LXY will give it an early killing spree.
Alright, LXY here seems to be replicating his success from game number 1. 3 kills already in his pocket with 1 kill towards Emotion. It seems that they are enabling each other already at stages of this game. So maybe they may need to make a visit to bot lane here. Disable Smurf and Scarlet Petal from this fight.
Yeah. And that itself is a great start. I mean, I love to see PSK adjust. Jinkai trying to go for a solo kill into Emotion. Does have the ignite, but the passive damage isn't enough. Oh, it can burst Emotion! Oh, Emotion, the honey fruit spawned just a fraction of a second too late. What an unlucky turn of events.
I thought the same thing as you, Husky. I believe that he was going to walk away under the honey fruit safety, but it seems that that last tick of ignite here, as well as the honey fruit not coming up in time, seems to be the undoing of Emotion. And seems that Jinkai right now very much even for Emotion. So LXY here has got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned, right? Like, sure, Jinkai got solo kill, but in matchup wise, he can still come back and beat Emotion, and he just solo kill him. And this changes everything. Emotion is going for Blade of the Ruin King, you know, get a bit of a lifesteal, a bit of a sustain, but Jinkai has the Oblivion Orb and a Sheen. So you not only reduce the healing from Emotion, you also proc that extra Sheen damage on him with every 5-point strike. This is going to be a bit tough. Smurf caught out by the Rengar. Evolution comes in with the Stand United, and they get another kill. They get another kill for LXY up top, just as the Rift Herald spawns.
Herald now in play. LXY and Evolution very concerned with objectives and will be getting Shelly without much bother from Watermelon. So looking at this current lane states for Watermelon, they are going to be trading this, but I spoke a little bit too soon. Evolution not coming in with the taunt. Hill Major on the outside, going over to the top side. We're going to be seeing a fight as well. Jinkai outplays Emotion over to the top side. But while that happens, the dragon fight is happening. Fight on 2 fronts. LXY, Vendetta here in the middle of it all will be able to get away. Vendetta gets away with a sliver of health, and William now has to just punch away.
Oh, that was incredible by Jinkai. He knew that Emotion would go for it. Like, Emotion is a very greedy player. Like, he sees blood, he will want to go for the kill. Prompts the 5-point strike, hits Emotion mid-lane search for the kill. The idea for PSK is that the Dragon Pit was fine, right? Evolution goes for the engage. William will follow up with the Hero's Entrance, but the problem is he didn't really get a taunt off. So, like, Almajor Karma spells, the utility and the shield from his Karma just gave Watermelon the win for the fight. And the worst part of it all was, I believe that, I think Vendetta picked up the kill onto LXY, so that's a huge shutdown goal. You look at it, LXY is 4-1, but it doesn't feel like he has a lead. Vendetta has caught up because of that. And Watermelon completely resetting the state of the game.
Oh, I love this here from Watermelon. As soon as PathSeeker gets emotion missing out on his ultimate. But I was gonna complete my sentence here. Watermelon, despite losing a little bit early on, seems to, in a single swoop of a fell hand, was taking control and put PathSeeker in a bit of a bother. We do see that goal here is slowly, it's not slowly, they're very much even across the board. Tempo here is opening up in terms of turrets taken, despite PathSeeker scoring a Drake for themselves.
And PathSeeker right now, they have lost that bot tier 1. The good news is that, sure, they lost a team fight, but they're on even grounds with Watermelon, right? That's kind of the silver lining, if I wanna put it. I think it's the least that they could ask for. But right now, you're gonna see like William, like both the mid laners, they're gonna swap places. LXY wants to go for El Major, but I don't think it's gonna be easy though. El Major has some spells to work with. They get a good Transcendence, Embrace, a taunt out. LXY doesn't trade his life back. Thank God for the heal. And yeah, you see, they don't want to juggle the aggro, but thankfully he still walks out. Took them a lot of utility, so had to use Stand United for that kill.
Oh, Trail of the Hunt and Stand United have been used just to get that kill onto El Major. El Major slowly building up a bit of a push onto its bot side. Over to mid side here, Scarlet Petal in a little bit of a bother. But we do see him Mueta as well as the Oblivion Orb completed already.
Yeah, and while that was happening, Vendetta is going to take out the top tier 1 as Divine Sandra, bought by Jinkai, used to shred tank. Scarlet Petal uses the ultimate. They're ready to at least finish some members of PSK off. LXY tries to get away, but Vendetta flashes in for a lunge. And that will finish off the Rengar. Watermelon wins that mid-fight. Jinkai, he's on the flank. Thinking about this, they cancel the recall. Swift caught out. And Watermelon, they were considering a dive, but Jinkai decides that it's not worth it. You know, just play it safe, play discipline. PSK not able to hold this off.
I don't think we're going to be surprised here if it goes 3-0 against PathSeeker for Watermelon if they keep this up. I'm looking at it, the game is so what? Before I spoke, Caster's Curse is a real thing here, Husky. We do see because the Black Mist have been popped up. We do see as well that the follow-up from members of PathSeeker here, Emotion, William, as well as Evolution. Almost seeking now Scarlet Petal, but we do see the fight still continuing on by LXY as well as Swift. Hero's entrance comes in, not entirely needed here, but Williams comes in with style.
Yeah, lovely work by Swift. You holds on, like has chain corruptions, holds on to it, didn't get baited up by the riposte. They kill Vendetta, and now the dragon is open. 4 members of PSK showing up to the party, but be careful though, Jinkai. He can easily 1v4 this, they're all low. Jinkai is getting ready, William has to buy time, but the perfect execution. Dragon still secure, but Jinkai now has free reign, misses the trigger flame, flashes onto Swift. Swift is definitely gonna go down as Jinkai gets a double kill, but they will exhaust William as Jinkai gets a shield boost, get a slow assist from El Major. Jinkai with a triple kill, and Watermelon just winning that skirmish head on. And to add on top of that, Vendetta, he's gonna get the free Rift Herald. LXY shows up, but Jinkai is already out.
Oh my days here for PSK. Fight not turning in their favor. El Major enabling it well, but El Major will have to sacrifice himself here as he opens up windows for Jinkai to just keep going and going with the buffs and the shields as well as the snares from El Major. I felt that Watermelon just are playing it on cheat mode, I feel, against PathSeeker in some of these fights because PathSeeker didn't have much of a response.
Yeah, they actually don't. Like PathSeeker is a team that prioritizes the dragon a lot. They've said it in their interviews before. And it's understandable, right? But in that particular situation, you see Jinkai walking up with El Major, you know that PathSeeker are going to lose members. It's more of like how much damage they can minimize. And the answer is, out of 4 members, 3 of them got taken out. Like Jinkai is way too strong right now. He has a Divine Sunder to shred tanks. He has a Crystalline Reflector against all of these physical damage from PathSeeker. You cannot stop this Akali. He gets the boost from El Major. He gets coverage from Smurf. He is going to shred everyone on the side of PathSeeker.
does have previous wounds as well here. Jinkai definitely working his way towards MVP for game number 2. But we do see for PathSeeker as well as Watermelon, both of them now jostling for position. Very even on in terms of kills here, but objectives reflect a whole different story, don't they, Husky?
Yeah, 2 dragons for PathSeeker, that's pretty much it, right? I believe like both Rift Heralds got taken by Watermelon, if I'm not mistaken. I think like the first one like wasn't able to do too much, but the second one was used adequate, was still held on, excuse me, by Vendetta. Like still looking for an opportunity to use this. I say that bottom tier 2 is gonna go. Like PSK can hold on to this. Like their members can show up, but Watermelon did. Just gonna leave Shadow to do her work. This is not enough damage to do this. William, Prolabel's forward, gets a taunt. Vendetta could riposte. Jinkai's gonna go in, throw out the Shroud, Dawning Shadow. Here comes the Karma. Only gets out to 1, but the root, a good hero's entrance, counter engage for William. Punches the ground, set them all up, send them into the skies, but Vendetta pops the grand challenge. He issues an ultimatum. Watermelon, they will take this fight head on. Vendetta survives. Albert Jones with a shield. He is inspired and he is on a spree. Everyone from PathSeeker goes down. Vendetta drops, but Watermelon gets a huge team fight win. It's an ace for Team Watermelon.
In the turn around against PathSeeker, against Watermelon, PathSeeker bit off a little bit more than they could chew. For PSK, they tried their level best to stand against Watermelon. One by one, they fell. Despite the engage from William and Evolution falling short, they committed a little bit too hard. It was all or nothing. Watermelon knew exactly what to do, despite best efforts from William. With the 4-man heroes entrance knockup, sending them to the skies. As brilliantly put by my co-caster, it seems that William's efforts were for naught. Despite them getting Vendetta, all of them were taken down as Swift was swiftly put to sleep. Ace for members of Watermelon despite losing Vendetta in that exchange, Husky, and things just got exciting if you're a Watermelon fan.
And now Watermelon has full reign of the map, right? They can do whatever they want. They can take turrets, set up vision, and remember what I said early on? This is a game where Watermelon doesn't really mind if the game goes late. They have the champions to scale into the late game. You want to deal with Jinkai? Good luck. Late game, Jinkai's a monster on the Akali. Same for Vendetta. Same with Scarlet Petal. Leandries, Oblivion Orb, Thimble Winter. What are you gonna do about it? Your tanks walk up, you take a Spirit Fire to the face, there goes your armor. It gets shredded by a percentage. By the percentage from the Spirit Fire, your health starts going down because of the Leandries. Double Divine Sunburst on the side of Watermelon. Your tanks are not going to survive in the front line.
It's a very interesting comp from Watermelon, something we haven't seen since the last fall season, if I'm not mistaken. So, looking at how this turnaround for PSK is, they need to buckle up their defenses here because it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride if you're a PathSeeker fan. Here, ladies and gents, for Watermelon, they are moving about the map here. PathSeeker slowly establishing some form of line of control, so to speak, in their top side of their jungle. Could be an opportunity for a Baron to come into play, or a Baron force from either team.
I think PSK can't even do Baron at this point. Like, unless they ace Watermelon, Baron is off the tables. Yeah, like, if Jinkai or Vendetta, like, if any of them are alive, I don't think PSK can do anything. They can set up a Death Brush. Oh, Vendetta goes over the wall, gets caught. This is exactly what they need to do. Vendetta has the flash. But the Dawning Shadow kill, Alberjo comes in, and suddenly he survives. LXY, oh, he's committing for it. William shows up with the Hero's Entrance, and they have Evolution with the Stand United, but they all fall back. This is a team comp that was supposed to start a fight, but then they cannot do it against Watermelon because Watermelon are so far ahead.
It's not only that, Il Major as well, putting on the shields as on top of the binds towards LXY, just disables him from trying his level best to even the fight here. turning the fight in his favor, excuse me. We do see now that most of the kill windows for Watermelon is slowly opening as PSK now sees their chances dwindle away. LXY is going to be target priority. Evolution as well as William are in the middle of the fight. We're going to be seeing the fight go off onto a few fronts here as we do see a few members go golden. We do see the ultimate come out from Vendetta. Vendetta in the middle of it. Evolution, they're managing to flash away. Will it be more? Will it be less? No. William now comes in. Vendetta lunges in, still goes in, and could be taken down. Gets taken down by Swift. Not entirely worth here for Watermelon, but Jinkai will hit that turret. So that's worth right there. One turret hit there. That's worth.
Yeah, it's kind of worth, you know. I mean, for Watermelon, I think they are at a stage where they're like, yeah, you know, we can, you know, go overextend a bit. I say that. I mean, if a Rengar is on the map, you always have to be careful that he can launch out of nowhere. They do get a kill, but watch out for Jinkai. LXY is not safe. Perfect execution, perfectly executed. Jinkai gets a free kill. 45 seconds without LXY. Jinkai is back to full health.
Jinkai already full health, was able to get up with, oh my goodness, look at that already for Jinkai.
Don't take the bait.
A little bit of flash here from them. Evolution now maybe caught up by El Major, but three members here closing in emotion. William as well, but it seems that it may not be enough. Jinkai is going to be in the middle of it,
Oh, the
but
exhaust.
he will be able to get away. Oh my goodness, Jinkai with the highlight reel. And here comes the dog with the cane. Dropping some doggo justice onto all with the help of Vendetta in the middle of all, lunging into the face of Swift, getting the double. Oh, Scarlet Petal and Vendetta coming in and just say, all right, you want to fight? We'll bring up the fight. It's just, you can literally see just by following the camera the apparent direction of the fight, and we might see more here if LXY decides to bite.
And Elder Inferno Drake up. Best reward. What's gonna happen? PSK bit the bait and they instantly got punished for it. They couldn't even take down Jinkai. He played Akali to her absolute limit. And PSK losing two huge team fights in a row. Like, if there was any chances of them to come back into this game, that has been completely vanquished. Jinkai gets a good follow-up as well. And LXY zone out from his own domain. Elder Inferno for Watermelon. They can just go straight into the Baron Pit. There's nothing that PSK can do to stop them. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Watermelon take this Baron, and they're probably going to go for a reset. If they don't, the game just ends right then and there. PSK have no way of winning this.
I mean, LXY is not around for the smite here, so contention is going to be tough for members of Emotion. They are very wise to at least back away here, trying to mitigate their losses. They don't want to try to put it too much on a coin flip here. Volatility is something you always want to avoid when playing Wild Rift at this level. So members of PSK just try to mitigate whatever losses that they can, try to get back whatever tempo that they can. But against a Baron buff, enhanced minion wave on so many fronts for Watermelon, PSK's got their work cut out for them here. They're definitely going to have to batten down the hatches.
I'm looking at PSK right now, and I honestly don't know what they can do. I feel like this game is at a stage where it's like, yeah, GG, go next. You know, like PSK, if they can get these individual pickoffs, then great. Take the Baron buff off of the map. A 3-man ambush up top, but it's against Jinkai. Get support from his teammate, Smurf with the Dawning Shadows. Jinkai goes golden. They should be able to kill him off. I say that. LXY gets assistance from the Stand United. Jinkai is still going. He's legendary. Can he get a second one? LXY finishes him off. But guess what? It's finished off in the base. It's the Nexus. Watermelon have done it. 2-0 over PSK. They are in the lead. And they did it in such convincing passion. I mean, PathSeeker stood no chance. And Watermelon put themselves at series point.
That was just like, if it was like putting a garnish on top of a nice plate of some fine dining dish. Yeah, I don't know, something French, you know, some French word, you know, French toast.
Foie gras.
Foie gras,
risotto,
French toast, foie gras, whatsoever, right? You just put that whatever on top just to like, and chef's kiss. I feel like Watermelon is just too good.
You know what this is like? This is like the Salt Bay golden tomahawk, right? Like that is like, the steak itself is delicious, and then for whatever reason he wraps go leaf on it, and for whatever reason he sprinkles like too much salt that to cause like high blood pressure over the steak. Yeah, but that's kind of like it, right? I actually looked at the price. It cost a bomb. Like, I feel like with that money, I would rather buy a mansion and live out the rest of my life than to spend it on a piece of steak. But hey, that's me, to each of their own.
Yeah, but still, steak though. Oh my goodness. Man can't hold back his appetite. But one thing is for certain, appetite for kills is something that Watermelon were very much ahead of here. I feel that the early stages of the game here could have worked out wonders for PSK, but enough about that though. We'll take a short little break and we're going to be back. He's Husky, I'm Hound, and we're going to be back with more Wild Rift action. Don't you dare go anywhere!
Here we go now.
Team Watermelon leads the charge 2-0, and they set themselves to 3 points. One more win against PathSeeker, and they will complete the best tasting revenge in this playoff so far. I'm Husky alongside the How. Game 2 was kind of a wash, just like Game 1. And I felt like PathSeeker right now, they are on a downward spiral, right? We see desperations from these guys, but I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Man, revenge is a dish best of 3-0, I feel. And for a PathSeeker, it's just a sad turn of events for them to be on this edge of the knife. But for that to be put on hold for a bit, let's take a look at the trivia here. Boom, 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 boom. A little bit of magical hands. What is
pretty accurate?
It worked. It
did,
The
it
magical
worked.
hand works.
It worked.
It's level 5, guys. It was level 5. Come on, if you guys didn't know that, like Husky, like just uninstall the game, right?
All right.
Just seriously.
Here's the thing, right? People who who answered like who picked D, like level 4, are those who like exit the game before they hit level 5. Those who pick 6 and 7 probably didn't level up their ultimate, right? They're like, oh, I don't think my ultimate is important. Hence,
Why
I
are
think
you
it's 6
in
and 7.
such a mood today?
I'm always in the mood. Come on. That's what we've been building on, right? We're supposed to enjoy. You know, we're not only enjoying the game,
Yes,
but
we're
we're also enjoying the trivia. Okay, here's the thing, right? Like I want to talk about this, but I want to bring out something that I actually discussed with everyone else on the panel before during the group stage. So there was a trivia question, right? The trivia question was, how many lanes are there on Summoner's Rift? The answer is 3, very obvious. But for me, the number of lanes on the map is dependent on your state of mind during the game. Like if you're running it down, then there's only 1 lane. It's gonna be mid. If you play jungle, then there are only 2 lanes, which are your solo lanes. If you are playing normal game, that's obviously 3. If the jungle is a lane, then there's 4. If the river is a lane, then there are 5 lanes.
Okay, you have gone from Husky to the obvious spreader of fake news here on the internet. Wow, this is just this is just some conspiracy theory level, but I do see the sense in it. But post-game stats here reveal a whole other story that we need to cover here. Vendetta, Jinkai popping off, emotion shut down. Alex Y is still very much a threat here. Better than the last game, but Watermelon just shut them down at every turn.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like the same thing. I just noticed a pattern, right? Game 1, LXY and emotion popped off. Game 2, LXY popped off. Went 4-0. And they just couldn't keep up. You know, like, you know, it feels bad as a jungler. Right? In a normal game, if you're in LXY's shoes, they would just report him for being a bad jungler, even though he went like 5-0 early on. So this is a very unfortunate situation for PathSeeker, because we see that they have an idea on how to play the early game, but things start to go wrong whenever we looked at objective contests. When we look at those mid-game decisions, they either flop in those solo lanes, they either get outplayed individually, or they just cannot win the macro game against Watermelon. And that's something that I think Watermelon has been really exploiting against a team like PathSeeker.
Do you feel that there's any reason for it to go to game 4? Because looking at how Watermelon's been performing, PathSeeker seems to be just... It feels like even with kid gloves on, Watermelon can still spank PathSeeker out of into the lower bracket, so to speak. So I feel it's just in a very, very wild place for PathSeeker, in my opinion.
Yeah. In fact, like if I remember correctly, Swift says something like, yeah, if we lose, it doesn't matter, right? So okay, so here's what Swift said, right? I'm gonna paraphrase it. We asked him like, okay, what does he look forward to in the playoffs? And he says, yeah, you know, like even if we meet up against Watermelon again, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna end up in 6th place. We go, Watermelon, ends up in 3rd place. We get seeded in the playoffs. We lose against Watermelon. Watermelon goes out to face off against LFO. They will lose against LFO. We both meet in the lower brackets again, and then we beat Watermelon. That's the storyline.
So that's the best of 3. So they've already won the first rematch. This rematch is a potential going to go to Watermelon. So they're going to be 1-for-1. So
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe it could be true here because if they want to go up against them, they have to beat LFO. If that scenario turns up with Watermelon beating LFO. So,
Oh, I mean,
the
Right.
math behind it, though. The math behind it.
like PathSeeker gave us a very good villain arc, right? I don't know if
Yes.
it's called villain arc. I feel like it's those underdog run in like those good anime that the main character gets beaten again and again, and that through sheer will and the power of friendship they pull through and like
Sheer
50
will and power.
like 50 episodes later with the help of plot armor they become the grand champions,
With
right?
the
Like that's
help of plot armor.
that's
Oh
what they
my
are going
days.
for. But they need the stars to align, and that means that they need to lose this, and then LFO to beat Watermelon, then they meet in the lower brackets. That's what they're going for.
My Howdy mind cannot process this villain arc, this underdog arc that PathSeeker is wanting to.
You have to ask Swift. Like
partake
Swift
in.
was the one who said that.
It's kind of like when a Pantheon Atreus puts on his helmet in the video
Yeah.
and just he's about to fly up to his ultimate. Oof.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
you know
yeah,
the
something
video.
that. Yes.
I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. We have to come up against so many challenges, but one final challenges ahead awaits PathSeeker, and that's pick and ban here. This itself a challenge on its own. I think it's going to be relatively similar here. PathSeeker now on the left side of the screen, Watermelon on the right side. First pick, first ban for PathSeeker.
Yeah, Watermelon will still probably ban a Camille. Like it doesn't matter where PathSeeker ends up in, right? Because I think Watermelon took second pick because they do have they always have the pick priority due to seeding. Olaf, Lulu ban, pretty straightforward. Watermelon ban the Olaf, Ziggs, and Camille. So I'm looking forward to that. PathSeeker, they did ban the Lulu. Lulu, I believe, what has it been? Gragas, right? The Lulu Gragas set. So I think there's probably not going to be too much change in the ban phase because I think Watermelon has proved that it doesn't matter what PSK ban, right? Like they can still go for different champions and win out in a convincing manner. Now the question is, what will PSK go for? What is this first pick going to be? They have done it multiple times. Most games that they have the Galio open, they go for the Galio. They play it on support, they play it in the mid lane, but Watermelon have showed 2 games in a row. It doesn't matter if you have the Galio, we still find a way to beat you. So what is the answer from PathSeeker?
Oh, they pick away the karma on the first pick. I like this here. They want to be denying Smurf the ability or Il Major the ability to flex karma in this play. But Watermelon decides to do the Spider-Man twist of turns here for Galio pickup here. It's like looking at a mirror, exactly the same but different. Watermelon and PSK. Oh my days!
I knew it.
Oh my days! I was just about to say a Master Yi could be an option here.
Because I know that PathSeeker probably won't go for the Master Yi in any capacity. They have more suitable picks for LXY, but Vendetta was the first guy who picked Master Yi in the entire WCS, and it was against SEM9, right? They picked Master Yi, they picked Lulu, they gave him the enchanters, and they just funneled everything into this 6-eye Wuju style or 7-eye Wuju style warrior, whatever it is. So them picking up Master Yi in this potential game 3 win, I'm liking it. So Vayne for the scaling, Ari for those mid-game skirmishes and pickups. Good from PSK. They have some ways to stop Vendetta, but you need more than that, right? His biggest enemy is crowd control. And when I say crowd control, I mean instant crowd control. You want something that can instantly stun, instantly taunt, not a condemn, not a tether from karma, takes too long.
Okay, Omo is definitely turning and tossing and turning wherever he is if he sees this Funnel Comp come out from Watermelon here. He always tells Watermelon, don't play Funnel Comps anymore, guys. Please, for the love of God. Just don't play Funnel Comps anymore. So Omo is definitely going to be raging very hard wherever he is. Varys here being banned out for PSK, or for Watermelon by PSK. Vendetta doesn't want to be dealing with the Jax here by Watermelon here. I do feel that these next 2 bans with already Jax in play, Irelia as well banned out. So I like this here from Watermelon. They know that Funnel Comps do have a little bit of danger in it, especially in the early stages, because you want to be getting a bit of a lead here. So you want to be getting a little bit of enabling here from Smurf playing out the Thresh, from Jinkai, from Il Major playing the Galio. So, in terms of what I do think for PSK, their wise decision of taking out some of these very snowball hard AD carries with the Varus, the Lucian here is a good choice. I don't think a Caitlyn is going to be a good choice here for members of Watermelon, but I feel like they could pull it out. But I feel that the hyper carry is going to be Vendetta for sure. But Shen being picked out here, what do you think about this?
It's very obvious. You don't go for funnel comps. I mean, what about it? They're funneling everything. It's a Vendetta show for sure. Jumps in with the Alpha Strike. If he's in danger, Hero's Entrance, stand united, throw a lantern at him. He's gonna take the taxi out, right? So what about it right now? They're gonna throw everything at Vendetta. The missing piece is the Karma, right? That's pretty much it. But without the Karma, no problem. They have a lot of ways to facilitate this. The Rakan is still available. Well, I say the Rakan, but they already picked the support, right? So we're looking at probably the Dragon Laner. Like what am I gonna do? Morgana is up. You can give him the Black Shield, but Scarlet Petal doesn't want to take a backseat. He wants center stage as well, and it's a super oppressive Dragon lane. Thresh and Draven into Karma Vein. If Swift gets hooked once, he is gone.
Oh my days. Husky, it's going to be very oppressive here on towards this, because we do see that there may be a bit of a strong lane for Watermelon over compared to PSK playing around the Dragon lane, but Baron lane may be a little bit more volatile here. But we have seen time and time again from members of Watermelon that they are just very well aware of Jinkai's ability to maintain himself, compose himself, and play towards strategies where Vendetta could come and assist him and open up more opportunities for him to get ahead. So I'm pretty interested to see how they're going to be working out here for this strong lane, bot lane duo that they have for Watermelon against PathSeeker.
I am worried for PathSeeker, right? Like, I know I'm the only guy that says that PathSeeker is going to win, but this is not about the predictions. I think this is a show of force from Watermelon, right? They show that, yeah, sure, we lost. We lost in the group stage, but group stage doesn't matter. For group stage, it's all about qualifying for the knockout stage. And now, this is where the stakes are higher, and we're going to beat you in a convincing manner, and they've done it 2 games in a row, right? PathSeeker, the mental kind of wavering a bit. We see like towards the middle part of game number 2, the PathSeeker had a lot of moves that was clearly driven by desperation. Like, they were baited by Jinkai, they got pulled around by Almajor, and they all end up biting the bait and getting taken out. So now in game 3, Watermelon turn up the pace. They play a comp where Scarlet Petal is going to facilitate in mid game, and come late game, Vendetta will shred everyone. There's not too much crowd control for the side of PSK to stop this Master Yi, right? If you don't get a flag and drag, if you don't get a charm, if you don't condemn him into a wall, he will alpha strike his way to a pentakill. And PathSeeker, they have to make sure that they go for those invade, stop this Master Yi, don't let him get out of control.
Yeah, but with the kill pressure that comes from a Smurf and Scarlet Petal in the Baron lane, it's going to be adamant on Alex White's agenda here for him to be able to try to deny this inevitability of Vendetta really picking up a storm here. With that being said, guys and gals, I hope you guys are ready. Let's go into our potential final game here. PSK on the blue side, Watermelon on the red side, befitting of a Watermelon.
Look at what Scarlet Petal and Smurf went for. Like, these two cheeky guys, they went for Ignite and on Draven. Like, that is how you know that Watermelon are feeling really good about the state of the game. Like, they are just gonna go all in. One hook, Draven comes in with the Ignite. That's GG. There's no GG Dragon lane gap. You know, that's kind of the story that we're looking at right now. Smurf is just gonna walk out for a flay. Here comes the damage evolution. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3. Even with the exhaust, evolution falls down to 30% health.
Oh my goodness, Scarlet Petal. We said it already, it's going to be very, very oppressive indeed. Jungler intervention, very much needed.
Oh,
but as I said it here, over top lane, Jinkai is going to be the first here solo kill for Emotion. LXY gonna come into play later on in the mid lane. Not gonna be popping on towards bot lane anytime soon here. Scarlet Petal and Smurf freer to basically fight it out. But let's take a look at this solo kill. My emotion and Jinkai there. Oof, right into the flash and the lunge and the ignite. Ouch.
Very straightforward. Emotion shoves the wave, hit level 2 first, levels up the E, is a guaranteed crit, so crits Jinkai, ignites him, and Jinkai dies. The saddest part was that Jinkai even flashed to try to get to the honey fruit, but he takes down to the ignite. So good start for Emotion, but if you're Jinkai, you're not too worried, right? You're gonna come back with the Bramble Vest, with your next recall, and eventually Emotion will find it harder and harder to solo kill you, and you can like bring Vendetta to the top lane, and he's just gonna, and then you can just gang up on this Fiora. Bottom lane is what I'm worried about. The hook lands, but thankfully it's under turret. So Scarlet Petal, they can't really dive Swift, but even then Scarlet Petal, he is really pushing this to the limit. Evolution's gonna try, gets flayed back. They get a root onto both Smurf and Scarlet Petal. LXY finally shows up, but Smurf flashes to safety.
Oh, LXY a little bit too late to the party here as Evolution started up with a nice double entanglement onto his Scarlet Petal as well as Smurf here. We'll be seeing a little bit more, but Evolution gets hit with the death sentence, excuse me. Oh, but we do see a trade here. Swift could be another one. The exhaust is way too good. Oh my goodness, Scarlet Petal with the skills.
Even with the exhaust, you're not going to be able to kill Scarlet Petal. They just don't have enough damage. He cashes out. The first kill went over to Smurf. Scarlet Petal cashes out on the Adoration stacks onto Swift. So that's insult to injury. Like, sure, you got Thresh, but at what cost? At the cost of, like, Scarlet Petal's going to come back with almost a full blood, close to a full Bloodthirster if he wants to, right? Yeah, I think like Bloodthirster costs like 3.3k, so he's not really close to that. So he's gonna go for the Vampiric Scepter, the BF Sword, and the boots. But nonetheless, he is in such a good spot. Jinkai getting pressured by Emotion is a small price to pay up top.
Alright, Swift as well returns with the Recurve Bow and the Vampiric Scepter. Sustained, not an issue for both Dragon Laners, Swift and Scarlet Petal over in mid side. However, William taking in a little bit here from Ale Major, as well as some intervention from Smurf. Emotion building up a lane top side. Lane states here starting to reflect a little bit of a tilt of power here, as Watermelon right now may actually open up a little bit more. Being a bit reckless, his Scarlet Petal slowly closing in. Death sentence comes out from Smurf, keeping no one. But we do see LXY again on towards this, but a Lantern gets them away. Scarlet Petal's gonna just enjoy it here.
You have the tether, he takes the Lantern. Like, there's nothing you can do, right? Like the skill name is called Focus Resolve, but in order to focus on something, it has to be within range. That Dark Passage breaks the focus. Evolution can't lock Scarlet Petal down. As long as Smurf is around, any teammate that gets gone on can just exit with the Lantern. So PSK will find it really hard to find some sort of avenue. They even dropped that ward. So if PSK wants to contest this, Watermelon will know.
Alright, one minor detail about Draven that everyone seems to miss is that you're able to juggle 3 of your axes here. So we've seen Scarlet Petal actually throw out 3, sometimes 4 axes at one go. So I do think that could be very much in play here, but Smurf in a little bit of a problem here, gets taken down with the charm that follows up by William. William right now very aggressive onto Ale Major. You see that Watermelon wants to just walk away with the dragon despite losing one member. Oh wait, Cataclysm.
Scarlet Petal has a flash. Our first strike comes in. Vendetta try to go on a show. They cannot stop him, right? Well, actually they can, but Vendetta goes to meditate. Alpha strikes onto Swift. I take that back. They cannot stop him. Vendetta gets a kill. Scarlet Petal cashes out once more. And now they see Emotion. And that's what I say. Like, Jinkai dying, small price to pay. He's just gonna get a Bramble Vest, get to play the steel caps, resistance against physical damage, and his teammate, his teammate is threatened. Stand united, joins the fight, doesn't care what Emotion does, and that's what Watermelon has over PathSeeker.
I'm just a little bit. That's a question mark moment here from Swift, tumbling into that 3-man fight. I mean, you don't have to tumble into them. I just don't know. Like, from PSK, they're just making some really confusing micro mistakes here that I feel that they shouldn't be doing. Small little windows that matter that could turn the fight around for PSK, especially at these crucial stages here. Oh my god, Smurf in the middle of it all gets the Proto Belt, will be able to get the play, but not the death sentence here. Regardless of that, look at the damage that Scarlet Petal's doing. Bloodthirster as well as another BM sword. Oh my goodness, not only the sustain, but the damage that he does per axe. Per spinning axe here, Husky, nothing to trifle with.
I just thought of this, like, how do you throw an axe? Like, isn't that called a hatchet? Like, am I missing something? To be fair, like, his axe
a hatchet
is
and an
pretty
axe
weird.
is kind of the same thing. A hatchet is a type of axe.
Right. Like his axe is pretty weird. Like, it's double-ended. Like, it's double-edged.
Spinning blades, I think. Yeah, it's spinning blades. Or, okay, yeah. The accuracies of blade spinning be gone. There might be a fight here. Condemn starts off on towards Smurf. Smurf may be taken down, but it seems that Exhaust is going to go over towards Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal will be able to get him with the ultimate despite facts.
Yeah, despite the exhaust, Scarlet Petal throws out the rolling there, redirects it back onto Swift, and he just gets absolutely bursted. As Vendetta shows up to the party, has the Rift Arrow in hand, they will break this tier 1, Vendetta's gonna drop the Rift Arrow for the bot tier 2, meanwhile Emotion riposts the hero's entrance, gets a stun to Jinkai, but they will just exhaust him, got on top of him, the Cataclysm actually locks Emotion in! LXY decides that he will not live, and Emotion goes down.
Oh, LXY, last surviving member of the top lane fight here will not be, as he gets taken down by the trailing projectiles from the caster minions. A turret for members of Watermelon here. I don't see this game going to game number 4 if this keeps up.
Yeah, it kind of is going down that path. 7k goalie for Watermelon, Rift Arrow to break mid, Smurf Proto Belt, the hook dodged by Evolution, but Watermelon have completely opened up the map. And Shelly didn't even get the first charge off. Not that it matters too much, so I think PSK should be able to stop it. All things considered, I want to look for a silver lining for PSK, but right now there's actually nothing much. Like, the Vayne needs a lot more time, Emotion needs a lot more time. Like, William and LXY, they're going to start falling off. So, Watermelon, they have already gotten a huge lead. In fact, look at Scarlet Petal. Bloodthirster, IE, another crit item coming up. Vendetta, he's gonna get the Wit's End and the Blade of the Rune King. Go for the Zeal item, probably a Phantom Dancer at this point. He's just gonna go full crit damage. Doesn't care about what PSK has.
Oh, Scarlet Petal just in the middle of a fight gets really low and just be like, yeah, alright, lifesteal boys, lifesteal. So the fact that Swift hasn't actually gone an early lifesteal counter, grievous wounds pickup here is very much a question mark in and of itself. But over the top side, though, LXY gets hit quite a bit. Price to pay by not even being able to take down that turret, as we do see the collapse from members of Watermelon and Husky. This could be death here.
They're dead. They 100% did. I mean, Jinkai's gonna fight Emotion, but yeah, he procs the Grand Chance. Look at what Jinkai is doing. He's fighting this. Emotion can't win. Jinkai misses the taunt a bit. You know, off-screen evolution, and as it goes down, Emotion suddenly realizes that, wait, I solo killed this guy. I have Divine Sundra. Why can't I kill him? Because he's a Shen with Bramble Vest, and he also has the Divine Sundra. Vendetta cleans him up, doesn't even need the Lantern. Second Repair goes to them. And to answer your question, why did Swift not go for any Grievous Wounds item? Because he's a Vayne. Vayne, not really the champion that goes for Executioner's Calling. She goes for on-hit, procs the Silver Bolt, gets the true damage, and shreds tanks. So healing reduction, not really up her alley.
Oh, that's the thing here. Could have been a big factor in some of these fights, I feel. However, it seems that a little too late for changes and adaptations of itemizations for Swift here. Scarlet Petal is 3 for nothing in terms of KDA.
Yeah, it might not seem much, but honestly, you know, at this stage of the game, I think for Watermelon, it's more than enough. Like, PSK are setting up a Death Rush bot though. Like, say if Smurf space checks, maybe they can kill him. I say maybe, but Smurf, very smart with that, has the backup of Jinkai, so PSK can't really make a move, but it does give Watermelon information that 4 members of PathSeekers are down bot. What happens? Almajo continues to push, and Watermelon will shove in all 3 lanes. This is where the 1-3-1 begins.
Yeah, 1-3-1 could be the order of formation for members of Watermelon, as they are jostling for position on the Baron side. River could be that emotion, could be a victim that they await. Smurf there goes in with the Protobell right into it, repulsed beautifully by emotion as a reply to the death sentence. And death sentence averted.
Oh
He
boy.
lives to fight another day.
Bottom lane in danger. LXY, Cataclysm. Vendetta is gonna kill you. He just delivered himself into the hands of Vendetta and watch him go. They got a good charm off. They exhaust, they taunt him. But Vendetta, he's gonna be ready for round 2. He's thinking about it. But he decides, you know, Jinkai 3-man taunt. Vendetta coming back. Alpha strikes onto Emotion. And Emotion procs the Grand Challenge. Jinkai is a bit low. Good repulse, but Vendetta has another Alpha Strike online. Double strike Emotion, tries to lunge forward. They cannot juggle the attacks. And it's 4 down on PathSeeker. Vendetta is just going to meditate in front of the PSK base as Scarlet Petal just took down the top inhibitor turret. He's not even in the fight. It was like a 3v5.
Oh my goodness, Watermelon just operating without the kid gloves. Like I said just now, before we started the game, Husky, Watermelon put the kid gloves on them, and even then they could spank PathSeeker down. And looking at it, 5-14, close to 20,000 gold disadvantage for PathSeeker. It's not too early to sing the praises for Watermelon, despite the fact that, yeah, the Cataclysm was good, but like you said, in that breakdown, beautifully done, is that you just delivered yourself towards Vendetta, which what he wants.
Yeah, like the idea was correct, right? Like this taunt was amazing. Like if he didn't land that taunt, I honestly think PSK would have a good chance because William played that the best that he could. Same with Emotion, but that taunt bought so much time, and Vendetta, he just took the best opportunity, came in. Like Emotion was a bit better, he would have been able to won that, but this mid-fight is over before it even started. We get a 4-man karma out, not that it matters. Look at that, Vendetta goes in for the Alpha Strike, delivers Jinkai straight into the faces of members of PSK, and this is going to be 4 dead, but it might as well be an ace. Emotion won't be able to return home in time, and just to quote you, revenge is a dish best served cold with a 3-0 victory, and Watermelon will do that. They will finish off Emotion, letting get a taste of what it feels like to lose, and to lose in the knockout stage of the upper brackets. Watermelon sent PathSeeker all the way down to the depths of the lower bracket.
Wow, alright, so for PathSeekers, ideal bracket to work out, then Watermelon has to lose against LFO.
Yeah. And just to quickly, so we saw the bottom fight like right before the final team fight. I think we might see in the highlights later on, but the idea was actually correct. Like I say, LXY delivered himself into the hands of Vendetta, but what Cataclysm does is that it sets up a terrain for a condemn. So if he gets a condemn off, then they can kill Master Yi. Problem was, Swift wasn't nearby, so he sets up an arena which ended up being his grave instead. So those minor details, not that it matters right now, because we have to celebrate Watermelon's victory, and not just any victory, but a dominant victory over their rival in this grudge match.
I like what I see here from PathSeeker idea-wise, but execution, not entirely so. Not entirely convinced here. So maybe we sing the praises for Watermelon now, because they went 3-0 today, for the only team that went 3-0 for today's matchups. And for Watermelon as well, very clean across the board for how they've been performing, consistent as well. Some shakiness in some of those early stages of the game though, Husky.
Yeah, I think Watermelon early on, it's just the nature of like PathSeeker as well, right? Like they like to take those fights, so sometimes they do make those early initiatives to pick up members of Watermelon, which is completely understandable. But it's more of like, how does Watermelon deal with things afterwards, right? Like sure, we got taken out early on, but how do we recover from it? And that's something that Watermelon has shown throughout the entire series, which is that even if they get knocked down, even if they get solo kill, even you see LXY going 5-0 on the Rengar, doesn't matter. Right, because if they bounce back, they play the game well, they contest those objectives, they win the team fight, they win the macro, and the rest is history. We take a look at the post-game stats, and realistically speaking, it is kind of a walkover for Watermelon.
Yeah, it really much is here. PSK, though valiant attempts from LXY and Emotion were up center stage, Watermelon just showed that it was the Vendetta show. With the help of Jinkai and of course Scarlet Petal, no one to be looked down upon here across 3 games. Performed really well, but his Draven was pretty much clean, not a single death on him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to kind of like find a way to justify like PSK's chances in this. Right? Scarlet Petal had such a great game. They can't get close to him. Like, you kill Scarlet Petal, doesn't matter. He is not the main focus, right? Even if you kill Vendetta, doesn't matter. Jinkai built Divine Sundra, like he deals damage. El Major built full AP, he deals damage. Scarlet Petal, he's a Draven. You know, like you give Draven a good start, your game is close to being over. So at the end of the day, I think it's just Watermelon. We talk about if they have a good early game, the game is going to end very fast. And that's exactly what they got. Great early game. Scarlet Petal popped off and then I didn't have to do much until the mid-game phase. And the rest is history.
And I feel that's going to be the case here from Watermelon as well as Upcar, PathSeeker. I do believe that PathSeeker did show some very good moments here in the early game stages, but with Watermelon being so adaptive and being so disciplined in some of the exchanges here, so early game mistakes were mitigated much so in the mid game and late game, where I guess it was a bit too late for PathSeeker to come back.
Yeah, they definitely can't come back because the series is over. But they. What am I talking about? They can still come back in the lower bracket, right? Because there's a double elim, so there is still a chance for them to bounce back. Again, most likely they might face up against Watermelon because that's the bracket that they predict. We'll have to see what happens in the second series, where Watermelon face up against LFO. But so far, I think PathSeeker has a lot to think about. We're starting to see some problems that they demonstrated early on during the first half of the group stage, which is they have good early game. Their early game aggression, great. They're getting kills. They're getting LXY ahead. They're getting Emotion a good lane. Like, Emotion can lose the lane and comes back ult and solo kill you. Those are all good and dandy. But at the mid game, that's where they get outplayed by Watermelon.
I feel that's going to be the case there for a lot of them. When you look at it in that perspective, right, Husky, I think that shutting out those key members on PathSeeker here could very much be something that other teams that may end up in the lower bracket take note of. But ahead of Watermelon, though, is going to be, while we talk about that, let's take a look at the highlights as well and break it down for you guys. So as we look at it, for Watermelon, they're going to be going up against LFO later. And with PathSeekers behind them, looking at how they were just able to catch up members like Emotion, members like LXY in some of these turnarounds. This one was the last from that questionable cataclysm from PSK, as PSK right now gets slowly but surely whittled away. There were some moments where it was turned around for them, but look at that flash, the taunt flash is the big turnaround for Watermelon here, being able to get it. But look at how close it very much was here, razor thin margins.
Yeah, and you know, as we just marvel at Watermelon's highlight, I just want to quickly do a bit of correction. You know, we talk a lot about LFO because that's the name that we know them for, right? But they actually got picked up by RSG recently.
Yes,
right before
RSG,
the playoffs, they got picked up by RSG. So LFO is actually RSG. It actually slipped my mind, right? I was like, wait, LFO doesn't sound right. Like we got so accustomed to that name. But yeah, they're RSG, so it's great for them. They finally found an org. They're no longer LFO. They're now I don't know where I'm going with this, but they're now RSG. So
yeah, so they got an org. Yeah, they came full circle, guys. It's finally come full circle. Looking for org with the most memest name actually found an org, and it's RSG. And I feel that with RSG giving a home for LFO, they could actually be a very interesting one indeed. But enough about them. El Major, we have him for an interview. Husky, why don't you lead this one?
Yeah, we're gonna welcome El Major to the broadcast and ask him what he thinks about the best of 3. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Congratulations on a win, on your
Thank
great
you.
win over PathSeeker 3-0. First of all, how does this feel? How does revenge feel?
I think it feels very good. Yeah, because last week we got beaten by them 2-1. I think that was just a fluke. And today we prove it. Yeah.
Right, so I want to kind of jog your memory a bit, right? You say it's just a fluke. I think that's what a lot of people thought as well, right? Like PSK today is to prove that it's not a fluke, but you guys didn't let that happen. What did you think went wrong? What was the difference between that group stage series and this best of 5?
I think that group stage series we were not really playing seriously, and also in fact this week I think we screamed 2 times. I think that's the difference. So we warm up before the playoff itself already.
Right. So there's a bit more preparation coming to this. Like I know, like I heard from Smurf, if I'm not mistaken, that you guys came in with the vibe of just wanted to have fun, just wanted to enjoy competing as a group of friends. But he also mentioned that come playoffs, you guys will take it more seriously. So are we looking at this upward progression of Team Watermelon?
Yep, I think that's definitely true. As we just 3-0 PathSeeker with they couldn't even have an answer to defeat us. So yeah.
So El Major, I just want to say that you guys are my favorite team to be the wild card, to be the spoilers for SEM9 and LFO, formerly LFO, now RSG. So I'm thinking that with LFO now being picked up by RSG, and you guys have a score to settle as well from the previous week, do you feel that when PathSeeker was in front of you, was it more like it's just like it's just like a small little obstacle for you, or was PathSeeker a big obstacle for you moving forward?
It's definitely a small obstacle because our main opponent is RSG and SEM9. They will give us the greatest challenge. Yeah, so it's a small obstacle.
Right. I want to kind of clarify this, right? Because so how do we actually pronounce your name? Is it El Major? Is it El Major?
El Major, I think both works fine. Yeah.
Both works fine. So you're going lenient on this. El Major. Okay, so we'll settle for El Major. We'll go with that for the rest of playoffs. That's what we're gonna remember you for by. And just following up on what Hao asked before we ask you who the MVP is, how are you feeling about not tomorrow's match, about your upcoming match against RSG?
We are feeling very confident. I believe that we can defeat them. Yeah, definitely very confident.
That's what I like to hear. And now, to borrow your confidence, who do you think is the MVP for this series?
Scarlet Petal.
Scarlet Petal. How?
I think it could be Vendetta.
You think it's Vendetta? El Major thinks it's Scarlet Petal. Yeah, he has some doubts, but let us settle the score. Let's pull up the MVP screen. Let's see who is the most valuable player of this best of 5. I want to say both of you guys might be wrong. Jinkai is the MVP, but to be fair, everyone else played a fantastic game. But Jinkai had an impressive series. Basically winning his lane, having the series of his life, just doing Jinkai stuff, right? El Major, I want to toss this to you. Like, so far we see Jinkai playing through the entire WCS up to this point. He has been very confident in his lane. He has a very wide champion pool. What do you think makes Jinkai such a special Baron laner?
I think it's his mental. I think that he doesn't give up easily and then he just keep playing doesn't get tilted as much. Yeah.
As much. That's the most important thing. As much.
As much.
But he's still human. I like how El Major is like smiling. He knows.
So does it feel good that people now ban Gragas against you? Right? Like the myth is you get forced onto Gragas when it gets let through, right? So how does like right now Gragas is like your signature champion and it gets banned most of the time. How does it feel? Like do you feel there's more freedom for you to kind of like showcase what you're about, or do you feel like I don't really care? I can play Gragas for 10 games in a row and I still win.
To be honest, I don't really care so much lah. I think the most important for me is the win. I mean, if they want to put me Gragas for like 100 games or so, then as long as we win the championship, I'm fine with it lah. Yeah.
Eyes on the prize. It's all about the win, right? Like everyone wants that slot to see finals. Like I know tomorrow is going to be like the series that you guys are looking out for, right? RSG. Do you have any like specific players that you want to look out for? Like any specific players that you feel like it's going to be the biggest threat to you guys?
Rich and SSK. Yeah.
So looking at the jungler support.
I think both. Yeah,
both of them.
Definitely.
Any fighting words? Like how you guys gonna hype yourself up for tomorrow? Is there a secret remedy to that?
Once again, I think we came to play for fun. We are always confident, and regardless of the enemy, I think we always believe in our own skill. Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's good to hear. So since you guys are the victors, I want to give you the stage right now. Like any final words before we send you off.
I mean, to Emotion lah. Emotion on the Malay podcast, he predicted that we will win. So I show him that that's correct. We also win them, and then after that, but he predicted that we will win 3-2. Instead, we 3-0 them. So that's where he got wrong lah. Yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of shade there. I love it, L Major.
I love it. But you guys proved them wrong, and hope you guys, carry this momentum to tomorrow. Wish you guys all the best against RSG.
Win it all,
I'm looking forward.
Win it all, L Major. Win it all.
Win it all. I'm actually going to be casting that series, so I'm watching you, L Major. I'm going to hold you accountable to your words. But congratulations once more. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You've been great.
Thank you. All right.
Bye.
Now
that I looked at it, I'm actually excited. I'm gonna be doing it with Holler tomorrow. RSG against Watermelon. That's it. Stage is set. I get the series of the day. I'm happy.
Yeah. You get the series of the day with Holler. So that's gonna be a fun one indeed here. Do you really think Watermelon is going to upset everybody, including SEM9? Do you think that possibility is there? Tell me. I just want to know.
How can you come into the broadcast and tell me that you think Watermelon is going to win it all, and then you ask me why do I think so? You should be answering that. Like you cannot. You cannot pass the ball to me like that. No. You have to answer it yourself.
No,
you have
come
to
on,
justify.
No. I'm not going to answer myself, bro. I just need that validation, bro.
I can't validate something that I don't believe in.
Bro, just take a blind leap of faith, man.
Okay.
It's worked out. It's worked out. Do you think they have the chance? No. It's not about whether the ifs, buts, hows, whens, and whys.
Yes.
Just the chance. Yes.
I think they definitely do. I think. So I think they definitely have the chance, right? When we talk about chance, we talk about it doesn't have to be 50-50, right? It can be a very low chance. It's still considered something. Against SEM9, it's definitely going to be really hard because I think SEM9 are just way too good right now. They have everything laid out. But against RSG, I think the chance is there. I'm looking at the 60-40 in favor of RSG. I feel like these two teams has pretty similar properties. Very aggressive team. They thrive in chaos. But RSG does it better in a sense, right? They always make the best out of that compared to Watermelon, who sometimes do slip up and get punished by a team like RSG, who at the drop of a pin, they will pounce on you. So if you ask me if there's a chance, the short answer is yes. The long answer is a million things have to happen, So yeah, that's gonna be held on for tomorrow. But so far they've shown up pretty huge. 3-0ing PSK. That's the first step.
Oh man, I had slices of watermelon just now. I was eating off camera, so I just wish I had that right with me right now, because I'm going to be riding that watermelon hype train. I feel like they're just for the sake of the underdog. All of my predictions for watermelon, no matter how unlikely, I'm choosing watermelon. I'm just gonna say it right here at the broadcast.
It's okay. It's completely fine, right? Everyone has that. Like that's what that one day where when everyone has given up hope on RTP, and then like DA predicts RTP wins and they actually won. That's the kind of hope that we need. That's the kind of confidence that you need, right? Supporting a team isn't about how good they are. It's about the faith you have in them. And I admire the faith you have in Team Watermelon. Let's take a look at the brackets for the second day of playoffs, because I think we are in for a heck of a series tomorrow. SEM9 takes on Phantom 6 in the first best of 3 to open up Saturday. And afterwards, we have RSG, who recently picked up the LFO roster, taking on Team Watermelon. Now, L Major says that he is very confident that they can beat RSG. I say very, but I don't remember if he said the word very. But the point is, he has confidence that they can take down RSG, and I'm looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Upcar Esports and PathSeeker, they wait in the lower bracket.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here, as we see the brackets now slowly but surely coming into full circle here, as we do see that Phantom 6, P6 has to go up against SEM9, RSG against Watermelon. Upcar, I do believe, are going to most probably face RSG here if it doesn't work out tomorrow for RSG. But we shall have to take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. The game that you're going to be casting tomorrow, Husky.
Yeah, I'm casting RSG against Watermelon, but we gotta look at the appetizer first. SEM9 against Phantom 6, then afterwards we can move on to the main course, RSG against Watermelon. I think that is going to be the series to look out for. We're going to see how far Watermelon can push RSG, right? Even if they lose, as long as it's not like a 3-0, then that's good enough, right? Watermelon needs to draw some blood from RSG to give us a more convincing front of where they are right now. Like, whoever loses in the first series faces off against Upcar in the lower bracket, and whoever loses in the second series goes to face off against PathSeeker.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one indeed here. The lower brackets is going to be a colorful one indeed. A lot of familiar faces from the playoffs are going to be in those lower brackets, and I feel that placing SEM9 at the top of that bracket based on their overall performance in groups is definitely a strong indicator of who is at the top of the mountain, so to speak, though. But remember, at this stage, sometimes crazy things can happen. We have seen lower bracket stories where they're able to just climb up from nothing and win for all. But with that being said, I'm pretty much good to go, Husky. Any closing words?
Any closing words? I want to go and get a good night's sleep, and I am mentally prepared for tomorrow. And I think, we're going to have a good playoffs. So far, things are starting to shape up, and that can only be determined once we find out who turns out victorious for tomorrow's series. And with that being said, I'm Husky, he is Hao, and of course, on behalf of Grandin and Omo for the first series earlier on, we're gonna bid you guys good night. See you guys tomorrow for day 2 of the WCS MYSG Playoffs.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
your hands